Hey, this is Ryan C. Greene. Thank you for tuning in for day 2 of the Born to Be Dope Summit. So, as promised, here is the replay for all those who tuned in and maybe you weren't able to catch the whole thing because of the technical issues. But here is the replay for Born to Be Dope Summit day 2, starting now. Today, we have so many great things in store as well. We've got some phenomenal speakers lined up for you. And again, like I said yesterday, we go straight through. So no breaks, just prepare yourself, buckle in. We're gonna go straight through today as well, and just speaker after speaker, and just it's just gonna be wonderful. So before we get into that, though, I do want to make sure that we thank our sponsors, Tap In Magazine. So if you register for the event, then you got the link to our Tap In Magazine, which features all of the presenters over the weekend with their bios in it and great stories. So make sure you check that out. If you haven't registered, you still can register so that you can go ahead and get that as well. And then tomorrow we're doing the film release. We start at 12 tomorrow, not 10 a.m. We start at 12 p.m. tomorrow for the film release, so you don't want to miss that. All right. And before we jump into our presentations, one thing we want to make sure that you know, for those who know me, I've always been the book guy, right? I've always helped people put books together and do things, get your books published and do that. And what we're doing now, we have a new thing that we're going to start now. We're launching our 5-day course creator challenge. We did it about a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago. We started our course creator challenge, but now we are bringing that course creator challenge back. If you have written a book, and you have a nonfiction book, a self-help book, and you aren't offering your book, the contents of your book in some form of a course, we are launching the 5-day course creator challenge March 21st, so that you can go ahead and make sure that you are learn how to turn your book into a sold out online course, right? So if you're selling a book, you're probably selling your book at $15 to $20, but that doesn't mean that the content and the knowledge inside your book is only worth $15 to $20, right? But you only can sell it for $15 to $20 because it's a book, maybe $30. But when you put that content and put that teaching into a different format, then that different format demands a different price. So if you want to take your $20 book, turn it into a $200 course, turn it into a $2,000 course, then you want to make sure you go ahead and sign up for our next challenge. The website is 5-day course creator challenge.com, 5-day course creator challenge.com, starting on March 21st. So make sure you go ahead and check that out to get rolling with that. All right, so we want to jump right in. Today, we're going to start today with a special presentation from one of our, we're going to start from a young lady. Her name is Cassandra Price. Cassandra Price is a filmmaker, went to Howard University and now she's in California. We talked to her previously about her new film project. We want to share that with you. So we're going to go right into that, and then we'll be right back and keep it moving. So let's go to this interview with Cassandra Price. All right, so thank you. Welcome to this quick Born to Be Dope spotlight. I'm excited to talk to this young lady, and she's going to tell us about an important project she has coming up. So if you've seen the Born to Be Dope Tap In magazine by Cassandra Price, then you already know this family is already dope. So we've got a chance to talk to her daughter today, Cassandra Price, and she has a special project that she's been working on and we want to talk about. So Cassandra, I should ask you, is Cassandra, how do you like to say your name?
Cassandra.
So thank you, Cassandra, for being with us. Welcome to the Born to Be Dope Summit. And so just tell us briefly who Cassandra is, what you're doing and how you got into this film thing.
Yeah, of course. So for me, I did my bachelor's degree at Howard University and my master's at Carnegie Mellon. Currently I'm an aerospace engineer and a filmmaker as well. So I do directing, producing, and writing. I've been writing since I was I've been doing a lot of screenwriting before I even knew what screenwriting was. I've been writing since I was a kid, just writing stories and then getting my friends and my families to help play the characters. And now I've done a lot of research and study within the filmmaking, working on student films. And now I have my own production company called KP Productions, which I'm extremely excited about. And that is what helped me produce my latest feature film called Homeless Right at Home.
We're here to talk about the film, but I can't let it slide that you just slipped in there that you are an aerospace engineer. All right, so I'm like, that's like brilliant. So I definitely got to shout that out, especially in Black History Month. We got Black woman aerospace engineer, so that's dope in and of itself. But so let's talk about the film. Is it Homeless or I don't want to mess up the title. So you give us the title. I know it's Homeless or no. What is it? Homeless or No Place Like Home?
Yeah, no. Okay, definitely close. So it's Homeless or Right at Home.
Right at Home. Okay.
Yes. And it's kind of interesting because it kind of comes off like a question, but the title is like a statement. So it's just one of those kind of like controversial things. But yeah, that's pretty much what it's called. And the film is basically about there's two sides to every story. And in this particular film, what happens is we start off with the main character. It's a young man who is the son of this business mogul, but ironically, he's flunking. He's on the verge of flunking his senior year of high school. And so he has this one chance to pretty much redeem himself, boost his grades, and that's through this senior project that he has to do. And so he decides to he decides to get with this homeless man that he has befriended to help him with the senior project. And what he soon realizes is that there's more to the story with this homeless man. And what starts off as a simple, innocent strive to get his grades up turns into this uncovering of secrets of his father's business. And what he realizes is that there's two sides to every story, right? And so all of these secrets pretty much lead him to potentially uncovering who the murderer of his mother is. And so yeah, there's a lot of plots, twists. There's a lot of suspense, action-filled segments in here. So I'm really excited about it.
So we're going to go and look at the trailer right now. We're going to let the people see the trailer. We'll come right back on the other side, ask you a few more questions about this. I'm excited because when I saw this, I was like, this is just so well done. So let's take a look at the trailer, and we'll be right back after this.
Awesome.
I've had your back since we were kids. So I know when something's bothering you.
Ms. Bridgesmith just emailed me, said I have to get an A on my senior project or I won't have the GPA to graduate.
Oh, the senior project? That's easy. The assignment is to create a product or service that helps the community, except you have to run it like a business. And there's no ideas on paper. You have to have something for the presentation.
What up, Jerry? Oh, how's the head today?
Some days are better than others.
Oh, I see. Got your eyes on a little shorty.
That's what you getting into.
You're wasting your potential. And most importantly, you're wasting my money.
You know, same old, same old.
You need to fix it, and fix it fast. Because you're gonna have a lot more to worry about than Miss Bridgesmith if you fail your senior year.
All right. So what's the plan?
My business, it could be changing the life of homeless people. And you'll be my first client. It's genius. I'll get my A and you'll get the girl.
And I'm assuming your dad doesn't know anything about this.
No, and he doesn't need to. Get your... Hey, man, it's police brutality or something.
Have you ever thought about talking to someone? You know, about that day? The day your mom passed away.
She didn't pass away, she was murdered. Who knows, when I find out who it was, I'm gonna make sure he gets what he deserves.
Be careful. Sometimes things are not always what they seem.
I got this.
Wait. I'm no saint.
You're a problem for my business. And you do know what I do with my problems.
Please, Dad.
I own this city.
I wanted progress.
What is your deal?
What did you do?
I'm not like you. I'm better than you.
All right, man. I told y'all that was dope. I mean, I want to ask you, Cassandra, because myself, this whole Born to Be Dope project I started. I went to Hampton University, by the way. So HBC, but we won't get into the whole HU thing. We're all too old for that, right? But my degree was in marketing. So I didn't discover this love for filmmaking this project I did was because I wanted to get into filmmaking. I wanted to transition into filmmaking. So when I saw this project from you, I was like, yeah, it was just so well done. It was just so professionally done. So I'm looking at all of it like, oh man, look at that. Like, look at the shots, so tell us about how you came about this story, and then, your journey to really becoming, a filmmaker. Like, this is a legit film. And so how did you really make that transition or do that while you're out there sending rockets into space or something?
Yeah, for me, filmmaking, I've had a passion for filmmaking since I was young. So I've always kind of paid attention to how things are shot, the way the actors perform. So a little bit more detailed than what your average watcher would be doing. And I've always been writing as well. So I've been doing a lot of screenwriting and writing stories. And the transitioning into film, it was definitely a tough one. I think for me, I kind of started off like maybe how many people start off, which is like, how do I even create my own film? Like, what are the pieces that I need? So it took a lot of kind of like researching, and then just being on set with student films and really trying to figure it out and observe and learn the best I can. And when it came time to, okay, I'm ready, I want to produce this entire feature film, I had to kind of figure out the fundamental things with the budget I was working with, what exactly I needed. And I started getting into Facebook groups, just chatting with other filmmakers, trying to find DPs and boom operators and all of that good stuff. And that's kind of how this feature film in particular, blossomed. And then for this, the reason that I wrote this particular story, with this story, I wanted to portray that there's a story, everyone has a story, right? And what may be one person's perception may not be the actual perception of that person, right? There's more to it than what you just see on the cover. And I think that's the biggest message that I wanted to get with this film. But yeah, I when I came up with the idea, it just, as I'm writing, it just comes to me, right? Like I'm writing and I'm like, oh, this would be cool if he did this, or if he did that, or maybe this can happen. And I'm really big on like plot twist and leading the audience in one way and shifting them in another way. So yeah, that's pretty much how this feature film blossomed.
Awesome. That's awesome. I know for those who are watching, I've asked a question because I know people watching, I know for myself especially too, people who want to get into filmmaking, the first thing they always know about is the budget. So I'm not going to ask you how much you spent on the movie, but what are some things you were able to do to raise the budget that you had to be able to fund your film?
So with this particular film, my budget, yes, it was definitely very low. But I think with that, it's kind of interesting because I can be creative and resourceful in a way. And so the film turns out to be even better than what I originally planned. But to actually I didn't raise money for this particular film. I had to dip into, I had to come out of pocket with this film. So that has taught me a lot of more about being resourceful and being creative, right? Because I didn't have extra money to spare on a bunch of different things. I personally had to wear a lot of hats in this particular film: wardrobe stylist, makeup artist, all of that. But we got it done. We shot the film in 5 days.
5 days, okay.
Yeah, it was a lot. There were some long days, but we did a lot of planning before the film, so it really helped us just roll right into production. And that's pretty much how it got made. And I had a really great cast and a very patient crew that really, really helped bring it to life. So yeah.
Yeah, and as our viewers just saw, like it doesn't look like a low budget film at all. This looks like a legit film that could be on the big screen. So the quality is top notch with that. So do you want to tell us who some of the actors were? You had two main actors, and well, maybe two and a half for the trailer. You had tell us some of those people those new faces we want to see.
Yeah, of course, of course. So, I think I will say really quickly what for this film, when I started off making it, I had a goal, of what I wanted it to be at the end, how I wanted to market and all of that stuff. And as I met the actors and was in the casting room and saw their performances, it became a lot more about that, a lot more than what I originally started off doing. It became also a platform to really bring these amazing talents to the forefront. And so some of the main characters in here is Marquise Hill, who plays Marcus in the film, Marcus Caldwell, and then Tomas Baskin, who plays Jerry, which is the homeless guy in the film. And some interesting thing about those two is that they also have created a song for the soundtrack of the film as well, Cause My Song. And so I'm super excited about that. And then we have Jeffrey Lee Cheatham, who plays the father in the film, Marcus's father, Davis Caldwell. And a lot of other amazing actors. We have Josiah Hill, who plays a victim in the film. That's his character name. Janae McNeil, who plays Azra, who's the love interest for the homeless man. And let me make sure I'm not forgetting. Of course, my mother has a cameo in the film.
Mom's up in there.
Yeah, she plays one of the extras, and I am in the film as well. I play Marcus's friend Trish. So a lot of amazing talent. I'm trying to make sure I don't forget anybody. But yeah, no, a lot of amazing. Oh, and Christian Cruz, who also does a feature in there, a cameo in there as well. He plays Marcus's friend. So, and Gregory Brault. Oh, let me not forget him. Greg Brault, who plays the police officer in the film as well.
Awesome. So, when is the film going to be released, and how can people support you? Go out there and check it out. Yes.
So right now, the idea to support is to go to my Instagram page at KP_productions__. And that's where you'll see the trailer, all of the updates for like any releases that comes with the film. And up next is to do a 3-city premiere tour for the film. And so there's a lot of, I'm in motion trying to get a lot of that done. And you can also go to the Instagram page to see about any updates with the tour. And I do have a link, a PayPal link for anybody who is interested in supporting financially for the tour as well. I know, once again, I'm trying not to bring so much out of pocket with the tour, at least. And that's the some of the main things. Getting it into film festivals, pretty much getting it seen, bringing awareness to it so that I can pitch it to distributors.
For those who are watching, and that's the reason I want to ask that question, because we'll talk all day on social media about the lack of representation in film, lack of our stories or different stories being told. So when you see stories like this being told, you see us behind the camera, then it's important for you to go out there and support it. Go out there and support it financially, support it by going to actually see it, support it by talking about it and making sure other people know about it. If you can go out there and tell somebody about some movie you saw on Netflix, you can go out there and tell somebody about this as well. So we want to make sure that we're supporting our own, making sure that we can continue. Because once the film is done, that's the beginning, right? Now you got to go out there and tell everybody and make sure they can see the movie. So I want to give you the final words. Anything else you want to say? It's been a pleasure talking to you. I'm looking forward to being able to see the full film, and just excited for you.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Thank you again for having me and interviewing with me. And no, I'm just excited. I think it's been a very long journey for me in particular to get to this platform where I can produce and direct this feature film. I've learned so much, and I think a lot of people think that to do a film you have to have so many different things, when a lot of it just comes from, if you have the story, there's so many resourceful and creative ways to get it done. And so and I think my film with Homeless or Right at Home is a testament to that. And I'm excited to get audience feedback, to showcase it, and to show people the talent that's in this film, because there was a lot of talented people that worked in this film. So yeah, thank you.
Awesome. Cassandra Price, KP Productions. Home or Right at Home? I get it right.
Homeless or Right at Home.
Homeless. I should take notes, right? I got no pad. I try to just do things organically. I should probably start writing notes. Make sure I get those things right. Homeless or Right at Home. Make sure you check it out. Follow her on Instagram so you can support. And make a donation. Go out and tell somebody else about the film as well. All right, Cassandra, thank you for joining us. We're going to talk to you soon. For those who are watching, we're going to jump right back into our next presenter for Born to Be Dope right after this. Let me turn my mic on. Wow, was that phenomenal or what? We'll have the links, the PayPal link posted in the Facebook group before the end of today. So those who are interested in supporting that project, you can make sure you can go ahead and do that. And so, support the arts, support Black media, and support a young woman trying to do some great things right now. So, all right. So we are rocking and rolling. I am going to bring on our first live presenter for today. We are ready to bring her on. Let me just get this set here. All right. So our first presenter for today, she is based in D.C. By way of New York. She has a phenomenal story to tell. We're going to talk to her today. So let me go ahead and bring on Miss Montrella Cowan. How are you?
Good morning, Ryan. How are you?
Wonderful. There we go. We can hear you. All right. So great. All right. So let's jump. First of all, thank you. Welcome being here. Montrella is one of our featured cast members in the Born to Be Dope film. So you will see her again on Sunday and hear more of her story. She is I'm gonna let you tell us, you are a licensed social worker. So tell us, introduce Montrella to the audience. Tell us who you are and your background.
Absolutely. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us. We know you could be at the mall, you could be somewhere else on this Saturday. So we are grateful that you are here. I am Montrella Cowan, and I'm totally committed to crushing the barriers to mental health. Now, I know it's still taboo and there's a lot of stigma related to that, but the key word for me is mental health. And as Ryan said, I'm a clinical social worker as well as a licensed therapist.
All right, so we want to jump right in. When you saw now your work as a social worker and a therapist, what was it about Born to Be Dope and this project that made you say, I want to jump on here and share my story?
When I saw Born to Be Dope, first of all, I'm from Brooklyn, as you mentioned earlier. And so I was born to be dope and my children were born to be dope. But I wanted to contribute to this project, particularly because, as Wallace D. Waddle said, there are three motives for which we live. We live for the body. We certainly live for the soul. But ladies and gentlemen, we also live for the mind. And I wanted to make sure that mental health was represented in the Born to Be Dope project.
Awesome. So you when you hear dope, like obviously we all had different connotations in our head, but what was it about dope? When you hear dope, what does that mean for you?
Yeah. Well, to be honest, growing up in the projects in Brooklyn, when I first hear dope, I think about drugs and, unfortunately we've had addictions in my family and things like that. But the real dope is what I call the dynamic, one and only, purposefully evolving. That's you. That's me. And each of our journeys are so different. And so it's important that we take responsibility for our dopeness. And that's why I'm so glad that we are here today to help you all to unlock your dopeness and give you those tools to do so.
Awesome. And when you talk about unlocking, I like that term. Actually, my very first book was talking about unlocking success. But let's talk about unlocking your dopeness. What's number one barrier that you see people have that prevents them from unlocking that dopeness inside of them?
Ooh, the number one barrier, I would think, is a lot of fear. Nelson Mandela or Marianne Williamson, they both kind of get credit for the quote about, our greatest fear is not that we are inadequate, right? Our greatest fear is that we are, amazing beyond measure. And I think we oftentimes just are afraid of our dopeness and who we are. And especially, from a mental health perspective, as we go through stuff. When you experience trauma, for example, a lot of people look at trauma as this noun and as something that happens, but it's actually something, it's how you react. Trauma is how we respond and react to certain things. But one thing about trauma and being, a survivor of rape at the age of 14 myself, and being a teenage mother at the age of 15 from the same man who raped me, I know all too well that we will start to believe that we are victims, that we are not worthy, not lovable, and certainly not dope, not here to really contribute. And so it's that fear of like who we really are and those experiences such as trauma and grief, which all of us are going through right now. With this pandemic going on 2 years, I remember, in 2020, March, my birthday's in February and March, we thought this thing was going away because this is the land of the free, the land of milk and honey. And we thought we would just go on and on. But in fact, Boston University just did a study where it found that 1 in 3 Americans actually are suffering from depression right now due to the pandemic.
Wow.
Yeah. And then also you saw where Miss USA from 2019 jumped to her death. And unfortunately, Regina King's son, who just celebrated his birthday 2 days prior, 26 years old, died, committed suicide 2 days later on that Friday. So it's real. Depression is real, but there's a lot of fear. And a lot of times we suffer in silence because we think that we are the only ones. Hashtag you are not alone. So I do think that's the number one barrier is the fear of who we really are.
Awesome. I know definitely this this pandemic, and not just the disease of the pandemic, but everything that has changed because of it has really weighed a lot on people in different ways. And so it's like we know that we can't judge everybody's response and reaction to it based on how we responded and reacted to it. So definitely been tragic on many fronts.
Absolutely.
What would you recommend for people who truly live in that dopeness? What kind of recommendation would you give someone who's looking to? I'm ready to break through and live in my dopeness.
If you haven't pulled out your pen and paper yet, you are for an amazing day. So you need to grab your pen and you need to grab your notebook and your paper. For me, my recommendation in terms of tapping into your dopeness and doing it now in this moment, like in spite of the pandemic, in spite of the social distancing and the social isolation, and even now we're talking about wars and stuff. In spite of all of that, you have to be dope. You get this. This is the only time we have is now. And it requires grit, ladies and gentlemen. Grit. Anything worth having, whether it's a fresh car, whether it's the latest, hit record, like anything that's required that is worth having requires some grit. And the G in grit is get rid of these false identities. As I mentioned earlier, trauma and other things will make us believe things about ourselves. Even being born here in America, we're told, slavery's over, but yet we still are constantly reinforced with these messages from constantly negative news that somehow we're victims, and if we're Black, we need to stay back. And so that keeps us from even applying for certain positions and opportunities because we already done discriminated against ourselves. So I need, ladies and gentlemen, for you to get rid of these false identities. And sometimes it comes right from our family. They might have said you talk too much. But guess what? You might be that lawyer. We need you to speak up when there are injustices, etc. So all of those identities that people gave you or that the media is pushing on you, I want you to use that G and grit and get rid of them. And then to create your own identity. You get to say, you see, even though I went through all of that, teenage mother being raped. My mom was addicted to crack cocaine for 30 years. I told you this dope for me is real in terms of the drug addictions and things like that. Even if sometimes they look at us like we're stupid or ignorant, right? Because that's another definition of dope. You get to say, I am worthy, I'm amazing, I'm an attraction magnet. So that's the G. The R is for realize that you're not one dimensional. As I mentioned with Wallace D. Waddell's quote earlier, you're made of the body, the mind, and the soul. So that mental, we got to really, this is really the only power we have is the mental. Everything that's created is manifested twice. First in our mind, and then it's manifested physically. So we have to start to create a mental blueprint of our dopeness and our greatness. And then we'll start to step into it. The I is for inspire those around you. You know, I know a lot of people, and I'm sure you do too, Ryan, who will give everything to others. And when it comes to themselves, oh, I'm not good enough. Oh, I'm not worthy. And we just totally neglect ourselves. Case in point, many caregivers, because a lot of people are caring for aging parents these days. That's called the sandwich generation. If you're caring for parents and then you have, children or other people dependents under you financially, a lot of people are in that sandwich generation. And guess what? A lot of the people who are care recipients receiving that care outlive the caregiver. That says a lot. That says we're neglecting ourselves. So we want to do the work, lead by example. A lot of my clients come and they always complain about their partner, their spouse, their children, their parents. And I'm like, you have to model. The best teacher is to lead by example. So inspire those around you. And finally, the T, this is one of my favorites because I didn't know this for a long time. Being strong, being a single Black woman of a Black male child, having a daughter at 15 and then even losing her to lupus in 2018 and all that stuff. I learned to be Miss Independent, to be that strong Black woman, right? And to do it all on my own. But ladies and gentlemen, you cannot tap into your dopeness if you're not connected with projects like Born to Be Dope and Ryan Greene. So number 4 is tap into a tribe that helps you climb. And it's heartbreaking sometimes, we really try to, have our supervisors be the ones to lift us up, have our family members and friends say rah rah. But when you're doing new things, when you're stepping into your dopeness, when you're creating that business, when you're doing things, breaking the norm, breaking those negative generational cycles, people looking at you like you're strange. They even calling you crazy. They talking about you. Tap into a tribe like Born to Be Dope and Ryan Greene to help you climb.
Man, that was so phenomenal, Montrella. Thank you so much for sharing with us. That was a great way to get us kicked off. So I know we are still trying to make sure we get the stream right. But like I said, if we can't get the stream, trust me, guys, we are recording it. Everyone who, sorry about that. Everyone who is registered you will get a copy of this. We'll make sure we get that. So thank you so much, Montrella, for joining us. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you for all you did.
Great. So we're going to keep it moving. All right. So we're going to go to our next presenter. So let me get him queued up right quick here. Let's get him up in here. All right. This gentleman, I already like his hoodie. So let me bring him on. We are talking to Mr. Michael Wimberly. Welcome to let me unmute you before let me keep, there we go. Welcome to the Born to Be Dope Summit, my good friend. How are you?
Thank you, I appreciate it very much.
Awesome, man. So I want you to go ahead and introduce yourself to the audience, and then I'm going to turn it over to you.
Well, my name is Michael D. Wimberly, and I'm just a motivational, inspirational speaker who's been through things and also has not been through things based on decisions that I don't want people to make those same decisions. So my inspiration is to make sure that, we talk about our dopeness, that we live in our dopeness. We don't let anybody hinder that. And we just continue to move forward and press forward in everything that we do. So yeah, mine is motivation to make sure that you are doing what you were called to do and not what other people want you to do.
Awesome, brother. Listen, the floor is yours. Go for it, and be dope.
Gotcha. All right. So once again, my message today is to basically take advantage of the opportunities you have. Want to start off by saying fear is a trip. It will paralyze you and stop you from doing the things that you know you want to do, but you're afraid to do them because you're not sure the results are going to be exactly what you want them to be. The funny thing is, this wasn't always the case. Growing up, me and my friends, we were fearless. There wasn't anything that or I won't say anything, there was almost anything that we wouldn't try at least one time. And doing that, we just kept pushing each other to do more and do more and do more. Some examples, of course, we would have our bikes. This is when we were outside all the time. So we would have our bikes and we would go in and um, jump over creeks, jump over, ditches, do wheelies through traffic, all that fun stuff, climb these big trees in our neighborhood, mess with that dog that you knew you weren't supposed to be messing with, trying not to get bit. And this is for my old heads. We would also go in and try to eat an entire hot pickle without having something to drink. Now, this is way before that one chip challenge thing came out. That hot pickle that you tried to eat from the neighborhood, that was the challenge all by itself. So my old heads know what that's about. But that was one of the things that, of course, we would try to do. And of course, we weren't trying to do everything. So from time to time, there were things that we were kind of hesitant to do. But somebody in our group would say those three magic words that would give somebody some courage to try it anyway. And we all know what those words are. I dare you. And that somebody would try it. There may have still been some hesitation. And maybe somebody didn't do it, but they added that one additional word to it. And that guaranteed that somebody was going to be brave enough to try it. And that was, I double dare you. Boy, at that time in life, things were so simple. And it's funny because we talk about being born to be dope. During that time, you couldn't tell us anything. We knew we were dope because of the things that we were doing. Nobody had to stop. We weren't getting in trouble, but we were doing things that we knew that we could do or we wanted to try to do, and our friends all had our back. So we were born and growing up dope in our neighborhood. Now, as we got older, things didn't always continue that way. We got older, and those risks that we would take when we were younger, we kind of started stepping back because we started thinking about those things. So instead of going in and just doing them, we thought about the consequences. Now, that's good for our body because we weren't now putting ourselves in danger, but for our mind, not as much. Only because when we were thinking about things, we were thinking about the extreme of negative results. When we're younger, we just tried. You couldn't tell us anything. If it didn't work out, we just kept doing it until we figured out either we can or we completely cannot do this. But as we got older, once again, we started to evaluate things a little bit more and now trying to figure out if this was something that could really be done. So we started to analyze what we were doing, and even worse, we started to wonder what other people were thinking. That is truly where the dopeness that we had, because we felt it, we now try to think whether or not other people thought we were dope. Before, it was all internal. Now we let somebody else start to control it. And this continued on through the evolution of life as we went into adulthood. And instead of taking those risks in our personal and professional lives, we then started to play it a little bit safer. I know for me, I did. And then what we ended up doing was creating ourselves a comfort zone. And anything that was not in that comfort zone, we did not do. So I know personally there are many opportunities that I've missed out because of being in a comfort zone. Now, I'm not saying I didn't grow and develop in both personal and professional lives, but I know there are other things that are available. I'll give you a good example. For me, I learned this engineering software and then became certified to teach it. By me being certified to teach it, opened up a lot of doors. I traveled across the entire United States and Canada to go in and teach this software. However, when I was given the opportunity to start my own business or the opportunity to go in and be a partner in another business, I didn't do it. The reason I didn't do it is because it was outside of my comfort zone. And even when I was looking for a new job, I had multiple jobs on the table. The job that I really, really wanted was a job that would have taken me out of town. Once again, outside of my comfort zone. So what did I do? I took the new job in the same location, basically doing the exact same thing that I was doing in the old job. Why? Because I was comfortable where I was. There's a saying, the comfort zone is where dreams go to die. I could not agree with that statement anymore. A lot of things that I really, really wanted to do, I didn't do because it made me uncomfortable. But if I would have known then what I know now, it would have been completely different. Because what I realized is that me being uncomfortable was necessary for me to grow. I guess a better way to say it, especially for us to go on and develop our dopeness, is being uncomfortable is a sign of growth. Think about it as you were a youth. When you were growing, your shoes got tight. That was a sign of growth. When all of a sudden your shirt and the sleeves started to move up your arm because you were growing, but the shirt wasn't, that's a sign of growth. When all of a sudden you started interpreting things a little bit differently than you had in the past and understanding better, that's a sign of growth. What I'm basically telling you is don't be afraid of being uncomfortable. It is necessary for you to grow. Now, speaking of being afraid, as I mentioned at the beginning, fear is a trip. Because once again, it will paralyze you and stop you from doing anything. But at the same time, fear can also stop you from hindering or hurting yourself. We have to be able to tell the difference between the two. Because if we don't, then we're still going to miss out on opportunities because we think it's going to hurt us versus it's just an uncomfortable feeling at the moment that we're going to overcome as we grow. So we have to get that knowledge in our head. Once again, I told you, I had opportunities before me that I didn't do because of fear. Now, and I don't want that for you. That's why I'm standing here right now, is because I don't want you to miss out on those opportunities. So in this discussion, I want to give you 3 things to start on. This isn't everything, but these are 3 things for you to start on to make sure that you overcome your fear and don't miss out on your opportunities. The first one is get out of your comfort zone and do something. No action gives you no results. No results does not allow you to know whether or not you are going to succeed or fail in whatever it is you were trying to do. Now, for this instance, I'm actually not going to use the word fail. I don't necessarily like that word. So instead of using fail, I'm going to use the word learn, because it's only a failure if you fail to learn from what you go through. So we're going to use learn instead of fail. So once again, with those opportunities that I had before me, they were there. I was presented with them, and there was nothing stopping me other than fear. Now, there's 2 things that I really dealt with as far as fear. One of them was the fear of rejection. The other one was the fear of learning. But there's something that's worse than those, and that is regret. With regret, there's nothing that you can do. It's past. That moment is over. There's nothing you can do about it. Like for me, with those opportunities, I will never know whether or not those opportunities would have been beneficial. Never know. And there's no way to go back to figure it out. And those things still bother me today because I don't know what opportunity I passed up. Once again, either my own business or being a partner in another business. But regret is something that you just can't get over because it will continue to fester and sink into your head. So once again, get out of your comfort zone and do something. You have to move forward in whatever it is. Once again, what you're going to do is discover your overall dopeness. Because when you get over fear, you realize how good you really are at what you're doing. You have to get over that. You have to let yourself be who you are. And I'll deal with that in just a little bit in one of my later points. I want to hit point number 2. Point number 2, and I'm going to use the word just because I want you to hear it. Failure is not optional. What do I mean by that? That means that failure is not optional. It means it's going to happen. I'm not saying it's not an option. It's going to happen. But think about how that sounds. When I tell you failure is not optional, if I switch that word out for what I was telling you, learn, now it's better and it makes you think a little bit better. So what I'm telling you is learning is not optional. In everything that you do, you have to learn no matter what. Nobody succeeds the first time. There is, and it has to be a first time. That's why the first point is do something. Get your first time, but don't let your first time be your last time. There has to be a next time. Now, and in order for that experience that you went through to be beneficial, you have to learn. So you have to start something, you have to have a learning experience, then you have to grow from that learning experience, and then you have to try again. And you have to repeat that as many times as necessary. If you look at all these big corporations, if you look at Milton Hershey and Hershey Candy, do you think he got his chocolate formula right the first time? The Wright brothers, when they went to fly a plane, they didn't succeed the first time, but they never stopped. You know, when you look at the Apple products, you look at Microsoft products, Samsung, all these different things, they never got it right the first time. And technically, they still don't get it right because they continue to go in and give updates on things, but they give you a product and they continue to strive to be better than the previous one. And that's what they're doing. They're learning from the previous things that they did in order to make their products better. And that's what we have to do. It's not just business, it's personal too. We have to strive in everything that we do to make sure we're getting better. If for students, if you take a test and you don't get the grade that you want to get, are you going to stop taking tests? No, you're going to figure out what to do better next time to get a better grade. If a relationship doesn't work out the way you want it to work out, are you going to stop having relationships? No, you're going to figure out what happened in that relationship so that you don't make the same mistake in the next one. You know, jobs. If you don't get this job that you want, are you going to stop applying for jobs? No, you're going to keep going until you get the job that you want. So we have to continue to move forward in all the things that we do. Everything has to be a learning experience. Like I said, don't let your first time trying something be the last time. There has to be a next. And I want to note 2 great athletes. One I like, one I respect. Well, for me, think about it if he would have stopped. The one that I consider the GOAT, Michael Jordan. Think about his path to greatness, to his dopeness. He got cut from his high school basketball team. What if he would have gave up at that point in time and said, I'm not ever going to make the team again? Then the greatness or the dopeness that he is, we would have never known. But he kept striving. He learned and he grew. He learned and he grew. If you watch that documentary, when they lost to the Pistons, he learned and then he grew, because immediately they got back in the weight room because they realized they got outpowered by the Pistons. And he had the whole team in the weight room getting stronger, so it never happened again. And the last person, like I said, I respect him. Not my favorite player, but Tom Brady. Just retired. But Tom Brady was drafted in the 6th round of the NFL draft. And is basically the best quarterback ever. But he was drafted in the 6th round. He could have quit when he wasn't one of the first 2 rounds, but he never gave up. And once again, look at what he's done. All right. And now the third point I want to make is, don't let public opinion stop you. In this age of how many views do you have, how many likes do you have, that people are using that to determine their worth. Stop it. That is not determining your worth. I'll give you a good example. And we all do it. We have a friend that posts something on Instagram. We see that they post something. What do we immediately do? We like it. Why do we like it? Because they're our friend. And we're going to go in and give them their likes. We didn't read it. We didn't look at the picture. We didn't view the video, whatever it is. We just knew that person and we liked it. It's not saying that their content is good. We're saying that we like the person. We know nothing about what they posted, but we like it. Well, on the flip side, that person that you don't necessarily like, but for some reason you guys are following each other, they post something. What do? You do just the opposite. You look at their post, you read everything that they said. You may even read it 2 or 3 times. If they got a picture, you're taking it, you're zooming in on it to go in and start nitpicking. You have comments in your head about what they're doing. You don't put comments on the post, but you have comments in your head. And you continue to go through and look at it, you overanalyze it. But what's the one thing you don't do? You don't like it. It's not that the content isn't good. It's just simply because you don't like the person, maybe for that moment, that you don't like it. So we're basing our worth, our dopeness, based on whether or not somebody likes us at that moment. That's not it. Like this summit is talking about, you have to be your authentic self. Who are you? Do you like you? That's all that matters. It doesn't matter if somebody goes in and looks at your post and likes it. They look at a picture. You took a picture you thought was really dope and nobody liked it. So what? You thought it was dope. You posted it because you felt good at the moment. You don't need anybody to second your dopeness. It is all on you. Like I said, if you go back to the beginning of my story, when I was younger, I didn't need anybody's approval to go in and do what I was doing. But then I started thinking about what other people were thinking about me, and all of a sudden that changed my whole mentality. Well, I'm telling us right now, whether we're young, whether we're older, whatever it is, change your mentality again. You're dope no matter what anybody says. Remember, it's talking about you were born to be dope, which means dopeness is in you. You just simply have to let it out. You have to go in and live. I always like to tell people, walk in it. You know, if you believe in something, walk in it. If you believe you're dope, let me see you walk in your dopeness. You should walk with your shoulders back, head up, and a proud stride in your walk, because you know you're dope. And there's nothing that anybody can say or do that can take that away from you. So you have to walk in your dopeness. I look at one other point on this. I look at influencers on the internet. You know, they have all these likes, all these followers, all this stuff, which is fine, but they're creating a persona that is not them. They don't even like themselves. but this is what they think people want them to be. Guess what? They can easily be replaced. How? By finding somebody else, that sponsor that they have, they'll find somebody else that has more views, more likes, more followers than they do. But guess what people can't replace? Your dopeness. They can't replace the authentic you. So if somebody likes you, they're going to like you because of who you are. They're not going to like you because of what you have or what you're showing. If you're going to blow up being you, not an image of somebody else or something else. Be authentically you. And if you want to see a great example of this type of life, watch the movie. And once again, I'm not getting paid for this, but watch the movie Beyond the Lights. It is basically talking about somebody who is in the spotlight and is living this life that is not them and is miserable about it. But somebody comes along and helps them see their real self. It's a great movie. So I would definitely go in and take a look at that. Now, last thing I want to make, and then I'm going to wrap it up, is life. The road of life is full of forks in the road. You decide which direction you're going. Like right now, you're viewing this. You decided this morning when you got up, this Born to Be Dope Summit is on. Am I going to watch TV or am I going to tune into the Born to Be Dope Summit? Okay, I'm going to tune into the Born to Be Dope Summit. Guess what? From that point forward, that's the direction you're going in. There is no going back and changing that decision. Every fork in the road will only lead you forward, which means don't dwell on what has happened. It's good to look back at it and learn from it, but don't live there. You have to look forward to the opportunities that are ahead of you. You're always going to have forks in the road. You're always going to have to make decisions. But in making those decisions, stick by them. Yeah, it may not have been exactly turned out the way you wanted to, but once again, there's another fork. Make another decision. So in going in and living this life, make sure that you're living in your moment. Once again, those forks in the road, live them, deal with them. Every day you're making that decision. You're still watching me. Your fork in the road was, do I stop watching him or do I keep going? Or whatever it may be. Do I watch after him? Yes, you're going to make the decision to keep watching all the other speakers after me too, because this whole summit is dope. And I want to leave you with a set of lyrics from one of my favorite rappers. He's a Christian rapper. It's called The Truth. And in one of his, I think it was his first CD, and it may have been the beginning of the song, there's a little phrase that says, once your moment has passed, your moment's the past, and poof, dude, you can't revive it or hold it. What he's simply saying is, once that moment has passed, it's the past. There's nothing you can do. You can't bring it back. You can't revive it, and you can't hold on to it so it doesn't go anywhere. It's like time continues to move forward. So once again, once your moment has passed, the moment's the past. There's nothing you can do with it. Look forward to the opportunity that you have ahead of you. And once again, live your life dope because you were born that way. Thank you for your time. If you want to reach out to me, Words by Wimberly is where you can find me. Social media, my website, wordsbywimberly.com. In there is all my links. Or if you just search hashtag Words by Wimberly, it's me. Thank you for your time. Have a blessed rest of the day.
Michael, thank you so much for that, man. That was awesome. I appreciate that. Hopefully y'all taking notes and y'all ready to roll. So that was some powerful information there. So we're going to keep it moving. We are going to, oops, wrong button here. Let me just go ahead and do that. All right, so we're going to keep it moving. We are in it and ready to roll. So let's go. Our next presenter coming up is also, make sure we go. All right, there we go. Also, you'll be able to see her and hear more of her story featured in the Born to Be Dope film. But we are ready to bring on Dr. Okay, almost. Where'd she go? There we go. Dr. Elizabeth A. Carter. There we go. Welcome to Born to Be Dope Summit. How are you?
Good morning, everyone.
Wonderful. Good to see you again. Yeah, right. It sure. It's 11 o'clock here. It's close, but good to see you. So introduce yourself to our audience and what you're going to talk about today.
I am Dr. Elizabeth, aka Dr. E. Carter. I am a corporate executive, and I also have my own company called Appeal, where I equip women of color to really work on their visibility, being more vocal, add more value so that they can elevate their career. And one challenge we all have, especially as minorities, is imposter syndrome. And Brother Michael spoke a bit of that just a few minutes ago here, and I will continue that conversation.
Awesome. So listen, we are excited to get into it. We're not going to hold things up. We're going to let you go ahead and go for it. The floor is yours, Dr. E.
Thank you so much, Ryan. I appreciate that. Now, Mark Twain said, the two most important days in your life are the day you were born and the day you realize why. And I say that day of your why is your rebirth, where you were born to be dope. And that means you are destined. You are one of a kind. You are purposeful. You are exceptional. But I believe minorities like myself, it's hard to be dope working in corporate America. While studies say 70% of people experience imposter syndrome in their career, I think that for minorities, that number is higher than that. What happens with imposter syndrome is that it limits your confidence because you're always wondering why you got where you are, why you got the opportunity, because you think you don't deserve it. Today, I will share with you some of my experiences and some anti imposter syndrome remedies to help you today. Now, for me, one thing I was always doing throughout my life and had no clue it was part of imposter syndrome was perfectionism. And that's because I knew growing up, I always had to be the best because I looked different, talked different, had a different upbringing. And I knew in order to stand and be on my own and make sure I had opportunities, I had to be the best. How many of you had parents that said you had to be the best student, the best athlete, the best musician, the best worker? Yeah, I know that's probably a fair number of us. And when you think about it, Nelly has that song and he says, two is not a winner and three, nobody remembers. So you have to be number one. So for me, I always wanted to be number one. And in school, that was pretty easy. But when I got into the working world, everyone wanted to be the first or the number one, the one to get promoted, to one to have special opportunities. If you're an entrepreneur, the one to get that really important bid or contract or speaking engagement. And that competition was tough. Early in my career, I would make sure when I'm having a meeting, I was over prepared. I would make sure I had every answer to any question asked or not asked. I would harass my teammates for information and data, and they would be annoyed with me. I would then walk into meetings with my loose leaf book. And yeah, I know I'm aging myself. Now everything is digital on a laptop. But back in the day, we had paper and books. And I would walk in fully ready to answer any question. While my peers would walk in like empty handed, hands in their pocket, no paper, no pen, nothing. And when they were asked a question and they didn't know, it was fine. And they went on about the meeting. Meanwhile, when I had a question or was asked a question, if I didn't have the answer, I got a different response. One time I was in a meeting, the other person didn't know the answer and I did, so I helped the person out and responded. And I got ridiculed, saying, hey, you made him look bad. But is that my fault that I did my homework and he didn't? So from there, I started to shut down, stopped adding my input, only answered questions when directed toward me. And I started to see opportunities pass me by. My career was becoming slightly stifled. And when I moved into working in finance, perfectionism now looks like accuracy. The numbers have to be right, precise, must tie to the very penny, because it could be life or death. It could cost $1 or $1,000,000. But if the information was not right, there could be detriment to the project, even to the company or individuals. And that's scary. In that space, if I wasn't 1000% validated, I wasn't going to share any information for the fear of being fired, blacklisted, blackballed, my career would be over, wouldn't be able to go work for someone else because they knew what I had done at that particular company. Again, perfectionism was killing me and my career. And what I also started to see was my blood pressure go up, my cholesterol levels go up, the number on my scale go up. And this was literally killing me now because I'm now on different medications. I'm stressed. I can see the stress in my face. I feel it in my body. That wasn't a great way to live your life. But my rebirth came in June of 2016 when I was laid off. You would think that being laid off was traumatic, but for me, it was revitalizing. It was funny when my boss called me into her office several months before that. I swore I was going to get promoted. I thought she was going to hand me my elevation papers, but instead she handed me my termination papers. But at that moment in time, I said, you know what? The timing was right. It was time for me to shift, time for me to get past my imposter syndrome because I knew I was dope. And I wanted to be able to share my experiences, my knowledge, and the bruises with other women like myself so that they could get past their imposter syndrome. Now, many of you may not live in that world of perfectionism, but maybe you do have fear of failure, limiting doubts, thinking that where you are, somehow you got there by luck and not because you deserved it. Those are other symptoms of imposter syndrome. And we need to work to get past those. Let me share with you 2 suggestions that have helped me be able to, I won't say get rid of it, but recognize it and minimize it. Number 1 is stop putting so much pressure on yourself and lower your standards just a little. I know that my team probably hated me because I was always asking more questions, wanted them to dig more deeper. I wanted more context. I wanted the root and the guts of everything so that I was fully ammunition to have a conversation. And I know I irritated them. So if you worked for me and you're out there, I'm so sorry. Because you don't want to be that leader that no one wants to work for. Have you had that leader? Or were you that leader? So lower your standards a little, but everyone still needs a little stretch. We all are motivated to learn and grow. Don't make everything so easy that it's too simple and everyone gets comfortable. I would suggest that to you. And number 2, stop being so sensitive. The studies show that perfectionists have low self-esteem because they take everything very personally. And I can attest to that. Any comment, criticism that came my way, I felt it was a personal attack on my intelligence, my work product, my work effort, my character. And I didn't need to think that way. I even thought maybe there was a little bit of discrimination and racism in the tone in which I got some feedback. And I would go to bed with a headache and stress thinking about what they said and what they really meant. And meanwhile, they are home sleeping snug as a bug in their bed, not even worried about me. So I had to think about the fact that not everything is hurtful, but more helpful. And I take feedback based on the way it was sent to me and whether or not I find it useful. So I encourage you to consider that when you're thinking about perfectionism. And realistically, if it's the best at that one point in time, just go with it. You can fix it later, improve it later. We're always a work in progress. So I encourage you to take a little bit of pressure off yourself. Stop being so sensitive, and that will allow you to move forward and really garner your dopeness. And when I talk to my clients, as I'm helping them get past their imposter syndrome and elevate their career, I share those tips with them. And I have a gift for all of you. If you pull out your phone and text the word CARE, CARE, to the phone number 315 232 8137. That again is the word CARE, CARE, to the phone number 315 232 8137. I have some downloads for you. I will give you 7 tips to overcome imposter syndrome, 8 ways to supercharge your motivation because we need it, and 9 ways to elevate your career because we are all a work in progress and we need tools and information to grow our careers. And I have a bonus for you. I have a book coming out soon called Gaining Access to Getting Promoted in Corporate. In my book, I share 50 tips that will allow you to move up your corporate ladder. And today, my download will give you 10 of those 50 to get you started. I am here to serve everyone, but especially ambitious women of color because we know it is tough. We are suffering from imposter syndrome daily, and we are limiting our own opportunities because of it. I am Elizabeth, Dr. E. Carter. Please stay connected to me. I am on Instagram with the handle EACAAPPEAL. That's EAC, Appeal, 2 A's, 2 P's. That is my company, Appeal. I am excited to help you be dope, get past your limiting beliefs and gain your confidence and accelerate in your life. Thank you, Ryan. I appreciate the opportunity.
I'm sorry. So thank you all. Thank you, Dr. Elizabeth. We are excited about the information you share. For those who are watching, I told you we are bringing it today. So make sure you are following up with these presenters, connecting with them, and just taking advantage of these resources. Listen, we didn't bring this to you just so you can look and say, ooh, they were good. They gave some good information. That was great. We want you to change your life. We want you to go out there and be dope. We want you to take advantage of these resources and these professionals who are going to help you do what it is that you need to do to be unapologetically great at being you. So thank you so much, Dr. E. You are awesome. All right, so right now, next we are going to keep it moving. We're going to go to back down to Georgia. I think we got we got a couple people from Georgia today. But we've got coming up next is Miss Tamika Blythers. She's also one of our featured cast members from Born to Be Dope, the film that will come out tomorrow. So definitely want to keep tuned in to everything that's going on. But let's go to Miss Tamika Blythers. And she's going to take the stage.
Hello, I'm Tamika Blythers, and I'm going to be sharing with you Dopeness Defined, the authentic, bona fide essence of being dope. Now, in order to show up in the dope arena, there are several different things that you have to get straight in your life. I'm going to share those with you. Let's go ahead and get started. Think about the FDA. When the FDA starts the approval process for a particular drug, there are certain steps that the FDA takes the drug through. And so the first step is discovery and development. And then there's the preclinical research, and then the clinical research. And then after that, there's the drug review, and then post-market drug safety. So if you think about that, think about our lives and how we have to do discovery and development. All of those steps, they're almost a mirror image to what the FDA does to even qualify drugs. Think about this. The first thing that you want to do is Focus on who you are. Take the time out to look at the territory, your life, also the balance and the baggage that you have in your life. Know the difference between balance and baggage. One weighs you to the ground, and then one lifts you up. Remember, you want to lay aside every weight that so easily besets you. That's the first thing, the first most important thing that you have to do when you want to go into the dope arena. Second thing, value what you bring to the table. Never underestimate who you are and what you bring to the table, your expertise, your education, your experiences, because they are valuable. Third thing, master your craft and talents. You want to take time out to focus on who you are, value what you bring to the table, but definitely master your craft and talents. That means you're going to have to invest. You're going to have to create a team, TEAM, time, energy, attention, and money into your talents and into your crafts, because no one's going to know you like you. You have to master your crafts. Fourth ingredient to stepping into the dope arena is realize that comparison is the thief of all dreams. That's the reason why you want to master your craft and your talents, so you won't go around comparing yourself to other individuals. You won't go around devaluing what you bring to the table. Realize that comparison is the thief of all dreams, and we don't have time to waste. Fifth element that will help you to get into the dope arena. Don't let fear stop you from making the difficult decisions. Fear has two purposes. Fear can cause paralysis, or fear can catapult you to your next level. Use fear as that stepping stone to take you to the next level, where you can begin to look over into the dope arena. Number 6, seize every opportunity. When there's a door opening for you, seize it. When there's a window that's lifted up for you, seize it. Seize every opportunity. And with seizing that opportunity, you have to execute the plan. Execute your plan. Go after it. Pursue, pursue, pursue. So remember, you have to focus on who you are, value what you bring to the table, master your crafts and talents. Realize that comparison is the thief of dreams. No one can do things the way that you do. You have that specific DNA to get those things done. And definitely seize every opportunity. Gandhi said it best. He said, the future depends on what you do today. Once you begin to put these 6 elements into place, I guarantee you'll look up and you're going to find yourself in the dope arena. Once I started managing my life with these 6 elements, that's when I knew that I was dope. So when people ask me, Tamika, well, how do you know that you're dope? I know that I'm dope because I focused on who I am. I value what I bring to the table. I'm a lifelong learner, and I'm always mastering my craft and my talents. I don't compare myself to others, and I seize every opportunity that is presented to me. I look forward to you being in the dope arena also. And remember that you have the power. You have the power to show up in the dope arena. It's not going to magically happen with the magic wand. Yes, you have to put the work in, but I guarantee you, you will find yourself in the authentic, bona fide essence of being dope. I certainly do hope that you have enjoyed these elements of how to become dope. Reach out to me. My website is www.imtlblythers.com. You can find me on all social media platforms, TL Blythers, author, on Instagram, Facebook, and with LinkedIn, Tamika Blythers. I look forward to you stepping into the dope arena. Go ahead and get started.
So if you are, if you've been watching Born to Be Dope, and you're like, you know what, I like that. I have a message that I want to share. I want to be part of the next Born to Be Dope summit. You know, like I said yesterday, barring any unforeseen international catastrophes, we will be having a live Born to Be Dope summit next time. So it's going to be in August of 2022. So I can hear you now. Great. Give me a mic check. There we go. All right, give me 1 second. I'll bring you right on. All right, I don't know what happened, but we good. All right, so great. So if you are interested in being a part of the next Born to Be Dope summit, then we want you to go ahead to www.borntobedopesummit.com. Click the Apply to Speak button. You can fill out a questionnaire and schedule your audition for March. Coming in March, we're auditioning everyone to be part of the August live event. So definitely do that now. You can go to www.borntobedopesummit, apply to speak, and start that process. All right, so let's go ahead. We want to bring Lakia back on now that we can hear her. All right, I tell you what, I'm in the wrong business. I need to be in the tech business because clearly you got to know how to work this stuff. And if they decide we don't want to work today, you just at their will. So, but we are pushing because we are born to be dope. So, all right, let's go. Lakia, I want you to introduce yourself to our audience, and then we're going to turn it on over to you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Lakia Crutchfield. I am a growth mindset and communication expert using experiences, education to empower others.
Awesome. So, what do we have in store today? What are we looking forward to hearing from you about today?
Today, we're going to be talking about being dope unapologetically.
All right. I'm going to turn it over to you. The floor is yours, Lakia.
Thank you. So, guys, dope unapologetically, for me, dope is actually an acronym. And I love acronyms. For those that don't know, I used to be an educator. So that's something I think we all fell in love with. But dope means do it on purpose, excitedly. And when I say do it, it means live out loud. So here's the thing. What I've learned in my studies as a growth mindset and communication expert is that 70% of adults wear masks. I gave you that thinking pause because when you think about 70%, that means only 30% are showing up in our dopeness. For us, that means we've got to learn what our dopeness is. We've got to do it on purpose, excitedly. And I don't know about you, but I love sound. I love music. I love loudness because I have now learned to live out loud. But I want to show you all something really quick. And trust me, it is not my greatest moment, but I want to show you what I looked like before I was my dope self. And let me see, I think I got it. Here we go. Can you believe that this girl was once me? I see no dopeness, but what I do see is being what everybody else thought I should be and carrying the weight of the world on my shoulder. I think I'm doing this technology thing right.
You got it. We see you.
So now, guys, after seeing that and looking at me today with the color and the just the resilience that I had to learn a few lessons. So when I say dope, being do it on purpose excitedly, first of all, do it out loud. Live unbothered. Live unbothered by others and their opinions. Others and their opinions are what causes us to wear masks because we want to fit in to everybody else's group. We don't fit in everybody else's group, but we were not born to. We were born to be dope. So here's the thing. I want you to tap into what you enjoy. In order to be dope, it has to be authentic. So you got to tap into what you enjoy, and you also got to identify what makes you happy. If you do those two things, so many of us grow up without the parents that may have told us that we were the best, we were beautiful, we were handsome, we could do anything. There was nothing that we could not have, be, or do. There are individuals that didn't grow up knowing that. So they've been put in the box of the world and they try to fit in wherever they are. And that might not be the right place for them. I had to find my place in the world. So when we say do it out loud. Live unbothered. The second part of this, being dope, you've got to do it on purpose. What is your gift to the world? What would you do continually over and over again, whether you were paid or unpaid? That usually is your gift. That is what you bring to the table. And when you do this and you find your gift to the world and you use what you enjoy, you will then see it make others happy and it will change your life. Trust me, I found that out because I was born to be dope. Not only that, when we do it on purpose, we also talked about doing it excitedly, doing it with excitement, living instead of existing. So many people go to a regular 9 to 5, and I'm not knocking a regular 9 to 5 because we've got to have regular 9 to 5s in order to keep the world working. But it needs to be a 9 to 5, if that's your choice, that you enjoy, that you love doing, that you go to smiling every morning. If not, you're in the wrong place. When you see what you love change lives, it will change you forever. That's being dope. Now, here's the thing. When you do it on purpose, when you live out loud, when you do it excitedly, all of those percentages of adults wearing masks, the masks begin to come off. How do you know, Lakia? I'm glad you asked me. Because on May 10th, 2005, my mask broke. I used to wear the mask, but that day I lost someone that was very important to me. And at that moment was my mask coming off because I could no longer hide who I was, but I had to figure out who I was. Years later, I had the privilege of running into Mr. Portis. This man, you may not know, but he said something very touching to me, which helped me become dope. He said, live full and die empty. Blew me away because when he said that, it let me know that I'm not here just to exist. I'm here to share my dopeness with the world because the Bible tells us that we have all been given gifts. Gifts with an S. That means every last one of us have come here with dopeness on the inside that just needs to be discovered. I don't know about you, but I'm so thankful that I discovered my dopeness. And I am trying to live up to that saying that Mr. Portis gave me so long ago. It has stuck with me. Live full and die empty. I don't want to take any of my gifts to the grave. So when you are trying to be dope unapologetically, I want you to remember to do life out loud. Do it on purpose and do it excitedly because unapologetically should be your portion. That's what we bring to the world. Each and every one of us bring a unique gift. That's what makes us dope. Go live dope unapologetically.
keep forgetting to hit that button. I think she just dropped the mic on me virtually and just was like, I'm done. I'm like, oh, okay, great. Man, that was great. That was great. Lakia Crutchfield, ladies and gentlemen. Tell people how they can follow you and get some more of the Kia Chronicles.
I am Kia Chronicles on everything, but I am Chronicles with a K. That is the part that makes my name unique. My name is Lakia, so it's Kia, Chronicles with a K, KRONICLES. You can go to my website, which is KiaChronicles.com. I'm Kia Chronicles on Facebook, Instagram. I am on LinkedIn, of course, as Lakia Crutchfield, and Twitter. But basically everywhere, if you look up Kia Chronicles, you'll find me.
Thank you so much for joining us, and we look forward to working with you again real soon. Thank you. All right, y'all, we're gonna keep it moving. All right, so we have a powerhouse back to back. We got if you were starting a basketball team, I want to say the 96 Bulls, 98 Bulls, but I don't know what the WNBA version is, but at this point, it doesn't matter about which league, because these two women about to bring up next back to back are in a league of their own and are just doing some phenomenal things. So let me get the first one up, because this young lady, there we go. So let me bring up one of the most, how do I call it? I don't even know what I want to say about it. I just want to call her what she is, the webinar queen. The webinar queen. I'm trying to think of some things. I really, certain people I work with, I rocks with, I appreciate, I cheer for, I root for. So I was trying to think of something I could say that didn't make it feel awkward either. But look, but Dakisha, I appreciate you. Dakisha Williams, ladies and gentlemen, is known as the webinar queen, and we're going to talk about first of all, let me just welcome you, but we're going to talk about just how to take what you know and build that into some profitable webinars. So to Dakisha, welcome to Born to Be Dope. How are you?
Good morning. Mic check. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you. I can hear you. Yes,
okay,
indeed.
Cool. I'm like, I don't even know where to mute, camera, nothing, but I'm here and I'm ready. So thank you for allowing me to be on this platform.
I'm thankful to have you here, and like I said, you are in Richmond, Virginia, but like you're worldwide. You're doing some great things. So let's jump right in, and let's just start with why do we even call you the webinar queen? What's that about, and why you are such a proponent for people getting the webinar set up?
No, absolutely. And it's honestly a part of my story. And so August 24th, 2011, I went on leave of absence, and I'm still on leave of absence, # longest leave ever. And it really started with my daughter. At that point in time, she was 11, I think. And she said to me, "Mommy, you missed the first week of school 3 years in a row." And as a parent, that kind of like jabs you in your back. And it's like, what? Because you want to be the best parent that you possibly can be. And so we know that kids only have 2 times of the year of school that they like. It's the first week of school and the last week of school, right? So you mean to tell me that I'm missing one of the most important times of the school year? So I had to make a decision, and I wanted to be present and available to both of my children, who are now 16 and 22. So fast forward, when I left my job, when I left corporate America, I wasn't in a position where I could get on planes and do speaking gigs and, travel here. And that just wasn't in the marketing plan. That wasn't in the strategy for me. So I needed a platform. I needed a sales system that would help me generate revenue from the comfort of my home. And so I started teaching individuals probably in 2015 how to make $100,000 using webinars. And Ryan, I'm going to be honest with you, I wasn't even making $100,000 at that time. Okay. And the way my level of integrity is set up, I can't be out here teaching people how to make $100,000 and I'm not even making $1 from a webinar. And so we actually challenged ourselves to do 8 webinars in 30 days. And so y'all need to pay attention. Listen to this. We did 8 webinars. I did one on a Monday, one on a Wednesday, one the following Sunday, on another Thursday. It was the exact same webinar, right? We literally generated $15,000 in 21 days off of one webinar. And that was commission. So imagine if I was selling my own program, my own products, my own services, what I could have generated in that time frame. And honestly, it was that moment, Ryan. It was that particular moment that I knew that I was on to something.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah. Now people might be thinking, okay, well, what do I have to even say? What am I gonna make a webinar about? What for the person who's watching right now? We're talking about being dope, and hopefully by the end of this summit, they'll be able to tap into something that they know they can bring to the world. What will be the first step, or how will they know what they should do or put in a webinar?
Absolutely. Well, here's the thing too that people have to understand. Knowledge is the new currency. Okay. Knowledge. People will pay you more for what you know than what you do. And so if you can provide a transformation, a shortcut. So perfect example, it took me 4 years to build one complete funnel with upsells, downsells, one-time offers, email sequences, triggers, and all this techie stuff, right? It literally took me 4 years to get it perfect. And it's never really perfect because you always want to tweak it based on what's working. So what is it that you do that you know that if you had to do it with your eyes closed, you know that information would change someone's life? That is the information that you can actually offer as a product, a service. I mean, it really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter what industry you're in. And I teach this and I tell students all the time, because a lot of people say, well, I'm in real estate, I'm in network marketing, I'm in insurance, I'm a financial advisor. At the end of the day, we are in business to educate our client, right? We are in business to educate our ideal client. And so all business transactions start with the education. It is our responsibility to help our clients make an educated buying decision, right? So it doesn't matter if you're in the real estate industry, you can teach people what to expect in the buying process. You can drive that traffic to a webinar series on what to expect into buying a home. I used to be a mortgage loan officer. So there's so many questions that people have about the home buying process, about the book writing process, about content development process. I could go on. So it doesn't matter what industry you're in. It's the education and the knowledge that you have that can be packaged and can be sold. But here's the piece that people are missing. They don't understand that they don't have a sales system. Okay? So I see a lot of people doing Facebook Lives. I see a lot of people doing Reels. And that's great. That's the newest thing, right? That's hot. It's like sliced bread. And that's great. But where are you driving the traffic? What's your call to action? You're doing these Reels and you got 3,000 views and you got 15,000 views and you ain't sending them nowhere. So A, you're not generating leads. So that tells me that 9 times out of 10, you're probably not generating sales. I hope they came to learn today, Ryan.
They better get it.
Okay. So
I should have warned them.
You should have. That's what you probably should have said.
I'm sorry. I should have warned y'all. She gonna get you right.
Absolutely. So, but yeah, so like I was saying is at the end of the day, you have to have a call to action. You have to have a sales system. And so that's what the webinar platform is. A webinar is actually a lead generating system, and it's a sales system. So it's doing 2 things in your business simultaneously. And people do not look at it like that, because in order for you to get access to the information that I'm providing, in order to get access to this information, you had to do what? You had to pay with your information. You had to get your first name, your last name, your email address, and if you smart, y'all better be writing this down. You better get that phone number. You better get that phone number. That phone number is probably one of the most important pieces of information that you can collect. And here's why. Email, the open rate on email is only 18 to 20%. And 20% is good. 20% is good, right? But what's the click-through rate? It's 1 to 3%. It's only 1 to 3%. So if you have, y'all do the math, because I can't do the math right now. So if you got a list of 1,000 people and 20% is going to open, what is that, 200? And then you're only going to get 1 to 3%? And then you're wondering why you're not getting the results that you want or in your business. No, if you layer on a text messaging system, text messages are read 95% of the time within 3 to 5 minutes. So this is why I tell people it's very important for you to collect the telephone number and then collect the email address as well. And then the other piece about it, and then I'm gonna close on how to collect 200 plus leads and make $100,000 in the next. You can do it in the next 90 days. So, the first thing is people have to understand that when we buy, regardless of what it is, it's a journey, right? And it's 3 stages to this journey, and it's awareness, consideration, and conversion. Awareness, consideration, and conversion. So I use live stream for awareness, and I use webinars for conversion. Period, point blank. So awareness, like I said earlier, if you're doing your reels, I'm about to help somebody. If you're doing your reels, right, that's an awareness strategy. Here's what I need you to do. I need you to have a call to action, because once you have a call to action and they input their information into the system, you just took them from awareness to consideration. That person is actually interested in the products and services that you provide, whether you know it or not. They can stay on your list for 6 months to 3 years, but when they are ready, they will buy. You just have to nurture them. And so once they move to the consideration phase, because now they're on your email list, now they're in your Facebook group, you've driven that traffic somewhere. Now it's up to you to continually educate them using the webinar sales system and to invite them into your updated, your program, your products, your services, right? Because you can't make a sale without an offer. You can't make a sale if you don't have an offer. And a lot of us are afraid to make the offer. I'm just trying to teach. I'm just trying to help somebody. So on the back end is your conversion system. Awareness, consideration, and conversion. And then the last thing, I don't know if you got any more questions, but the last thing.
I'm gonna let you go. You do your thing, girl.
The last thing I want to tell you, I'm gonna help somebody generate 200 plus leads, okay? And it's I'm gonna say it's super easy. It really is if you focus, because what you focus on expands. And so if you're really focused on generating 200 plus leads or having your first 20K month, your first 10K month, I'm gonna show you how really easy it can be, like honestly speaking. So imagine if you did one webinar per week for the next 12 weeks. That's all I ask. And your goal is to get 30 people to show up live. A lot of people think that the average webinar has 2,000 guests on it. Well, I'm here to tell you that that's not true. It's really only the top 1% of influencers who have over 2,000 users or 2,000 participants on any given webinar. And so I want you to think about this. I want you to focus for the next 12 weeks to do one webinar a week and the exact same webinar. And your goal is to get 30 people under the sound of your voice. Now, if you're just an average salesperson can convert at 10%. Now, my conversion rate is like 33 to 40%. You know, it's higher when we're live at an event. So let's just say you do 10%. That's 3 sales per week. I hope somebody is writing this down. What is the price point of your product? Whatever platform you're in, you can type it in the chat. So let's just say, for the sake of easy numbers, that your price point is $9.97. That's $3,000 a week that you generate in sales minimum. The last time I checked, 3 times 4 is 12, right? Am I right? Mm-hmm. The last time I checked, 3 times 4 is 12. So if you do this one process every week, 30 people, you close 3 sales. Is that $12,000 a month? I think that's $12,000 a month. And here's what I'm gonna tell you: one program will change your life if you let it. That's all you need. You don't need to have 6 to 7 different offers. Literally, one webinar, one program, 30 people, 3 sales, $1,000 is $12,000 a month. And if you want to, if you want to be a go-getter, you want to be aggressive, you want to double that. I tell people to do 2 a week. Why not? What else you doing? I mean, we in business. Do 2 a week. That's 60 leads a week. Like that's 60. Now you're doing 6 sales. That's $6,000. That's $24,000. And so you wondering why you haven't made it to 6 figures? You have to have the right processes. You have to have the right systems in place. So, listen, that is like one of the easiest paths to a 6-figure business.
You know, that's why I was so adamant over getting you on here with us, because you break it down so simple, and like you said, so many people who I think we believe that you have to have so much. Like if I don't have 200 people on my webinar, then it wasn't successful. But I think part of that is because, like you said, they think that I'm gonna do this one webinar, everybody's gonna buy my $5,000 product from that one webinar, and that's it. But you laid out so well the system, the flow of what how things people should go through your funnel, you know, your nurturing system. So once they go to the webinar, you know, you may have people in your webinar who may not jump into business right away, but you now have them so that you can continue to build and nurture with them. So that's so great. One thing I do want to talk about, ask you about before I let you go, is talk about the difference in the because you talk about the webinars. You got a lot of webinars. We out there doing it every day. Somebody's going to find some reason why they can't do. They don't have 1 hour a week to go and sit in front of a camera and do a webinar. But you are not just the queen of the live, but you know how to do the automated too. So give us some tips or secrets on how to set that up. And I know, and then tell us about the big event you got coming up in April.
Absolutely. So once I figured out and once I mastered how to do live webinars, what we did was we partnered with a company called Easy Webinar. Shameless plug, what's up? But with Casey Zeman with Easy Webinar, and they have a system that allows you to automate it. And so what I love about it, and actually I just got feedback on it, I take my live webinars and I automate them. So my energy is still the same. And so it almost appears as if it's a live event. And you can run this webinar multiple times throughout the day, or you can set it at a specific time. And I absolutely love to do these on the weekends, because if you guys don't know, both of my kids are very active in sports. So I like to make #sideline money. So if I know that we have an event coming up, I'm going to promote a webinar during that event. And sometimes I do it just to prove a point, just to make sure that the process still works. And so it's an absolute pleasure and excitement when I'm at a meet or I'm at a football game and I get a PayPal notification, a payment receipt, or if I get a Stripe notification that someone just enrolled into my program. And so that's one of the things that people don't understand, is that you can automate your sales process, and you can actually eliminate some of your sales calls by putting in an automated webinar sales system. And then all you're doing is generating traffic to the front end of this system, and they're going through your process. They're going through your sequences of activities, and then they are going to either make a purchase or they're not. And the next level is when you're really ready to take it to the next step, is you get to have this killer follow-up system in place. Because one of the things that I know is that 80% of people are not going to follow up with leads. That's just in any industry. And so you have to make between 8 to 10 contacts with a person before they actually make a buying decision. And so one of those contacts could be your webinar presentation. It could be your email. It could be your live stream. But again, it's where the sale takes place. And so sometimes people have to see it consistently over and over and over again before they are actually really ready to make that purchase. And so I strongly encourage you to at least get 100 eyes on your live webinar to make sure that it's converting before you move over to an automated webinar. So that's kind of my piece on the automated webinar. And so we actually are going to be having both Ryan and Taria coming to Richmond, Virginia, April the 8th and the 9th for a live event called Get Ish Done Live. Y'all know idea plus implementation equals income. So we are coming to implement on some of the strategies to help you have 10K, 20K, months. And so we actually have Ryan coming to talk about how to take your your knowledge, your expertise into courses. Taria's going to teach you how to take your expertise and make 10K with books. I even have someone that's going to help y'all find funding for your business. Like, I was excited to land someone here she's actually a lender. So let me tell y'all, if you know, like I know, you better bring your documents with you, okay? Or put them on a jump drive, and you can turn them in, because she's an actual lender who reviews the files, and she's going to tell you the opportunities for business funding, for marketing, for payroll, for operation extensions. Like, it's going to be crazy. So I'd go to getitchdonelive.com to grab your ticket. I'm excited. I'm so excited that both you and Taria say yes. So I think that's my time.
Man, that was perfect. I didn't even know Taria was coming, so I'm excited, double excited now. So that was great. It's funny because I'm not gonna say that on air, but yeah, that's great. So, but yeah, so can't wait for that. And just make sure you all follow Takesha. I'm not sure if you gave out the there we go. All right, great, wonderful. All right, thank you so much, Takesha. You were wonderful, and we'll see you real soon.
Bye, guys. Have a good one.
All right, so listen, y'all know who's coming up next. So let me just get this thing set up, because we didn't teased it 2 or 3 times already. So here we go. Let me bring on Taria Vision Avant to the Born to Be Dope Summit. How are you?
I am doing amazing. How are you doing today?
Well, I'm amazing in spite of. So it's been a rough day, but yes, we are pressing through, and I just thank everybody. So I'm amazing. I feel great. But yes, we're going to jump right in, because I don't know if I told you, are one of my favorite souls and spirits to be around, because you cannot be around Taria Avant and not smile and not just be like, yeah, she's doing it. So pleasure to have you here. So glad we were able to connect. Hampton sister, so a Hamptonian as well. So we try to keep Hampton on deck for everything we can, but definitely. But Taria is the queen of book prophets. So is it the book prophet and queen? I always forget which order it goes in. I don't mess up anybody's moniker.
Matter.
I don't mess up anybody's moniker.
They all the same.
She said, as long as you remember it's queen, that's all that matter, right? That's important. As long as you get the queen part right, that's me. Right, but Taria is just moving and shaking and doing some phenomenal things in the book space. And I know you might be like, well, Ryan, you do books. Why would you have somebody on here who's doing books? Well, because, and she'll even share this, I'm sure, that I believe in an abundant mentality. There's enough for everyone out here, and we're not competition, we're collaborators. So I definitely am excited about what she does. And quite honestly, I'm moving on to something else. So shoot. So I'm like, when I see someone who's doing it, well, I need to do it. She's rocking and rolling. But so definitely excited about having her. She is also one of our featured cast members in the Born to Be Dope film that we're going to premiere tomorrow. And I tell you, she stole the show. I'm gonna put it to you that she might just stole the show in that film. But listen, Taria, I want to talk to you about the book thing, because I 9 out of 10 people who I meet want to write a book. The 10th person probably already wrote one, but they want to write a book. And so I want to talk to you, because we're not just talking about how to write a book. I think that I know in my experience, and I know I'm pretty confident in yours as well, we've met enough people who can write a book. But writing a book is really just the beginning. We want to talk about how to profit and make money from your book. And that's where you come in. So I want to first start, we'll ask you about how did this become your lane? How did this become your bag that, you became the queen of book profits?
Oh, absolutely. So I thought I was doing a presentation, but this is fine too.
I'm going to give it to you. Oh, no, you going, okay. Don't take your presentation away. I just want to set it up first.
Because I answered, I could take one question and literally turn it into a 15-minute answer. So, because I love what I do. So I just want to make sure. But the way that I came the queen of book profiting. So what I was seeing back in 2012, I got into, let's go further. 2009, after moving to Atlanta, Georgia, to start my journey of no longer being a tripreneur, but an entrepreneur. Because prior to that, for 10 years, I was really good at trying stuff. I tried everything under the sun, but I would quit. everything under the sun. So I moved to Atlanta to start my journey. I ended up getting into the industry of network marketing. And long story short, it is an industry where 97% of most people that actually get in, it is said that they will not have any kind of success. Well, praise God, I happen to be one of the top income earners in the industry. I was in one company where, I became a diamond, I think it was diamond president, it was called Artists International. We had no idea what we were doing, we were just out here hustling. And then I got into another company where we were selling coffee. Funny enough, I still drink the same, I drink the coffee. I became a diamond in that company as well. And I learned one thing, that even though I was still having success, there was still a large population of people who did not really see network marketing as business, right? And long story short, I sat down with this guy who was a lawyer, and he was doing great things. I was doing great things. But when I told him I was a network marketing child, you would have thought I told him, man, I was selling illegal products. Okay, dope. Right? And so I said, oh, he don't respect me as an entrepreneur. And that's when I decided to write a book. So this is not my first book that I wrote, but I wrote the book, right? And the book made me an authority figure. It kind of gave me like a prefix to my name of, oh, she knows what she's talking about. So I didn't realize it, because the whole time I never wanted to write a book, because, like I saw people saying they were writing their books, because I know that I haven't lived like the most that I'm going to live in my life. Like Oprah hasn't even called me yet on the phone. Like, she don't know me by first name yet. So it's like, it's not time to write a biography. And ironically, in my mind, I thought writing a book meant writing a biography, even though I had been plugged into so many self-help books. Well, when he did that, it immediately triggered something in me. Like, what can I do to gain respect with people who won't see the industry based off of what they heard from other people? I wrote a book. Immediately, the door started opening up. So then I get into this space where I'm now being invited to speak to all these different, on all these different platforms. Can you come to this real estate event and talk about goal setting? Can you come to this bridal event and talk about goal setting? Can you come to a BNI meeting and talk about goal setting? Because I talked about goal setting in the book. And so I was like, wow, now I'm able to lead and brand myself as an expert in the space of business. And what was happening is people were like, well, Taria, can you coach me? Well, at the time, because I was building my network marketing business, I said, listen, well, if you want me to coach you, you have to join my company. And it was working. Like, people were really enrolling into the company so that they could be coached by me. Now, long story short, I'm going to say that a lot, by the way. What happened was, I knew that the industry of network marketing was a stepping stone for me. I knew that it was not going to be my final resting place. I knew that it was time for me to move on to what was next. And for me, what was next was teaching and coaching. I mean, for as long as I can remember, when I was younger, they used to say I was being bossy child, but I was not being bossy. I just didn't know how to, properly teach. I just would tell everybody what I thought that they needed to do. So, I've just learned how to get a little bit better at it. And I get into the coaching space and I figure out, okay, well, what's the transformation that I want to provide? Now, through this journey, it's been a journey of self-development and revelation, shall I say. A lot of people confuse me with the fact saying that, like, my purpose is teaching people to write books. That's not my purpose in this world. My purpose is so much bigger than that. But currently at this point, the vehicle that I use is books. Okay. I need us to understand the difference of the two, because many of us that get into the space of entrepreneurship, we're out here telling everybody our purpose, and the purpose is just a bit too deep for people right now who need surface level transformation. And so my specific transformation at this time is books. But what I started noticing is that we had all these people writing books. It was really good. We were doing great. And I'd go back to check their accounts or check their social media chat. They talk about something else. They're doing something else, not selling no books, not making any money. And I know the reason why they're doing something else is because they're not making money. Like, think about it. If you're making money doing something that you love doing, are you going to keep doing all these different businesses that require your time? No. And so I realized that what was happening is many authors, number one, just like what you were talking about yesterday, they thought this book was going to be the $1 million product. No, right? And I saw you talking about creating your courses, which everybody needs to have a course, because people will, there's literally someone right now making money with people teaching. There's somebody that is teaching people how to organize their house better, and they're making millions. Like, we get too deep with trying to figure out what to coach on. That's another conversation. And so I said, okay, how can I now not only help people write books, because just like you said, we're kind of in the same space, but book writing, that's not all I do. In fact, I tell people I'm not a publisher. We happen to have a system, yes, where we teach you how to write a book, write the right book. But outside of that, I am the queen of book profiting because I teach you how to turn your book into multiple streams of income. I teach you how to leverage your book, teaching you about promotion, profiting, and performance. It's so much more, but you first got to have the right book. And so now that's my mission. My mission now is to help this year 1,000 authors generate over $10,000 plus per month. And we are definitely on track to be able to get that.
1,000 authors, 10,000 per month. If you aren't one of those authors, if you have a book idea, and you're looking to do that, I mean, this is the woman to call. If you're not doing, even if you already have a book that you've written and you're not hitting those numbers, one of the best things about being self-published is that you can always reissue your book, right? You can flip it up, reissue it again, and it's still brand new. So you weren't joking about taking one question, so I'm going to go ahead, but I do want to give you the rest. I want to give you the floor to go ahead and do your thing, and just share some more insight with folks on what you do or what you have prepared and how they can work with you as well.
Okay, awesome.
Don't worry about the time. You go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna push it. Well, now that I got my intro, I can kind of get out the way. But let me make sure I can share my screen because I'm gonna share my screen. Can I? Okay.
Top right corner. There you go.
Can you see it?
Yep, I see. Yes, I see our. Black. There we go. I see the Born to Be Dope. Okay.
Yeah. Hold on one second.
Okay, so we do see your screen, so you're good whenever you get what you need.
All right. Hold on a sec, y'all. Okay, great. Okay, I just want to make sure that everybody can see. So do me a favor, everybody, if you can't see my screen, because I am looking in the Facebook group, because I'm going to do something really, really special for everybody that's currently watching in the conference Facebook group. So you have to register, go to Born to Be Dope Summit, and then you'll get a link that says join the Facebook group, and that's where you'll be able to actually get some different information. So I am not going to go into full detail of my whole intro, but I did come up with an acronym because I heard everybody using some really cool sayings. And so I was like, well, I'm going to come up with an acronym too. I'm going to come up with a saying too. And so what does dope mean to me? And I was thinking about just some of the challenges that you've been dealing with on today, Ryan. And so when it says deciding to only participate in excellence, excellence don't mean perfect. Excellence doesn't mean that behind the scenes it's not challenges going on. Excellence doesn't mean that, when we make a decision to do something that everything is going to go exactly according to plan. Excellence means that when challenges show up, you don't give up. When you maybe make a mistake, you keep pushing forward, because trust and believe there's going to be mistakes made. Guys, I make mistakes all the time. You know why? Because God made me bleed. He made me human. And so I believe that dope is deciding to only participate, only to participate in excellence. And excellence, again, does not mean perfect. All right? Now, today, we're going to be talking about a couple of things. Number one, we're going to talk about why 80% of authors actually stay broke. We're going to talk about how to write the right book. And we're going to talk to you guys about generating the $10,000 plus book. Okay? So I'm super excited about that. And for everybody that is watching and you are in the Facebook group, right? You got to join the Facebook group if you want to learn how to get this giveaway, okay? So you have to register for the conference, and then it's going to take you to the Facebook group. I'm going to be giving you guys an all-inclusive vacation. Ladies and gentlemen, all you have to do to participate in this vacation is hold on, I see all my stuff is in the way. Okay. All you have to do to participate in this all-inclusive vacation is you need to make sure that you go and find the instructions in the Facebook group. I put a post that looks very similar to this in the group and tells you what you need to do. Now, can I be honest, y'all? All my dope people, y'all, the reason why a large majority of us, there's a challenge with getting to that next level is because sometimes we skip the important steps. And so, like, I'll put a flyer out that'll tell you what to do, 1, 2, 3, and it'll say what time, and people will be like, what time does it start? Y'all, please, 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 as a people, we got to get better at making sure that we pay attention to the instructions. So I give you instruction, On top of that, I'm going to give you some additional detail of getting to $10,000 per month because I don't have enough time, of course, to give it all to you today. Now, do me a favor because I do know we have a few people that are watching the live here in the Facebook group. I appreciate you. Type in the chat space what it is that you do. I always like to get a chance to connect with other people, see who do you serve, how do you serve them, because I believe that every single one of us, if we learn how to properly introduce ourselves and also take advantage of opportunities like this, you never know who you could meet. So everybody type into the chat space. For those watching in the Facebook group, if you're watching the video, type. And let me see, I know we have some people that are live. I can't. I was going to see if I can click to see who's live. So do me a favor and type into the chat group. Now, I already told you a little bit about myself. And as Ryan said, yes, I am a graduate from Hampton University. I won't go into the full detail because we don't have a lot of time. But y'all heard my story of how I decided to become an author and how being an author has absolutely revolutionized the way that I do business. Okay? Now, one thing I will tell you is this, guys. I never wrote a book to sell the book. So when I decided to become an author, I never wrote the book so that I could be, selling my book, right? I wrote it because I wanted to leverage my book to build my business, right? So let me shout out those of you who are typing in the chat space. Victoria, Kareem, I see you guys. Lakia, hello. Dominique, Tanika. So those of you, make sure that you introduce yourself into the chat space as well, because of course I love to interact if I can. Been blessed to be in a space of helping more than 5,000 plus speakers, coaches, and network marketers to become authors. And as you guys heard, my goal now is helping you guys to generate that bag. Now, here's why I believe that you, as an entrepreneur, should write a book. Number one is if you are a business owner, being an author allows you to be the expert in that space. Now, this is the thing. Please understand, whatever your product or service is, you must understand it's not the product that people buy. Hey, Nicole, I see you, girl, typing in the chat. I love it. It's not the product that people buy. It's the transformation they want. When I go get my hair done, I don't go get my hair done just because you're a stylist. See, the reason why, even after I have moved back here to Atlanta, that I still go to Houston to get my hair done is because of the transformation she provides. And so if you're selling a product or service, understand it's what they're looking for is what that product does for them, what that service does. So when you write a book, you should write a book about the transformation. For example, let's say you're a massage therapist. Hey, Kim, what's going on, lovely? Let's say that you are a massage therapist. Well, massages is that's not the transformation, that's the service. And so what you do is you help people to reduce their stress. You help busy entrepreneurs reduce their stress. So now you write a book about reducing your stress, which allows you to get into spaces that before maybe you wouldn't have gotten into because you were so busy telling people I'm just a massage therapist versus telling them about the transformation. So when you're building a business, learning how to leverage your book and share your book in a way that connects to the transformation will help you to grow. Number two, speaking. If you want to be on more stages, you want to be in front of more people, you got to be an author. I've never in my life ever seen a 6 and 7 figure, specifically 7-figure speaker, whether they be motivational, educational, pitching, or whatever. I've never seen a speaker who did not have a book. And another thing I've come to learn is that many of these 7-figure speakers, they've got multiple books. They write books to write more books. I went to this conference that I was speaking at a couple of weeks ago called the I Believe Conference. And guess who was there, y'all? John C. Maxwell Chow. And John C. Maxwell got up there on that stage, honey, and he said that he's working on the 26th edition of the 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership. Hey, Lucille, what's going on, my love? 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership. You must understand 26th edition. Some of us been sitting on our first edition for the past 5 years. Y'all, do you understand that in this world, the way that we do business today is not even the same way that we did business back in 2019? So we must understand that when you become an author, you become an expert in a specific space if you write it right. And if you really understand the power behind that, you don't just finish it and just write one book, Chad. You got to keep writing it. Now, as a speaker, the great thing is that it also offers you additional opportunities. There may be some times when people can't pay you to speak. but they will buy your books. I know many of my students, they actually are pitching themselves to organizations, colleges, things of that nature, and they don't really have money to pay you to speak, but they do have money for educational materials. Well, I can't go into too much, but that's enough. I'm gonna give you a little bit of that, okay? And then number 3, to build influence. I mean, let me tell you something. I got a book that says, the title is called The 10K Book, How to Turn the Right Book into a 5-Figure Business. That makes me automatically qualified to teach you how to do that. Now, just like Keisha said, out of integrity though, y'all, I can't get up here and tell y'all that I'm going to teach you how to make a book that's going to help you to generate over $10,000 a month and not do it. So you write a book that opens the doors, but baby, when you get on that stage, if you really don't know how to do what you say you know how to do, they're going to find you out. So just make sure that it's connected to something you know how to do. But by the way, can I just add this real quick, y'all? A lot of times we think that I've got to be able to help people to make 6 figures or 7 figures, or I'm not qualified to talk about making money until I get to a certain level. Well, do you know there are people right now who just want to learn how to make an excess of $500? And so that means that if you know how to do that, you're qualified. Like, let's stop getting confused with social media and allowing social media to make us feel like we got to be at a certain level before we qualify. Baby, do you got 10 customers? Do you know somebody out there right now saying, how can I get my first 10 customers? So it builds influence, but learning how to niche down your space of influence is where you need to be. Now, 80% of authors, they make less than $10,000 per year. I saw Ryan talk about this yesterday. In fact, the average author never sells more than 250 copies of their book. Y'all, I wrote my very first book back in 2012. That book today still sells. It's still one of my top selling books. And the reason is because of these 4 things. Number 1, many authors, by the way, I don't know about you, but can y'all live off of $10,000 a year? I mean, I see Nicole up here. What'd you say, Ryan? Can you live
ain't no way.
Ain't no way, right? And listen, I mean, granted, if we had to, we could go live in a tent, because that's what you're going to be doing with $10,000 a year. So, and I know that many of you guys never became an author with the intention of only making $10,000 a year, right? So how do we get past that? Number 1, you got to figure out the purpose of your book. So remember, when I told you guys before, I sat down with that lawyer. He respected my authority up in this space. So I wrote a book so that I could build influence. But I also wrote that book to use it as a recruiting tool. So at the time, I was still in network marketing. So the purpose of that book was to recruit more people into my business. Did you figure out what the purpose of your book was going to do? Because if your purpose of your book was only for people to buy it, then that's exactly what's going to happen. And what many authors don't focus on is thinking about the end in mind. A person that buys a book in the self-help space, how-to, instructional-based type area, they're not really buying that book because they want to just read it. The people that buy books because they just like reading are the people who buy fictional type books. But I'm talking to my business owners here. I'm talking to my speakers. I'm talking to my coaches. The reason why they buy a how-to book is because they want the results that the book is promising. And so you've got to make sure that you understand that, because where you won't offer the results, where you're not offering the results, guess what's going to happen? Somebody else will, and they're going to take your money. Everybody type this into the chat. I want my money. Hey, Tiandra, what's going on? That's one of our elite publishers in the house. Everybody type this in the chat. I want my money. I want my money. Number 2, not knowing who your audience is. I don't have enough time to get into it, y'all, but everybody is not your audience. So if you're saying I serve all people, you must understand that everybody, even those of you watching this live right now, you all are dealing with different experiences. You have different challenges. You have a lot of things that are taking place in your life that may not qualify you to work with me. Hello? Ryan says, I want my money. Victoria, Lucille, Juanita says, I want my money. Elizabeth, I want my money. Y'all stop giving y'all money to other people because you ain't created a plan, a purpose. Number 3, marketing. Me and Dakisha was talking about this the other day. I love my girl, Dakisha C. Williams. Y'all, branding and marketing is not the same thing. Having great, great covers, because I know we spend money getting these beautiful covers done, shall we? They did this little book tour, shall we? and don't let me disrespect you by saying little to little, because I don't want nobody to ever feel like anything that you do as far as effort is little, because it is not. So I rebuke that word. What I do want you to understand is that majority of most people won't even do the work. And so the fact that you're doing the work is a big deal, but you must understand marketing. Marketing is not posting on your social media the same flyer over and over again. Marketing is not getting influencers to be a part of your conference thinking that they're going to promote to their network for free. I need y'all to understand marketing requires investing. Marketing requires messaging. Marketing requires ads. If you want your book to sell, baby, how many people have you messaged today telling them about your book? How many people, how many podcasts have you pitched yourself to so that you can get on there to talk about your book? How many conferences have you reached out to, people that are hosting conferences? See, this is the challenge that we have. We're sitting waiting for someone to say, hey, Nicole, you're great. Come speak here. And I'm here to let you guys know, nobody is coming to save us. We have to make a declaration on today that I'm going to save myself, that I deserve to be on that stage, that I am worthy of you hearing my information. But social media, y'all, got us confused. We think if I just post this enough time to the same people who ain't bought in the first place, child, then maybe one day they'll buy. Stop it. That is not marketing. And I'm here to help you guys. I want to show you guys how to properly market your books, market your programs, market your brand for success. And then number 4, only focusing on book sales. Guys, there is no money in just selling books. In fact, I always like to say book money is no money. Everybody type that in the chat space. Book money is no money. If you're only focusing on selling of your book, y'all, you know how little that is? Think about it. How many books do you need to sell a month to make $10,000 versus how many books, if you get 20% of the people who buy your book, they'll upgrade to your higher product or package. That means that if you focus on maybe selling to 50 people versus 200 and something people every month, and you convert them to buy your coaching program, y'all, it's so much more easier. See, think about it. Let's be real. One of the top selling books that came out within the past couple of years was the biography of First Lady Michelle Obama. Hands down, most of y'all probably got her book, and some of y'all ain't, well, majority of y'all ain't even cracked that book open, right? Now, is it safe to say that that book is still not selling or is not selling the way that it sold when it first came out? Of course, it's safe to say that. And so where we mess up is we think in our mind, every single month, I'm going to get 10,000 people buying my book. Or every single month, 100 people going to be buying my book. Y'all, it's so much more easier to leverage your book, sell more, or make sure that you get qualified people with your book in their hands, whether you gave them the book or they earned the book in another way, qualified people so that you can be able to leverage that to the next phase. Now, how to write the right book. You got to have a purpose for your book. You got to know who this book is for. How is it going to transform their lives, things of that nature. You got to set goals. Guys, you got to set some goals for this book. You must know how many clients and customers do you plan to get from this book. You must know, as a result of someone reading the book, what's going to be the next step. That is a goal for the book. If you read a book by Lisa Nichols, I bet you in the introduction, within the first couple of lines, child, she's going to tell you that there's another product coming up, or the people that come to my summit. Why do you think that speakers do that? When they get on a stage, or when you're reading their book and they say, at my Forever Impact Life Summit, because they're subconsciously letting you know there's another step. You must do that in your books as well, right? And then number 3, outline. So I wish I could go into much detail. I don't have enough time. You got 7 to 10 chapters, 4 to 6 subchapters. There is a reason why I break it down like this, because you want it to look good aesthetically. People don't want to read long books anymore. 300-page books are a thing of the past. You want 100 pages to 150, and following that outline will get you there, okay? Now, if you are an author, I just want to commend you guys, because 97% of most people who want to write a book never will. If I had time, I would go into this, but this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to hook y'all up. I will go over these 8 things that your book should do and or be. I'm going to hook y'all up with some good stuff, as well as how to generate a $10,000 a month book. Now, listen, just in the little bit of time that I've been with you guys, have you received some value? If you've received just a little bit of value, please type into the chat space. I just want to confirm and make sure I'm doing what God has called me to do. And that's to be able to impact and empower our people. If it's good, just type yes, because I want to give you guys more. I want to be able to help y'all out with some more value. Show you how to generate your book and turn it into multiple streams so that you're not overworked and underpaid. And the great thing is Ryan gonna help y'all out with creating y'all course. So I'm going to show you how to break it down into 4 main items. And then, because I don't teach you how to create a course, but what I will teach you guys is how to promote your book. I will teach you how to get your book in front of the right audiences. I will teach you how to create what I call a success funnel that will allow you to work less and make more. See, we out here thinking that, oh, the average millionaire has 7 streams of income. But let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen, just because they say 7 streams don't mean they say 7 businesses. And majority of most millionaires that do have multiple businesses, they're passively running them. So we need to know how to be able to generate a success funnel that allows us to work less, make more, and be able to really, honestly, dominate in our space. So I'm going to give y'all something, okay? This is what you got to do. There is a post in the Facebook group. So you first got to register for the Born to Be Dope Summit, okay? You got to register for the summit. When you register on the page, it's then going to give you a link that says go to the Facebook group. When you go to the Facebook group, you're going to see a post that looks just like this. Not only am I going to give you a voucher for an all-inclusive vacation, because Lord knows we need it. Now, this is what you got to do. With the vacation, all you got to do is pay the taxes on it. And I promise it's all inclusive. You don't got to sit down for any kind of, presentation and none of that type of stuff. You got to do none of that. You're just going to register and get it. Also, I'm going to teach you how to be able to take advantage and do something like this for your own business. So on top of me giving you this free virtual work voucher, this is one of the things that I have used several years. When I was in network marketing from 2000 and when we started using this, like 2011, we started using these free vouchers to get people to show up to our events. I use these vouchers. They have so many different vouchers that are available that can get people to come to your workshops and make it an incentive. You can even incentivize if you buy a copy of my book, I'm going to also give you a voucher. People like to get that incentivization, okay? People like incentives. And so I'm going to not only show you how to, I'm going to get you this resort for you. I'm going to show you how to do it for your clients. And I'm going to give you a bigger breakdown on this training that I had to get through. Okay. I think that's my time. So this is what you got to do, y'all. You got to go to the Facebook page and it's going to tell you what to do. I'm going to give you access to this voucher as well as everything else. Y'all, it has been a privilege and a pleasure. As I told Ryan, I love what I do. This has been a blessing to be in a space where I can be able to educate speakers, coaches, and network marketers on how to be able to get to that bag, okay? And so thank you so much for allowing me to be here, and I will go ahead and pass the mic back to you.
Man, I'm telling you, I told y'all I should have given y'all a better warning. I think I undersold that last 35, 45 minutes with Keisha and Tafria, but I'm telling you, if they were wrestlers, they'd be tag team champions. I keep making these sport comparisons, but understand these two women are the ones you want to be following. I'm telling you, fellas, let me speak to the fellas before I let Taria go. Matter of fact, looks like we're kind of breaking up. Let me just let you go. Thank you, Taria. Make sure y'all, there we go. Make sure y'all take advantage of her post that you see in a Facebook group, and so that you can go take advantage of that. But I'm telling you, fellas, these women, they be keeping secrets because a lot of them be trying to say, hey, this is a women's thing. This is a women's retreat. If you're not listening to some of these ladies out here, you are missing out totally. I'm telling you, they figured this thing out. They got it. So sneak in, get your info as best you can. Stop acting like you can't learn from a lady because I'm telling you, they're going to teach you something. So I definitely appreciate that. Some of the best leaders and mentors I follow are some of the women that you've seen this weekend. So that was awesome. Like Taria said, go to her, get your book done. Call me. I'm going to get your course set up. Keisha's going to get you set up with your webinars. We got the whole ecosystem right here so we can all win and get out there. So listen, let's keep it moving. Let's keep it moving because we are rocking and rolling. Let me go ahead and bring on our next presenter. Wow, Juanita Walker, welcome to Born to Be Dope. How are you?
And thank you for having me. I'm amazing. How about yourself?
Wonderful, wonderful. Good to see you. You are about to, I mean, tell the audience, make sure you get your, if you haven't already been taking notes, and I don't know what you're here for, but if nothing else, we're about to have one of our power talks right here. Juanita Walker is the founder of, 7th Ave She's gonna take what's the
7th
full
Avenue.
name? It is Seventh Avenue. I'm thinking about the Instagram and Seventh Ave, something like. So yeah, so she's with Seventh Avenue. She's a financial expert who's going to share some information with you. But before you jump in, just go ahead and introduce yourself to the viewers. Tell them who you are and what they can about to get for with your presentation today.
Yes, so my name is Juanita Walker. I'm the CEO of 7th Avenue, and we're going to be talking about the best techniques for financial success. I'm going to give you 9 proven ways to building generational wealth.
All right, sounds great. So listen, we're not going to hold it up. We rocking and rolling. We going. Let's just keep moving, ladies and gentlemen. Here is Juanita Walker.
Again, thank you, Ryan, Greenhouse Media, everyone that's a part of the Born to Be Dope Summit. Again, my name is Juanita Walker, and I am so excited to be speaking with everyone today. How many of you have heard about the book Think and Grow Rich, A Black Choice? If you haven't heard about this book, it is a must read. So I got this book during my personal journey, and I began reading the book, and I really didn't know what to expect from it. But while reading the book, I came across a true story that was titled Acres of Diamonds. This was originally written by Russell Conwell, but in this story, it stuck with me so much that I think many of you may be able to relate to this as well. So, in the story, there was a farmer. He had land in Africa, and for years, he struggled with his crops. But his land was uneven, it was rocky, and it was hard to manage. Due to his lack of resources, he became fascinated by the stories of other wealthy, successful men who had discovered diamonds on their farm. Now, after watching these people following their success, he too wanted to be rich. He was tired of struggling. He just couldn't figure out how they were being successful. So, without hesitation, he sold his land, he left his family, and he went to search for these diamonds. And for the rest of his life, he was searching and still searching. No matter how much time and energy that he spent, he never found the diamonds. So one day, he just lost hope. He was broken spiritually, emotionally, and financially. He gave up and he threw himself in the river. You got that right. He threw himself in the river. Little did he know, the man that brought his land discovered the diamonds all over his land. This is actually now known as the world's richest diamond mine. Now, the farmer sold his land, left his family for almost pennies on a dollar, just to search for something he only heard about. Now, if the farmer would have taken the time to research what the diamonds at least looked like, looked around his land for resources that he already had, he would have discovered that he was already wealthy. Just like this farmer, we tend to seek success everywhere, but within ourselves first. So I'm going to ask you, how many of you all relate to this farmer? If you're on Facebook Live, put that in the chat if you can relate to this farmer. Do you find yourself watching other people's success, hoping and wishing for your big break? Or better yet, let me ask you, have you searched for answers inside of places everywhere except for taking inventory within yourself first? If you have, type I in the chat. See, for years, I was like this farmer. I struggled financially, I struggled emotionally, I struggled spiritually, trying to find a solution to my problems in all other places. I was in a toxic relationship and I was trying to start over. I wanted out. So I started searching for apartments and I was being denied left and right. And I'm telling you, I felt rejected immediately. I felt hopeless. I was about to be a single mother, starting all over with little to no money and bad credit. I was tired. Tired of struggling, tired of being broke, tired of living check to check. I knew something had to change. So in 2015, I went to go visit my mother. And this was a normal visit. It was nothing special. I came across a credit repair book that was in her library, and that's normal too, because if you ever heard of Barnes and Noble and Barnes Borders bookstore, we spent all of our time there. But I started reading the book and applying the information that I read, and within months, I was seeing my score increase. Now I was sold. I was determined to change my financial situation. And I knew that if I wanted to have better credit and better opportunities, I needed to be different and make changes. As Zig Ziglar once said, if you're not willing to learn, no one can help you. And if you are determined to learn, No one can stop you. So after fixing my credit, saving money for about a year, I was finally able to purchase my first home. And from that point, my friends, my family, everyone that knew about it was asking me to help them. This is how my company, 7th Avenue, was birthed. But since starting my company, I've been able to help hundreds of families purchase their dream home, restore their credit, and educate them on how to maintain their finances. My mission is to help you rebuild, regain, and restore your credit to create passive income and build generational wealth. So, today, what I'm going to do is to share with you the best techniques for financial success, and we're going to go through 9 proven ways to building generational wealth. So give me 1 second. Let me just pull up my slide here. Can you see that pretty well? Okay. I want to give you some practical and some actionable takeaways that you can implement immediately. This way, you can improve your brand, your body, and your bank account. But I caution you, please don't sit there and say, I already know this stuff. Instead, I want to challenge you. I want to empower you to ask yourself, how well am I actually doing this? So, did you know 61% of Americans don't have enough savings to cover $1,000 for an emergency? Whether it's a medical bill, a medical problem, an auto repair, or a job loss, unexpected emergencies can happen to any one of us. If you're uninsured, guess how much an ambulance costs? It costs about $1,000 or more. And the average for a car repair, don't get me started with that. That's about $500 to $600 minimum. Now, this is the kicker. 70% of athletes go broke within 5 years of retirement. Why am I telling you this? It's not a pandemic issue. A third of the US adults already admitted to not being able to cover everyday costs. I'm talking about food, rent, car payments. And guess what? Many of them have households making over $200,000 a year. So, yes, people with lower incomes, they do face the biggest challenges, but they're not the only ones struggling. So when you have to rely on your credit, when you have to rely on loans and borrowing money, it's inevitable that most people are going to be budgeting for a short term. And I know that it's really difficult to plan for the future. I know it's difficult when you're living paycheck to paycheck and you're only able to focus on your basic survival needs. There's so many people right now that are preoccupied and they have anxiety and stress about their finances. But I am here to tell you, don't let money be another worry in your life. So, step number 1, the 3 M's: mindset, money, management. Mindset is not about IQ, it's about I will. And if you don't take control over your mindset, your thoughts are going to take over and it's going to become harder to live the life you dream of living. Remember this: the way you do anything is the way you do everything. And after years of feeling like a failure at my life, I finally cracked the code to living a fulfilled life. I overcame my past. And I'm here to tell you that my past did not overcome me. And once I got my first home, nobody could stop me. So when you change the way that you look at things, the way you look at things are going to change. My biggest struggle was my inner voice. My biggest enemy was my inner voice. And even to this day, it's a constant workout for me. Maintaining a positive mindset is like training myself to lose weight. So don't ever let your weakness destroy your greatness or your inner voice be your enemy. You were born to be great, and every one of you have greatness. You just have to figure out what it is that fulfills you. Who cares about what other people are thinking of you? You're going to have struggles. You're going to have heartbreak. You're going to have disappointments. But guess what? You're going to have a choice to get back up and keep it moving. So figure out who you are and where you want to be. Do you want to continue life like the farmer, like we just spoke about, discontent, searching in all the wrong places for success, for wealth, and for fulfillment? You can change the trajectory of your life if you change your mindset. So stop saying things like, I can't afford this. I don't have this. I'm not saying money's everything. I'm not even saying that you want to be a millionaire because not everyone wants to be rich. Some people just want to be stress free. Some people want to live life. Some people just want to pay off their debt. Money is not everything, but I tell you, it does certainly keep you in touch with your children for all y'all parents out there. We love the things that money can do for us. I don't know about you, but I love a great vacation. I love me a good seafood broil and spending time doing absolutely nothing. That's important to me. But if you're tired of being on the struggle bus, you need to know your worth. Ask yourself this: do you know how much money that you need to live a fulfilled life? To live the life that you want comfortably and unapologetically. And if you said no, by the end of this talk or this presentation, you will know. It's time, people, to stop hitting the snooze button on your finances, on your life. Get up. Like Henry Ford once said, whether you believe you can do a thing or not, you are right. And this is true. What you believe is going to drive your behavior, which is going to lead to positive or negative results. So let's talk about this. I want to talk about what's in your wallet right now. How is your cash flowing? Are you living above or below your means? And how can you tell? You should by now have an idea of what you're spending and how much you're keeping. Now, I'm going to show you, just based off of this chart that you can see here, how to do that. And you can do it by using a cash flow. It's kind of like a budget, but it's a little bit different. See, with a budget, it's going to show you your expected income and your expenditures for 12 months. And then later, what you're going to do is you're going to put what you spent at the end of the month. But the cash flow, this is going to break down a more detailed flow of things month by month for when you expect to see the money, when you expect to receive it or spend it. It's going to show it in more detail. That's going to help you determine what your monthly expenses are and if you can consistently generate enough income to cover your monthly costs. This is also going to allow you to see if you have a positive or negative cash flow, which then is going to give you the ability to create a realistic budget. So let's look at this. Positive cash flow. This is ideal. This is what we want to go towards. This gives you the room to save, invest, or even treat yourself to something that you want. A negative cash flow is something we're not looking for. It's a clear indication that you're living beyond your means and you're likely to incur more debt. In order to live a comfortable life, you have to live below your means. And I am not telling you to do that forever, but you have to live below your means and not try to keep up with the Kardashians. Lastly, we have what we call a neutral cash flow. This is very unlikely because majority of people are not spending to the last penny. They're not spending exactly what they earned, and they're not ending up with a zero balance or breaking even at the end of the month. So most cases, you're going to go over or under. Now, I used to be one of these people who used to think, I need a new bank account because this bank account ran out of money. But in your typical cash flow, you have your income, which is the money that you're going to earn or bring home, whether you're owning your own business or working for a salary. You have your expenses. They're usually reoccurring expenses like your car note, your phone bill, your cable bill, things of that nature, things that you're going to spend on every month. And then you have your assets, which will help you increase your net worth. That's more like having a house or stocks and bonds. You buy this pretty much once and the value will increase over time. But one thing you can't do is consider a net worth until you actually sell it. So, like stocks and bonds, you're going to buy them cheap. And every month, you're going to get something called a dividend. You pay one time, you do nothing, but you still get paid. That's an asset. You want to focus on adding more assets to your cash flow. Liabilities, they're the exact opposite. You have to keep paying into them, right? Like your car. You're going to buy it once, but then you have maintenance and insurance and things of that nature that's going to continuously take out of your pocket. You can turn this liability into an asset, but that's a whole nother conversation for later. To get your cash flow is an easy formula. You're going to subtract your total income from your total expenses. To get your net worth, you're going to subtract your assets from your liabilities. And when you start managing your finances, you'll have a better perspective of where and how you're spending your money. Step number 2, who are you and what do you want? As Jim Rohn once said, financial independence is when you live from the income of your own personal resources. So, in other words, financial independence is being able to live off of your income without working. You do not have to work when you're financially independent. Usually, most people who are financially independent, they live off their savings, their investments, or other passive income. You need to know who you are. The problem with most people is they don't know who they are in the first place. Dr. Miles Monroe said it best. The worst miserable people in the world are those who do not know how to make a decision. Know what it is that you want to have, what it is, what type of life do you want to live? Do you want to spend all your money as soon as you get it and continue working for the rest of your life? Or do you want to get your money, save it, invest it so you can choose not to work? Time is money. But does that mean an ATM is a time machine? That's another conversation. At the end of the day, it's about how much money you will make. It's not about how much money you're going to make. Sorry. It's about how much money you're going to keep. So if you're with me so far, I want you to type money in the chat. Money, 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 money. Yes. So next, I want you to create a list. We make a shopping list for everything that we do when we go to the grocery store, but we don't make a shopping list for our own lives. So get a sheet of paper or use your notes on your phone, and I want you to write down your why. Why are you doing this? Is it to live a healthier lifestyle? Is it to stop the cycle of living check to check? Growing your business? Building a dream home? Having a dream wedding? Traveling the world? What is it? Just to live a fulfilled life? After that, I want you to write down what you need to do to work on, what you need to work on, and list the basic steps that you're going to take to reach that goal. For example, if you're trying to get healthy, then you may want to write eating more vegetables, drinking more water. Step number 3, setting goals. So now you already have your positive mindset. You have a list for your finances in your personal life. You know who you are and what you want in life. What is next? We're going to talk about goal setting. We all have goals and we all have things that we want to achieve in our lifetime, but we're not going to get it just by wishing and thinking. We have to take control over our finances and we have to make a plan for your money. This is going to be your best bet to match your goals with your bank balance. So, the best way to do it is you want to start with something called the SMART goals. That stands for specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time bound. Being specific doesn't mean you need to be fancy, it means you need to be clear. You want to ask yourself questions like, what are you saving for? Is it retirement, to get a house, save for vacation? Why do I want to accomplish this goal? Measurable. This goal, it should be easily measured. You should be able to know if you succeeded or if you failed. For example, I'm going to save $20,000 for a down payment towards my home. How do I know I've succeeded? How much do I want to save? Achievable. I want you to go outside of your comfort zone on this one. Push yourself, but stay within your limits. If you make $45,000 a year, paying off $200,000 in student loans is not possible. You got to be realistic. So don't discourage your progress. This is an example. I will pay $500 a month towards my student loans and use the snowball debt pay down process. Ask yourself, do I have or can I get the resources needed to achieve this goal? Relevant. Is this going to help me with my main goal? My main goal is to be debt free, right? So paying down my student loan debts will help me. Is this a worthwhile goal for me right now? Is it meaningful and is it something that I really want to do? Time bound. Having a goal without a deadline is pointless. You need to give yourself a set time frame when you expect to accomplish this goal. What is the deadline for reaching the goal? What can I do today? Be intentional. You cannot go anywhere unless you know where you're going. Don't overwhelm yourself trying to achieve all of your financial goals at the same time. If you're trying to save $500 a month and you haven't started saving $50 a month, this is going to be hard for you to sustain. So start with a short term goal and then set up a long term goal. Step number 4, after spending time planning, which we just did, you have to create a budget. So you're going to know where you stand at this point. This should not be hard because we've already determined that during our cash flow and our net worth discussion. But we're going to dig a little deeper so that we can discuss other ways to be financially successful, like cutting your expenses. Cut the cable bill. Get a Roku if you like watching TV. Stop paying credit card interest. That means that you need to automate your bills so they're never late. When I say cut the subscriptions, I'm speaking from experience. Cut them. I'm a creature of bad habit. This is what I normally do. I purchase a subscription and then I forget that I bought it. Then, boom, one day I have an unexpected expense on my bank account and I'm thinking, oh my God, I got hacked. But it really was me just being careless. Here's another easy one for you. If you pay for electricity, go out and purchase an energy saver device like a light bulb or something like a thermostat that can regulate your temperatures based on your needs. Connect with your provider. Ask them, what are your peak hours? This way, you know when you can use more electricity but spend less money. For example, I wash clothes after 2 p.m. It's cheaper around that time in the area that I live in. Now, I challenge you all to boycott any company that sells items that you can't afford. For my coffee addicts, if you have a bad habit of buying coffee, go buy the can for $5. You can pick that up at the grocery store. Pick up your favorite coffee, make it at home. You can make about 20 to 40 cups if you drink coffee once a day, and you can save $100 a month. For all of my people that's trying to get their body right for the summer, if you had a gym membership and you've been to the gym one time in 60 days, you don't need it. Cut it. Just cut it. Can y'all tell that I'm speaking from experience? If you eat out, I have to tell you, when I started doing my budget, I nearly passed out. I spent $800 in food in 1 month. And that's not on groceries, that was all takeout. So I had to put myself on punishment after that. Pack your lunch, make your meals at home, and what I do now is I actually buy all my veggies and fruits and beverages once a week, and then the next week I'll get my dairy, meats, and toiletries. That way I'll never run out and I don't overspend. Really, I need you to get serious right now. Go through your list of expenses and find the things that you can do without, or better yet, what you can switch to something more affordable, like your phone bill. Why pay Sprint or AT&T $200 for one line when you can go to Metro or Boost and pay $50 for unlimited everything? Who are you trying to impress? All you're doing is poking holes and allowing your money to waste away. But we have to patch up these little holes in our lives so that we can keep more of what we're pouring in. Success tip number 5, eliminating debt. Money is not going to make you happy. I'm sorry to tell you. It pays the bills, but it's not the all in all be all. The more money, more problems is so true. And as you heard in the story of the farmer, he unknowingly had plenty, but he still wanted more. So know how much you want and don't forget to balance your life out. This way that you can be healthy, you can be happy, and you can be able to spend your money. In other words, I don't want you to go chasing the money because you're never going to have enough. Let your money work for you and make every dollar count. Keep in mind that the decisions that you make is going to make or break your future. If you're looking to purchase a home, it's a seller's market right now. So the buyers are paying more than what the home is truly worth. Do you want to save and wait, or do you want to buy and hope that you'll gain later? It's all going to depend. You want to make sure that you're getting a home that you can afford and not one that just looks good. Because you can create debt and not even know it. 5 years later down the line, you're ready to sell your house and now it's underwater. No, and I'm not talking about the storm that washed it away. It's underwater, meaning that the mortgage is worth more than the house. So you lost your investment. When it comes to money, it's just really a mindset thing. Let's take a look at the slide here. Look at example A. For example A, we have one person whose income comes in, they save, they invest, and they build wealth. And then look at example B. Now, example B is another individual. They make money, but they have debt that they're paying and they try to spend whatever's left over. This person typically works for the weekends and they're not happy. This is causing them to be broke. So I'm gonna ask you, which one are you? Type A or B in the chat if you're on Facebook Live. And you don't have to type in anything if you don't want to, but for those of you who want to change and you know where you are, you can type A or B in the chat. I have to tell you, I don't know anyone who's in Circle B that has been successful. I was in Circle B and I hated clocking in for other people just to wait 2 weeks to get one check. And when the weekend came, I wanted to escape. Don't call me about no work. I don't even want to hear about it. I was unfulfilled and I needed a change. So I want you to write this down. Pay myself first. That is the first thing. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. 1 second. There we go. So that's the first thing that you should be doing, paying yourself first. Would you rather spend your money on your family, your children, and your future first and then spend what is left? Or are you going to spend first and then try to save what is left? Most people do the second option. We try to pay everything we owe first, then later we'll save whatever we have left. Never makes it to the savings because it's spent on something else. So for the next 7 days, I challenge you to document your spending. Think about it. If you charge an item on your credit card, can you pay it in full by the due date? If you said yes, then that's good because you'll avoid interest. If you said no, then you're in a bad position because you could be saving the interest that you're paying on. You can be saving that 10% every month. And don't forget, this is a lot of information, but I want you to have fun. You still want to balance out your life so that and it's not all business. Just don't have too much fun where you're not wisely spending. Now, they always say that money talks, right? But if yours is only saying goodbye, it's time for you to figure out why. Now, let's talk about debt, baby. Let's talk about you and me. All right, let's talk about this debt. This is a strategy that I'm about to show you how to pay down your debt a lot faster. If I can keep my slides from moving. So the debt roll-up process, this is often known as the debt snowball method. This is simple to understand, easy to implement, and I'm going to show you really quickly how to increase your cash flow. Now, I still have a little ESP right now because I'm hearing some people say right now that they think they don't have enough money to do any of this. But by doing the 5 steps that we just talked about earlier, you can easily find yourself an extra $100, I guarantee you. Now, this method, to pay down your debt, is going to require commitment and discipline. The approach is straightforward. It's very easy. You're simply going to pay more than the required minimum payment on one credit card until it's paid off. And it doesn't have to be a credit card, it can be whatever debt that you have. But once you knock down the first account, you use the same amount of money that you were using to pay the first card and you apply all of it in addition to the minimum payment. And you do that again on the second card until it's paid off. Then you take the same amount of money that you were once paying for card number 1 and card number 2, you combine it all together, add it with the minimum payment, and do the same thing for card number 3. You repeat these steps until everything is paid down to zero. Okay, so in other words, you're pretty much rolling up your money to pay off any successive balance, or you're adding additional money to gain momentum to pay it off. Hopefully that makes sense. Step number 6, on to the fun part. We're going to talk about saving. Saving means not spending. You hear me? Saving means not spending. Okay. Remember the farmer. He went searching for something that he saw other people having success with, and he didn't look at what he already had. But I'm here to tell you that you do not have to have more money to save. So let's start with some of the things that you can do right now. So, for instance, you can actually change your federal tax deduction on your payroll. Okay, so if you receive a tax return every year, it does feel good to get that money when you get it. But understand this, you are giving the government an interest free loan for 1 year. And then what do? They turn around and they give you the money back, but they keep the interest. So it's really ideal for you to break even every year. So keep most of your money throughout the year rather than wait a whole nother year just to get a few $1,000s back. So how does this look? I have kids and I take care of my mother. I changed my federal taxes, and instead of getting $2,000 back next year, I get it divided up $200 over 12 months. Now that's extra income in my check. And I'm not telling you this just to get over the system. No type of tricks. And I don't want you to not be paying your taxes. If you do have a plan for this extra money, then don't. If you don't have a plan for this extra money, don't change anything. But if you do have a plan and you want to save and invest, you can do this today. Now, keep in mind, small changes, they do add up. There's other ways for you to make room for your savings. Consider a larger deductible on your auto insurance. For example, I'm 35 years old and I have a policy that offers goodwill driving. So if you do have an accident in 5 years, you get a pass and it doesn't affect your insurance score. So you want to check with your car insurance provider for savings like these. If you raise your deductible to $1,000 instead of the minimum premium, then your premium will go down and you'll save more over a long period of time. If you're a good driver, this will definitely benefit you immensely. Also, you want to get in the habit of making sure that you're saving your money on a regular basis. So, sorry about that. All right, so remember this: willpower plus a good plan equals success. You want to make sure that you're actively saving this money because if there was an accident, you're going to for sure pay up to $1,000 up front before any work is done. So be realistic and decide on which options are going to work for you. Next, another thing you can do is check with your carrier or your ISP. They may have partnerships like with other companies. For example, my carrier offers Amazon Prime. I not only am able to watch TV or movies, but I also can enjoy the discount when it comes to shopping. If you're interested in buying a home, this one is for you. You may have something called a PMI insurance, which is private mortgage insurance. This is a type of mortgage insurance that you may be required to pay if you have a conventional loan or if you pay less than 20% on your home's purchase at closing. But PMI protects the lender, it does not protect you. So if you stop making payments on your loan, you're going to lose your home to foreclosure. In my opinion, it's a scam. You're repaying for a mortgage company's insurance in case you mess up, in case you default. So, how many of you heard about accidental damage, accidental death insurance? I'm sorry. If you have accidental death insurance, cancel it. I know that this is a bold statement for some of you that may have this accidental death insurance, but it's not life insurance. You're better off getting term life insurance for $100,000 or $10 a month. It's marketed as life insurance, but it's only going to pay you if you die by accident. So again, you can get life insurance that will pay you and allow you to accumulate savings or cash value savings, whether it's an accident, a illness, or natural causes. So you see why that is a waste of money. Cancel it and save yourself some money. If you have a credit line, you should have good interest rates. Some of you are probably saying, I got bad credit, I got low credit right now. If you have bad credit, then we got to connect. You got to get with me so I can help you. But if you have good credit, look at what you're paying on your house. Look at what you're paying on your lease cards, your credit cards, and etc. You can call your creditor if you have some issues and you can say, hey, I'm going through a challenge. Can you lower my interest rate? Most times they will definitely help you. Now, as you can see, there are so many different ways that you can manage your finances. We're not going to spend too much time because we're running out of time on every idea because I want to go through the most important thing, step number 7, which is investing. But to wrap it up, do your own chores. Instead of paying somebody to mow your lawn, cut your own grass. Use a coupon. Consider starting your own business. Yes, start your own business because you have a lot of tax breaks when you start your own business. So before I forget, I just want to mention one thing. One of the biggest tidbits is to break away from friends and family who are not on the same page. I was listening to the radio the other day, and there was a man who called in. He was saying his fiance wanted to spend their savings on a wedding. So he had already spent $3,000 of their savings for her ring, but he wanted to save his other savings to buy a house. But she wasn't having that. She was like, bro, I need something more than this $3,000 ring. So, in my opinion, I'm saying, like, bro, sis got to go. She has to go because they could have easily went to the justice of peace, spent $50, bought a house, lived in it, build up equity, and used it to invest to renew their vows with a dream wedding. Her mindset was all wrong, and when you have these type of people around you, you're not going to be able to move forward. So keep in mind the people that you have around you. The problem with this woman's mindset is the same problem that most households have. They buy liabilities, but the rich people, they buy assets. So cut down the debt and reduce liabilities is the name of the game. So back to me getting all up in your business. Having a small budget is not an excuse. It's not an excuse for not investing in yourself or your future. You can start saving 3% of your income or $10 a week. The sooner that you start doing this, the easier it's going to be to save. So, how do you start investing on a small budget? Compound interest. Earning interest on money saved, as you see here an example, and the interest that you earn. So, for example, if you have a principal investment of $1,000 and it earns 5% once a year, after the first year, you're going to have $1,050. Your original principal plus 5% or $50. Then the second year, you're going to have $1,102.50. That's because the next interest payment equals 5% of $1,050 or $52.50. So increasing the compound frequency of your interest rate or adding to your principal can help you save and grow your savings faster. The reason why the rich get richer and the poor get poor or stay poor is because they understand how to invest the smart way. Use these simple formulas in this everyday math. If you're employed, I need you to take full advantage of your company's 401k. Some companies, they're going to match you 4% or more, and you can change your contribution throughout the year, so that's not a problem. Another wealth builder is Roth IRA. You would fund this account with your after-tax dollars. The withdrawals can be tax-free, and if you're 59 years of age, you can withdraw anytime. There's no limit. You can strategically do it or just take it all out. For those of you that may earn too much money, you might not be able to get a Roth IRA, but you can check with your employer. They might have a Roth 401k. And if you have children or grandchildren, get them started with this Roth IRA because the benefits are greater the younger they are. For my bad credit sisters and brothers, I did not leave you out. Work on your credit. If you have low credit, you're going to have higher interest rates. And when you work on boosting your score, it's going to afford you more opportunities to get lower interest rates and better terms on things like your mortgage or other loans. Strive for 750 or better. That's a comfortable place to be. And more importantly, I need you to pay your bills on time and keep your credit utilization below 10%. And if you're ready to buy a home, this is another good way to build wealth. Buying a home is not going to build wealth by itself, but as the equity grows, you'll have opportunities to invest. In order to make sure you're investing and not wasting money, you're going to need to have that cash flow budget set up that we talked about earlier. This way, you can determine what's comfortable and how much you can afford. Consider the whole life insurance. This will replace any lost income if your spouse died early, if you lost your job, if you became disabled, or whatever the case may be. And it also allows you to build the cash value every year. If you get life insurance on your child, think about it. If you do it when they're first born, depending on the amount that you get for your child, you can easily save $20,000 in savings by their 10th birthday. And if you're going to go and get life insurance, make sure you buy 8 to 10 times your gross income, if that's in your budget. If not, term life insurance for 20 to 30-year term, less than $10 a month, you can't beat that. But you won't have the savings component. So start investing. You can start looking at what they call low cost exchange traded funds, such as iShares, Core S&P 500. If you don't want to worry about inflation and all the rise in prices around you, the key to staying ahead of the game is to invest. Invest to beat inflation. Start looking at farms and food and energy, things of that nature, crypto. Just don't let your cash sit around. So, as we wrap this up on step number 8, we cannot leave out the most important thing, which is emergency funds. What is emergency funds? So as you can see, emergency funds is a stash of money set aside to cover the financial surprises that life throws your way. Now, these unexpected events, they can be stressful and they can be costly. So if you do not have an emergency fund now or before the pandemic, I'm pretty sure that you know how important it is. COVID in the recent storms that have taken place have turned so much stuff inside and out for people, and most people have been feeling it financially. Now, a few months ago, I was in Arkansas, and there was some people from Louisiana that was in a hotel that I stayed in, but they had to evacuate because the hurricane came to their state and pretty much ruin everything that they ever had. So imagine that. The reality is, it does not have to be a state of emergency for you to feel what it's like to not have the money to put up front for something. I mean, you can have car trouble, health issues, a broken air condition. Just a few days, 2 years ago, before when COVID started, my hot water tank went and I had to buy a new tank. And that was $3,000 just for the tank. That's not even including the labor. So getting out of debt and having an emergency fund is going to work hand in hand. You got to have an emergency fund. So here's a basic simple rule that I'm going to give you. It's really quick. The rule of thumb is to save 3 to 6 months of your living expenses or your monthly income. Okay? 3 to 6 months. Now, having an emergency fund, you're going to need to decide where to put this stuff. If you're not good with or disciplined enough to keep your money in your bank or your savings account, consider a low risk mutual funds. You can put your money there, it'll grow over time, you'll get interest, and there's no risk. A money market fund is another option. This is a guaranteed interest account. And the third way I would say is to separate your bank account. Make it so that it's hard for you to it's hard for it to be easily accessible. So if you want to withdraw something to buy something, it won't be that easy for you to do. Think about it this way. Your bank is not going to pay you a fraction of the dividends that you're going to receive from these accounts. So, friends, I'm not telling you that you need to be a millionaire to do these things, nor do you have to go to school to get any of these resources. You got to have a positive mindset. Okay. You already have the list of for your finances in your personal life. You already know who you are and what you want in life. You already have a goal set. You're already saving, budgeting, eliminating debt, and investing. How many of you are doing this and how well are you doing it? Lastly, being dope is not just about me. It's not just about you. It's not all about money and what it can do for you. It's about giving back to others and making a difference in somebody else's life. If you haven't tried it before, you have to try it. I've learned this piece from Dave Ramsey. He said, real financial peace doesn't happen until you give back. So here are a few ways to give. Okay, we have money, of course. Nonprofits, they need funds to keep the lights on. They need money to further the work that they do. You have time. Food banks, they need people to sort foods. You got the suicide crisis lines. They need trained volunteers to answer the phone. And you have the income tax assistance sites. They need people to prepare taxes. That's just to name a few. If you're scrolling down social media and you know that one of your friends or family members is trying to start a business, you can give back by liking, commenting, sharing, referring. It's all free. Make sure you join the Born to Be Dope uh, Facebook group. Personal items. If you have personal items, which we all do, some of them we don't use, give them to Goodwill or the Salvation Army. If you have a vehicle or investments that you're trying to donate, you can do that as well. And don't forget, giving back blood, bone marrows, or even long hair can also help as well. So, three things that I want you to take away from this is life is hard, but you can do hard things. And when life doesn't go as planned, don't get frustrated. Make the best of it. You have everything you need. Everything mentioned today in this presentation costs you nothing. What are the decisions that you're going to make today? Unlike the farmer, you have the ability to change your life with the resources that you have right now. Remember TTT. Things take time. Don't compare yourself. Stop clocking social media and all the fake accomplishments that's going on. If you made it this far, you are the definition of dope. You have everything that you need to be successful. So repeat after me. This is my winning season. I have the will to win. I have the strength to win. I have the knowledge and tools to win. And I have the desire to win. So go for your purpose, grow through the process, and glow with your gift. Get out and be unapologetically dope. Live the life you desire to live. Did you? Now, let me ask you guys. You've been here, and I'm wrapping this up now. Did you find this information helpful? If you found this information helpful and you want to stay connected with me, you can see the slide. You can contact me on Instagram, 7th Avenue underscore, or you can go to our website. Do you feel that you're ready to change the trajectory of your life? Are you ready to leave the comfort zone and get rid of the big and make the big idea come true into and start into a real business? If so, I want you to text dope to 855-521-1871, and you can enroll into our Budget to Bucks Masterclass. And what we're going to cover is we're going to go over how to set financial goals, how to budget effectively, the proper way to save, ways to reduce your debt, understanding credit, how to fix and maintain good credit, ways to invest, the best tool to learn about investing, and basic steps to start in a business or a side hustle. And we'll have much more. So to connect with me, go ahead and follow me on Instagram and make sure you text DOPE to 855-521-1871 to enroll in our Budget to Bucks Masterclass. Thank you for your time today. And again, Ryan and Greenhouse Media, thank you for this opportunity.
Awesome, man. That was some phenomenal information. Thank you so much. I think that it's so important that we start to get our financial lives in order as well. So we're out there, pushing and striving and trying to get certain things and not taking care of our financial, the part people can't see. We too focus on the part people will see, and not taking care of the part they won't see that really makes us wealthy. So thank you so much, Juanita, for that extensive teaching. I think that was very timely and important. And I just we had to replace our water heater in January, so that number was right on the point. So, man, that was painful. Anyway, we are ready to move on to our next presenter. Listen, this has been like Atlanta Day because we just had Juanita. She's down in Atlanta. Taria's in Atlanta. Tamika is south of Atlanta, but she's in that area. Who else? That was it. Well, other than that, and this next brother coming up is from Atlanta, in Atlanta. Welcome, Curtis Ross, to Born to Be Dope Summit. How are you, my brother? Let me turn your mic on. There we go. How are you, my brother?
I'm outstanding, good brother. Can you hear me okay?
I hear you loud and clear, man. I love your hoodie.
That's my award.
Yes, man. So let me, matter of fact, I'm going to put that right in the chat. Boom. I just put the link to get your Born to Be Dope hoodies. I just posted that link in our Facebook chat. So if you want to get a Born to Be Dope hoodie, we've got 6 or 7 designs, all different kind of colors. Just go ahead and check it out. You got t-shirts, hoodies, long sleeve tees. Take advantage of that opportunity. Just quick plug for that. But listen, we're going to keep it moving, man, because Curtis is someone who is an up-and-comer who is taking this personal development, this self-help industry by storm. If you don't know him yet, you are going to know him a lot more from this day on. And so definitely another fellow Hamptonian. So all we do is produce excellence at Hampton, I'm just saying. So no shade to other HBCUs. I'm just saying y'all don't do it the Hampton way. But we're going to let you take the floor, man, because you have some, I know you got some great information, always dropping nuggets. So don't tune out on this yet. Make sure you keep taking these notes because I want to present to y'all Mr. Curtis Ross.
Well, greetings, everyone from ATL, Georgia. My name is Curtis Ross, personal development coach. And just a little bit about me before I get into what I'd like to share with you. I'm not taking up too much time. I am happily married as of actually going on 15 years. I have 2 children. Again, as I stated, I'm a personal development coach. However, I am certified in life coaching. I am also an ordained chaplain. And And so, for me right now, I'm excited because on my journey of life, what I have encountered was this idea or this ideal of getting to your optimum level. And so I've created a program actually called Optimum Performance 21. And what it's designed to do is to help men and women identify and overcome the barriers that impede your success. Now, when we think about success, we may think at a high level, that big picture, that grand vision. But what I'm referring to are your daily successes, right? The decisions that you make. And are those decisions on track? And do they have you on your path of your bigger vision, right? So, as your personal development coach, my job, my goal would be to support you to be on the sideline as you run your race to victory of obtaining your successes along the way. So, what I'm going to talk about today specifically is creating the life of your dream. Creating the life of your dream. And we all have those dreams. We may have set them aside for a period of time because of everything externally that is resting upon us as we continue to grow and evolve in today's society. However, the dream still lives. And it is my objective to help you hone in on what that dream looks like. Be it big or small, it doesn't matter because it's relative to who you are as an individual. And in so doing, my job then becomes to help you recreate and redefine yourself in today's marketplace. And so I have three key points that I focus on when we talk about helping you, the individual, get to your optimum level. One of those key points is understanding the science of the thought, and I'll take a moment to break that down. The other key point is understanding how to be a mental and spiritual farmer, and I'll get into that in a moment. And then lastly, the third process is creation management. Once you have put your thought process into place, once you've identified what the process looks like to care for that thought, then what does it look like to now manage it and put everything into motion? So let's start right now with the science of the thought, what I call it. So if you're going to write that down, look at it this way. When we're talking about creation, when we're talking about putting a thing together, when we're talking about bringing it from the unseen realm to the seen realm, then what we want to identify is how do I break that down? And so I consider myself a type of teacher in this space because I want to give you the opportunity to break down how, when a person says activate, when a person says change your thinking, when a person says do this, the question then that I think about is, well, how do I do that? Because sometimes, even in our performance as motivators and as inspirational speakers, we neglect to, we assume that people know how to do something. So I'm here to help you understand how to create the life of your dream. So one, the science of the thought, broken down into two key components, and that is your perception and your perspective. Again, your perception and your perspective. Now, your perception is the way you see the world. Now, how does this come about? This comes about actually at the very moment you're born, or even more so when you're in the womb, but definitely when you're born. Because what's happening is that your sensory mechanisms are being engaged. Your eyesight, your ears, your taste, right? All of these mechanisms are being engaged and you are being informed. So even when you were born, you couldn't necessarily communicate. You were being informed by your external environment. What was that doing? What over time, what was happening was that your body was responding and your body was taking in through these sensory mechanisms. It was taking in this information and now giving you a perception, a form of thought, right? An ideal of how the world is, what the world looks like, what I should maybe expect from the world. That's what your perception is always doing. Now, look at it this way. Your perception never stops. Your perception is always working. Why? Because as long as you have those five senses at play, your perception is always capturing new information. So let's hold fast to that and remember that your perception is always activated. Your perception is always taking in information. And now we'll roll over into part number two, which is your perspective. Now your perspective is the way you respond to the world that you see. So you remember I said your perception is how you see the world. Now your perspective is the way you respond to the world that you see. That is the activator. That is the precursor to the very decision that you make. Like before you land on an actual decision, you have a perspective about that matter. Be it something that takes you down a positive lane or a negative lane, doesn't matter. The point is that that very thought brought you to a decision. And what I'm showing you and what I'm telling you is that inside of that thought were those two components, your perception on one side and your perspective on the other. And they have come together now to provide you with the capacity and ability to make a decision, be it a decision that takes you down a positive path or a negative path. That's neither here nor there. The point is that right now in your creation of your life, in the creation of your dream, you must understand that your thought originates in those two areas, your perception and your perspective. So my question then becomes, how are you allowing yourself to be informed? Because the information that you're taking in is doing just what I said it's designed to do. It's positioning you to see the world in a way that you respond in a way, right? So when you begin to inform yourself in a manner or in a way that's now going to set you on a trajectory of what you like to see in your life, now you're putting yourself in a pattern process of development versus working the antithesis, so to speak, of your life, doing one thing or saying another, or saying one thing and doing another. Now let's get into the farming aspect, because now that you have developed or redeveloped yourself in the area of your thinking, your way of thinking, now let's deal with the fact that now that I've identified how I think, and now that I have made some adjustments with the information that I'm taking in into my conscious and yet subconscious lifestyle, now what Curtis is telling me, what he's encouraging me to do, is now what he's saying is that now I have to take care of this. I got to farm this. I got to watch my environment, right? I got to watch now the type of information that I'm taking in continuously and on a daily basis. I have to now cultivate an environment where I'm only saying truly the things that I want to see happen in my life, right? I want to stop saying those things that are going to potentially work against what it is that I want to see. Now, my third one is going to help you align this. But again, I want to understand from a farming perspective, I've planted a seed in the ground of my life, of my being, of my future, of my existence. I planted the seed, but now I have to water that seed. I've got to give sunlight to that seed. These are the things that are required of me before I can expect my harvest, right? So when I have planted that seed of a thought that I have a right to good health, I am a healthy person, I live and eat a healthy lifestyle, I eat to live versus living to eat. When I say these things, when I make these affirmations, I on a daily basis protect this. I protect this with what I'm listening to. I protect it with who I'm around and who I decide to hang around, right? I protect it so that therefore I can anticipate, and I have a right to anticipate a manifestation at some point, a point in time where now it comes from the unseen into the seen realm. And now I'm living that healthy lifestyle. Now I'm living that healthy lifestyle unapologetically, right? I'm living life on my terms because I decided a year ago, I decided 2 years ago, I decided 5 days ago to change the way I thought about myself and my health. Now, that's just an example. Again, so we've dealt with the science of the thought, the perception and the perspective, and how it leads to those daily decisions that we've made. Now we've gotten into the farming aspect, making sure that what we planted, we care for it. And we care for it by being diligent with our environment, with our atmosphere, and what we're doing. Now, the third one is it is the closing argument, so to speak, that I'd like to present to you. And that is creation management. Now, what I have identified is this. This becomes the ultimate barrier to our success, our daily successes in life. We are saying things that we really don't believe. We are saying things that we really don't believe, and it's creating conflict. Because ultimately what happens, universal law says that you will manifest what it is that you believe. In the biblical scriptures, there is a context that Jesus the Christ speaks of when he says all things are possible to the one who believes. So now, if your success is going to be made possible, you must believe. Now, the challenge to that is when you ask yourself, why wasn't I successful with that thing or that project? There could be varying reasons, but let's just identify your part in success. And that could very well be that I didn't really believe that I was capable of winning. I didn't really believe that I was capable of overcoming. I said it and I wanted it, but I didn't spend enough time with it to truly get into a place where I believed. Now, let me go a little deeper on belief to help you understand what, Curtis, you're talking about believing, and I'm pretty sure I can believe, but let me dig a little deeper there. Believing in the capacity of believing means that you have a peace. See, the scriptures, the biblical scriptures talk about a peace that passes all understanding. There's another scripture in the Bible that talks about laboring to enter into rest. What I found is that we have to allow the goodness and grace of God to enter into our lives. We don't have to fight for it. We don't have to work for it, but we must allow it. And this is where your belief engages. When you believe that you have a destiny of health, that divinity, the divinity of health is upon you, that you have a right to good health. Now you make the appropriate decisions with your thinking, but more importantly, you allow yourself to live a healthy lifestyle. You don't force it, you allow it, and you let the peace come upon you, and you rest in the fact of knowing that I'll make good decisions today. I'll eat what it is that I need to eat and should eat. I'll exercise and do the things that I need to do to make quality decisions about my life. I won't put any pressure on myself, even if I fall, because guess what? I'll get right back up and I'll keep going. But most importantly, I'll keep going in a grace and in a compassion for myself, right? I'll have compassion for myself. I'll give grace to myself, even in my mistakes, because I'm at peace that health is my divine right. Right? But this is something that we obtain through our own personal development. And this is why I ask for the opportunity to be your personal development coach as I wrap, because it is my objective and my goal to help you reach your optimum performance in any capacity or in every capacity that you desire to go there. And oftentimes the best athletes come with the best coaches, because maybe you can't see everything you need to see. But if you allow me to operate with you and to take this journey with you, then maybe there's some things I can see. Maybe it's the way you move to the right or to the left, that if we just alter that just a bit, we can enhance your speed and your capability. So therefore, I encourage you to visit me at curtisross.com. curtisross.com. I'm offering a free consultation, no obligation. Let's see if we can connect. Let's see if there's something that you and I can gel with, to see if we can, that if it's a relationship that you will allow me to take this journey with you as your personal development coach. I'm excited about being on this platform. I'm excited about Born to Be Dope. And I must say that as we wrap, I'm going to encourage you to do this. In your daily living and in everything that you do, remember to do this. Be intentional, be you, and whatever you do, don't forget to be dope. My name is Curtis Ross, your personal development coach. Thank you for your time. Thank you for tuning in to this summit, and I look forward to working with you on the other side.
Curtis, my brother, you brought it. Thank you so much. I'm telling y'all, listen, y'all better get on board, understand what's about to happen, what's happening. And Curtis Ross is somebody you definitely want to follow. So thank you, Curtis, for being here today and joining us and just sharing your piece with us today, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, y'all. So we're going to keep it moving. This next gentleman we got coming up, got them all queued up here. Did I sound like I was from Baltimore when I just said that? I heard it. I said queued. We have them all queued. So maybe as soon as I saw him on the picture, it just brought the Baltimore out of me. But listen, we've got Brian J. Olds with us today. Brian is the founder of Black Speakers Network, the number one organization for Black speakers in the world. And he has just built a phenomenal group, a phenomenal organization. Many of the speakers who you saw here today are members of the Black Speakers Network. And I love working with Brian. I've known him since he was a college student and just seen his growth and development. And just always has been someone who I love to work with. I'm always rooting for, and he's always opening his door and his ear to hear what I'm doing as well. So, for us old folk, we got to have some young folk like Brian around to keep us relevant and keep teaching us what button to hit on the computer. But listen, also before we let him go, let him start. I'm going to interview him, but also he is featured in the Born to Be Dope film as well. So I try to make sure I point out who's in the film, because when you see them tomorrow, you can be like, okay, yep, I'm ready for the next one. I want to be in the next one. So Brian Oles, welcome to Born to Be Dope, man.
What's going on, Ryan C. Greene, man? Appreciate that. Listen, you can let that Baltimore out. That's all good, man.
Hey.
It's necessary sometimes. You gotta let the folks know. You get the benefit of both worlds. You get the DC and you get the Maryland, Baltimore part of DMV, man.
You're right.
I'm excited to be here.
Yeah, we're glad to have you. I ain't ashamed of it. It just sometimes it sneak up on me, be like, oh, okay, yeah, that was it. I thought, because I'm college educated, Brian. I went to Hampton University. I thought that I got rid of all of that. No, just joking.
Well, Hampton is in the hood. Morgan State is in the hood. But they're all dope. They're all dope. Yeah. So, first of all, I just want to congratulate you on this platform, man. I've been listening since yesterday. Got a ton of notes, man. It is an amazing thing. I know you're interviewing me, but I just want to get it out there ahead of time just to let you know, man. Not only am I proud to be working with you, we obviously go way back like car seats, like you just said, but I respect the hustle, man. I respect the intentionality, and things like this just doesn't come together. You don't just wake up one day and be like, I'm gonna put together a movie. Well, you may do, but it doesn't work like that. You have to. I've seen the progression of this project, and I'm just so proud of what it's become. So that everybody that's involved, everybody that is featured in the film, everyone that's in the magazine, I've never been a part of a project that has been this ambitious with this many layers. And so I just want to give you kudos up front, man, for not only having a vision to do this, but having the courage to see it through. So that's good stuff.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Thank you. So, and that's what we want to do. We want to just shake it up, do some new things, and give people new platforms that they won't necessarily get otherwise. So, thank you for that. So let's jump in, man, to you and what you are bringing to the table with Black Speakers Network, and then because you not only have the organization, but you yourself obviously are a speaker, but you are really helping people to monetize their message, and you got some great success stories. So just take us, and we cover some of this in the film, so we don't have to recap everything from the film. Y'all got to go and watch it, get your tickets, register so you can see it tomorrow. But we want to talk about why speaking. Like I know when your goals and your dreams were coming out of school based on what we learned from the film. But what was it about speaking that spoke to you and got you figuring out that was your career choice and the direction you were going to go?
Yeah, man. Here's the thing. I tell people all the time that I was the guy that could not lead two people in silent prayer. However, I do recognize the power of communication, and I saw that early on. I think it would be very difficult, Ryan, to identify anyone who is effectively leading, or that whether that's within the domain of an organization, working for a company or leading a nonprofit, government, or education institution, or as an entrepreneur. We have so many gathered here that are in the Born to Be Dope community. I think it would be hard pressed to find anyone who is leading people who don't know how to communicate and is not willing to cultivate those skills, and certainly is a big part of success. And that's what I've seen early on in the film. And like you mentioned, I definitely want to go check that out. I talk a little bit more about that journey and how I got there and some of that personal transformation that happened for me. But one of the things I recognized along the way is that, man, a lot of people shy away from this microphone, Ryan. Like a lot of people, man. And I know you've seen it over the years as well. And so, there are a lot of skills that you could pick up in life. There's some I'm still working on. I still don't know how to swim. I'm going to work on that this year. I want to learn how to play the piano. I think that's going to be pretty dope. Once we get that, maybe we can can bring me in for some tracks on some of your projects later on, man. But the skill of speaking, man, this is something that once you have it, nobody can take it away from you. And it's part skill and it's also part courage and belief. You know, we just heard a great message from Curtis about belief. When you combine those two things together, it produces really an asset within yourself that it doesn't matter if you, again, if you're growing, trying to grow your own organization, you're trying to win business pitch competitions, you're trying to, sell a product or service, it's going to enhance every single area of your life. And I recognize that about speaking pretty early on.
Awesome. That was great. I was heard that the top two fears, let's get this right. The top fear is fear of speaking, and then the second fear is fear of death. I'm always had the joke that people are more afraid to speak at their funeral than be the one in the casket. So what is something that, because I agree with everything you just said, I mean, being a great communicator will take you a lot further sometimes than just the skill or talent you possess that you're trying to communicate. So, we see all the time with influencers, stars, people who know how to grab a mic and grab an audience. They're going to get the attention regardless of what, before people learn about what their talent or what they're bringing to the table really is. So, what is something that when you talk to speakers, when you're dealing with speakers and they're coming to you, what's some of the things that they're saying are kind of like, this is what's holding me back, this is what's in the way, and then what kind of advice can you give them to make sure that they can push through that?
Yeah, I think it's two things. One, just to kind of unpack that, I think it was Jerry Seinfeld that popularized that being in the casket piece, and it was based on a real stat behind. There's this book of lists that they put out every single year, and they survey people. But the funny thing is, there's a great book called the QBQ. It's the question behind the question. And every time that there's a question, or really anytime you hear stats or facts, there's really layers to it. And I think the thing behind this whole notion of being afraid to speak, I want to challenge that a little bit for a lot of people, because Ryan, I honestly don't believe there is a true fear of speaking. I think there's a fear of being judged. I don't think anybody wants to be in a place where they feel like they're, putting their reputation or their ego really on the line, in front of a group of people. And, that's a hard thing to overcome. And so, for folks that are in BSN, I'm almost getting numb to that a little bit, because, we have this amazing community of 15,000 plus people, and they're like, yo, give me the mic. I will rock the house. Yeah, I'm seeing, I see a bunch of people, Dr. Elizabeth Carter, Dee Bowden, other folks that are, joining us now. They can confidently step into just about any room and do this. But to your point, it is still a struggle for most of the people in the population. So for our members, generally speaking, I don't see our folks struggling as much with the confidence piece or the fear of being judged. What I see our speakers struggle the most with is clarity. Clarity is key. I think, not just as a speaker, but most of our speakers are building speaking businesses or leveraging speaking to successfully grow their personal brand or their business. And so I think clarity is the piece. And so that's the reason why when we created BSN, the whole goal was to provide three things. We're providing training, we're providing resources, and we're providing access to speaking opportunities. And all three of those things are incredibly important, but they work in concert. It doesn't matter if you have the best training in the world if you don't have a stage to practice on. Doesn't matter if you have a stage to practice on if you don't have people that could, help keep you accountable and actually help you develop some of the resources that you need. So you need all three. And that's called building capacity. But, I think clarity is the first step. Ryan, as you know, we developed this framework called the 5 M's. And so with every speaker that we work with, our goal is to help them gain clarity in 5 critical areas. That is getting clarity on your mission. That's, essentially who you are as a speaker, who is your target market, and, what are you going to be known for? Like, what type of transformation are you going to be creating? And that's really the main thing. Even speakers, Ryan, that have been speaking for years still struggle with that first M. And, we have a whole model called the speaker sweet spot to help get people there. But getting clarity on your mission, like, who are you as a speaker? Why are you speaking in the first place? And are you speaking on a topic that can actually is positioned that will get you paid? You know, so mission, but the final four are message, getting clarity on your marketing, how to monetize, and how to manage your speaking business. And over those 5 M's, Ryan, that's what we spend all of our time on. Now, there is a sixth secret M that a lot of folks may or may not know about, but that's called mindset. We've been hearing about that throughout the course of the day here on this summit. But the idea is that clarity is the thing that I think most speakers are um, struggling with initially. But once that's unlocked, man, there's no limit to what folks can create in their speaking business.
And that's awesome. And you started kind of going into it. We did have a question in the chat, so I'm going to ask you. The question was, how do you get started in speaking? But that's kind of vague. So I want to kind of hone in more. So I think what they really want to know is how do you start the business business side? Because I think, like I said, I definitely agree with you that it's not necessarily fear of speaking, it's fear of being judged, fear of messing up, fear of just not being prepared. But if you want to be a professional speaker, first of all, I'm putting you on the spot. I looked behind me, so if I had it. I know you got the Speak Up book close by.
Oh yeah, it's right here, man. I got all types of books right here, man.
Yeah, so let's put that up so people can see.
Y'all need to get this Make It Matter if you haven't gotten that.
Indeed.
We got the Speak Up book right here, which
Hold
is
that for a
really where
second.
that model.
Yeah.
It's really where that model comes from. Specifically, this book outlines all 5 of those M's I just mentioned.
Tell them how they can get that book, because I think a lot of the questions people, especially for the beginner, we don't have time to get into everything, but that book right there with all the people in it, I mean, it gives you everything you need to know on how to start building that that business model of a speaker. So that's why I want you to bring that up, so people can get a copy of that.
Yeah, man. You could get it. I will send you a signed copy if you purchase it from our website, which is blackspeakersnetwork.com. Dr. Elizabeth, I think, dropped that in the comments. So there's a link on the website called Shop, and you go there and you can grab a copy of the book. I will sign it, free shipping. You can also get it from Amazon if you want it like tomorrow. But if you want to wait a couple extra days, I'll sign it, drop one in the mail for you. But yeah, Ryan, you're absolutely right. We wrote this book for that specific purpose, because the reality is that just like any other business, that if somebody walked up to you and was like, Ryan, how do you start like a music label? You'd be like, well, there's like 70 steps. So it's the same thing. Like you start a barbershop or a bakery or so. The whole idea is that you need to get indoctrinated into a thought process, and 32 chapters in the book really do a great job of breaking that down. But the thing that I love about Speak Up is that a lot of folks keep it on that shelf because it's not one of those books that you just need to read once and then never look at it again. It's literally the Speaking 101 textbook. And so if you're thinking about things of like, how do you price yourself as a speaker? How do you prepare for your next panel? How do you not just get on podcasts, but how do you maximize your podcast opportunities? How do you structure, a signature keynote? What should be on your speaker's website? All of that is, included in the Speak Up book. And so, the book came out in 2019. It is still super relevant. And every single person in here that contributed to the book is dropping some of the best knowledge that you need in order to, jumpstart your growth as a speaker.
That's awesome, Brian. So listen, first of all, we said the link was in the chat, so I'm trying to multitask, but we got the link. So what do you think, for those who are speaking, do you see what's on the horizon? Is there anything that you're like, hey, this is what we're checking for, this is what as a speaker you should be prepared for? Like I said, we talk about different events we're trying to do, like this, give different platforms. I hear people talking about the metaverse, all this kind of stuff. But, from your perspective, with your finger on the pulse, do you see anything that's kind of like, hey, here's what you should be doing, here's what you should get prepared for, anything like that you want to share with us?
Yeah, man, I'm always trying to look out into the world and see what's coming next. And obviously, I think the pandemic has taught us a lot in terms of being flexible as speakers, as entrepreneurs, and just do a better job of listening. I think you know, 50 or 60 years ago, you know, you could get away with, you know, kind of throwing mud at the wall and seeing what sticks. And I think, particularly for new speakers coming into the industry, the big question is always, well, you know, how do I get more speaking engagement? Or how do I get in front of more people? And it's really counterintuitive, but I truly believe, Ryan, that the future of this industry is going to be dominated by people who are avoid the tendency of trying to speak to everyone and really focus on, you know, niching down and being, you know, a high level expert in a very specific area and serving, you know, very specific people. And I think that's a challenge sometimes because it feels psychologically like we're leaving money on the table. But, you know, when you think about it, you know, the landscape of the speaking business, it's, you know, the last thing you want to do is turn yourself into a commodity where, you know, if I'm a leadership speaker or if I'm a, you know, health and wellness or mental health speaker, and, you know, I put myself in the position of a meeting planner and they're looking out and they're like, man, you know, I got 10 people in front of me. You know, why should I, you know, hire Brian versus, you know, hiring these 9 other people? And so another reason why I'm so excited that you create platforms like this, Ryan, is because it gives people an opportunity to do this. Like you need to be building, and you need to be building and displaying your intellectual capital every time you have an opportunity. You need to be writing more. You need to be, you know, sharing videos, not talking about how great of a speaker you are, but you need to be out here answering the questions in the minds of your ideal audience and you know, becoming highly visible in a specific space. So if you're going to be, you know, a wellness speaker, you should be putting out wellness videos every day. You should be, you know, in the comments of, you know, communities that focus on wellness and adding your thought leadership. You should be, you know, creating platforms like this where you're putting on summits and things of that nature. Like you should absolutely be highly relevant. And I think, you know, audiences today and in the future are obviously going to be more savvy. You know, being in the Google generation, people information itself is really not valuable anymore. You know, saying that you just have the answer to questions behind a paywall and go buy my book or just go buy my course and, you know, everything will be answered there. That doesn't fly anymore, and I don't think it's going to fly in the future. You know, because what people really are hungry for is not information, it's perspective. It's, you know, how does this general issue make sense in my specific world? And I think the speakers that lean into that and create a more kind of consultative, you know, approach when it comes to, you know, working with clients or working directly, you know, with the audience they're called to serve are the ones that are going to really win big and be able to stand out ultimately as we move forward.
And so, you know, and we hear it all the time, man. But I tell you, you know, I'm speaking from, you know, experience as well about why that is so important. Is that, you know, we hear it, but people don't really do it enough. When you talk about really honing in on your market and being serious about being committed to who you serve, because, like you said, people get focused on thinking I'm missing out. Oh, this person is talking to this group over here. I want to speak to a group, so now I'm gonna serve that audience. But no, your audience isn't that. You know, your audience, even if your topic is leadership, as the example you used, you know, are you teaching senior leaders? Are you teaching corporate leaders? Are you teaching church leaders? And that's the thing, man. So, you know, but I understand, as someone who is a creative person, speaking for myself, and you know that, hey, everyone could use this. Yeah, everyone could, but everyone isn't looking for you. So it's not until you got to hone in on that specialization first, and then maybe, you know, other people start to find out about you. But yeah, you're not you're chasing money that because you see someone over here, but you're leaving it out over here when your audience is over here waiting on you. People that you said you're gonna serve is over there. So you're so on point with that. I definitely understand, agree with that, and I will co-sign. Make sure that you know, find out those people that you're supposed to serve and focus on that, because it's easy to get tripped up. It's easy to get start muddling it all up and just like, hey, I'm here for everybody.
And just to add to that, Ryan, you know, you're so right. I think the beauty of being in an organization like Black Speakers Network is that this is, you know, nobody is born this like amazing speaker with this like super clarity. Like we're all kind of building the plane while we're flying it. And so, really what you want is a combination of stages. Not every stage is meant to be this like paid speaking engagement. Like people don't come out into the gate, making 15, $20,000 a keynote. Like you can build up to that, but some opportunities, like Ryan, I tell people all the time, like I went on my lunch break one time. I drove to West Virginia. Anybody on here know where West Virginia is?
Wow.
I worked in Hanover, Maryland. It's like Anne Arundel County, so it was not close. I drove during my lunch break, like almost an hour and a half to deliver a 15-minute presentation back when I was still in corporate. And I didn't get paid for that. I didn't do it because it was fun or whatever. I did it because you got to get your reps in, just like when you are working out. You're getting fit, and it's something where you're constantly edging out and creating that message and seeing what resonates with people, and how to position yourself, and what offers are you going to create. And so even if you've been speaking for a while, you're always in the mode of recreating and refining what that is. And so yeah, man, I really think that most people just need to get more reps in. And my personal philosophy is, if you're looking at your calendar, we're about to go into March. You look at your March calendar and you're like, oh man, like I don't have any speaking engagements, or I don't have enough speaking engagements. You got 30 days plus to fill up on your calendar potentially. And so you got one of two options. Every single speaker listening, or potential speaker, we got one or two options. We can get on somebody else's stage, or you can create your own stage. And this first one, you have very little control over. The eventual outcome. You could control your activity. So how many organizations are you reaching out to? How many podcast hosts are you reaching out to? We're doing a big campaign this month where we're reaching out to 900 plus co-working spaces across the country. 900 co-working spaces in like 12 states. And we're just asking them a question. Hey, do you need speakers? That's all we're asking. And the people that come back, we're sending those leads right to BSN. But get on somebody else's stage. Can't do that. Create your own stage. And there's multiple ways to do that in this current atmosphere. So there's really no excuse, Ryan.
And we'll get you out of here on that in a second. But that was so, it made me think about how industries change. And I think that if you're a speaker, you're trying to get into the industry now, and you're thinking about the old model where everyone can go on stage and you're going to get paid, X amount of dollars, and everyone's going to call you, your calendar's going to be full on other people's stages nonstop. While that's still possible and that's still an option out there, look at the music industry. You think, performers ever thought people weren't going to buy records anymore? And they had to figure out a new way to go out there and create income. All kind of industries that were one way before and have changed. And the same thing with speaking now is that, you have opportunities and options to go out there and build your own stages, to create things, and to really, we had to do a whole separate conference on just the idea of investing in yourself to build your own stages and what that looks like, and understanding the different ways, because I know BSN does a lot of things on it as well. People always ask, well, should I pay to be on a platform or not? And it's like, well, the way I look at it is that how much would it cost you to pay to run Facebook ads that whole month? If you the amount that you can spend to join somebody's event and speak to their audience and hopefully build something there, or you just running Facebook ads that's going to go out there to who knows where, or to build your own event. There's so many other ways that you can invest that into yourself that you will have to pay. Okay, listen, when I say pay, you have to pay for yourself to see your success, invest in your speaking business one way or another. So just figure out what works for you. Understand that people aren't just going to give you something because you want to speak. That's no one's responsibility just to give you a platform because you want to speak. So definitely love that, Brian. So I'm going to give you a chance to go ahead and close out before we go to our next speaker, man. This has been great. So go ahead and the floor is yours.
Yeah, well, again, I just want to thank you again, Ryan. Thank you to everyone that's listening. And I just want to encourage everyone to, don't let perfection stand in the way of progress. You're picking up a lot of nuggets throughout the course of this summit. And obviously, as you watch the film tomorrow, you're probably going to leave, you're definitely going to leave inspired, and you're going to, want to do something. my recommendation is to do something before that momentum dies down, before that inspiration goes away, or something else comes into, your sphere to distract you away. And so, Ryan, I always believe that, you could tell somebody's priorities by two things, their calendar and their bank account. And if your calendar and your bank account doesn't match the stuff that you say is a priority, then that stuff's a problem. But fortunately, that's something that you could fix right away. If Black Speakers Network could be a part of that, if you're looking for training, access to resources, or speaking opportunities, over 20 opportunities that we send out every single week, plus our signature stages, please let us know. You can find me at blackspeakersnetwork.com. /join is if you want to go right to learning more about our membership program, or if you need to reach out to me. I am super easy to find. Brian, I think I'm the only Brian J. Oles, so just Google me and pick the platform of your choice. I'm on LinkedIn, Instagram, wherever. So you can find me or BSN very easily. And Ryan, thank you again for the opportunity. And as everyone's been saying, go out and you are born to be dope. So go out and get it.
Thank you, my brother. Always a pleasure. Glad to have you on with us today. And we'll talk real soon. All right. So, man, I'm telling you, I keep saying that to every speaker, but is this great or what? If you're watching in the Facebook group, I mean, I know that's the only way you can watch right now. But if you're in there, go ahead and start letting us know what some of your top nuggets were from the day, what you really got out of some of the speakers that you've seen so far. So we can just know that we are doing our thing and serving you in the right way. So listen, we're going to keep it moving. We have 3 more speakers left. So we are going to go right into our next speaker, who is going to share with you information on how you can go out there and get government contracts. If you're out there trying to, build a business, one of the best ways, I'm going to say best, one of the most profitable ways is to go out there and get government contracts. So Ms. Karwana D is going to share with you on how to do that. So I'm going to send it over to her. Take it away.
So how many of you are either a woman or a minority small business owner? Did you know that the U.S. federal government in the past year spent over $10 trillion on business products and services? And of that, they were obligated to spend merely upwards of 23% with small business owners who are women and minority. Now, that's over $2.3 trillion that was on the table. Did you get your piece of the pie? I'm Karwana D, and I'm a government contract strategist. I help minority and women small business owners grow legacy businesses by teaching them how to do business with the government. Over the past 5 years, I've actually helped over 200 small business owners just like you generate a collective revenues of $3 million and growing. My question, are you getting your piece of that pie? Now, the $2.3 trillion that I shared with you is only on the federal spending level alone. We all know that there's 3 levels of government. There's your local city and county, there's the state and the federal government, right? So there's even more money on the table of what they're obligated to spend with your business when you add the state and when you add the city level budgets, okay? So in this video, what I'm going to share with you is the 3 steps of growing a business with by selling to the government, where you can actually not only grow and thrive in business, but build your legacy at the same time. Now, a few short years ago, I was actually broke, busted, and disgusted. Before I had even known the first thing about selling to the government or that it was even possible, I was a business owner sitting in your very seat trying to figure out how to make ends meet, trying to figure out how to make a quarter out of 15 cents, or how to make $1 out of 15 cents, right? Chasing individual customers. What I found was that I used to spend more time in my business chasing customers than I did actually making money, right? And that's where small business owners, struggle the most, right? We spend more time chasing and trying to convince people to do business with us rather than doing business with the right player in the first time. Now, I actually walked away from my traditional 9-to-5 at the early age of 27 to pursue my dreams, to become a stay-home full-time mom, but also to start my business and my legacy on the side. So at that time, of course, I came with a college degree in business, accumulating hundreds of thousands of dollars in student loans just to get a business degree, because I thought that was the way that I needed to go to build a business. Now, with my business degree, my business struggled for years, right, with the knowledge that I was actually taught, because we're traditionally taught that you have to have a business loan, or you have to wait 2 to 5 years to grow a profit, or if you make it to 5 years, you're lucky. And what I learned was everything that we were taught in business school was wrong. Everything, right? And so at the time when I was trying to build my business, of course, I was married at the time and had a different spouse, and he was the primary caretaker. But in the middle, I was going through the middle of a divorce. A few years into my marriage, I started going through a divorce, and here I am, barely making ends meet in my business, right? A full-time mom, getting ready to get a divorce, and I had to figure out how to make it work, because number one, I was not going to go back to traditional 9 to 5. My back was against the wall. I had to find out a way. So in my normal hustle and bustle, where I'm chasing individual customers, doing freelance jobs just to kind of make ends meet, I was barely making about $20,000 to $30,000 a year, but spending 50-hour weeks hustling, right? The numbers didn't add up for me. So I had to find a way to really figure out how I was going to build a business so I can provide for my children, so that I can get out of the customer chase and all of those things that I no longer wanted to do. And during my hustle, I actually started doing freelance work for the first Black billionaire that I had ever known, who built his business from the ground up. And I began to ask the question, how did you build a multi-billion-dollar business as a Black man in today's time, right? And so the number one thing that he shared with me changed my life completely, and it was that he was selling to the government. And he looked at me and said, the very thing that you're doing for me, because I was doing photography services at the time, you can actually do for the government and land multiple 6-figure contracts and be actually grow enough to becoming the first Black millionaire in your family. I looked at that as an opportunity to want to learn more. And so in my research, what I've discovered was the $1 trillion secret to government contracts for minority and women-owned businesses. And that's what I coined it, because I had no clue. Now, when you go to, the SBA, and when you go to business school, not once do they say it's possible for a small business, individual proprietor, like sole proprietor, can sell to such a big giant client. And the truth of the matter is, what I learned was that government agencies, and there's millions of them across the federal level. We're talking about your city and county level, and your state, the Department of Transportation, Department of Public Health, Department of Economic Workforce Development, the City Hall, like the hospital, like all of these agencies, right? The Department of Energy. They all have set aside budgets for women and minority small business owners and other business concerns. And that one thing actually helped me to go, like, learning that in 3 steps, what I had to figure out. There were 3 steps, and I'm going to share with you exactly what those 3 steps are. But that helped me to take my business from earning barely $20,000 to $30,000 a year to landing my first $70,000 contract. And guess what? It was for 28 days of work. Now, mind you, I had walked away from a traditional job because I was missing out on, being able to be there for my kids when they, say their first words and take their first steps and all those things. I no longer wanted to be that person. And so I walked away from a job where I was working 40-hour work weeks, making about $90,000 a year, and I started my business, which started on a steep uphill, right? It was like a struggle to get up that hill. But what I learned was that the government contracting $70,000 contract for 28 days of work merely replaced the full-time job that I had, right? For just 28 days of work. All I needed was 2 of those, right? And so in repeating the steps and the things that I learned, I ended up landing my second contract, right? Was similar size, similar days of work. And the first thing that I said to myself was, how powerful was this? And why don't we know this? When you go to City Hall to start your business, when you start a business or go to the state to get your LLC or whatever it is, right? When you go to business school, why don't they tell us the first person you should be looking at to get your business off the ground is selling to the government, right? Because with the government, you don't have to have marketing dollars, right? That's some of the struggle that small business owners have. We don't have the marketing dollars to, to be able to compete and be competitive and to really grow a business from the ground up. There's no real way to bootstrap your business that way and be thriving. Like, but with government contracts, you can start a business today. In the next 60, 30, 60, 90 days, you can be highly profitable, landing your first 6-figure contract, if not a 5-figure contract or multiple contracts. And the truth is, you can land contracts simultaneously. There's no limit to how much you can sell to the government. And so what I'm about to share with you in today's session is how I was not only able to build a multi-billion dollar, not billion, but $1 million business for myself, but to help my clients generate upwards of $3 million and more and growing by leveraging their business, which is a vehicle to generate wealth, government contracts as the fuel to help them get there and to get there faster. Because I don't know about you, but we don't have 20 years to learn how to figure out how to make some money in our business. We have today. We have within the next 6 to 12 months to learn how to make this thing work. And this is the key to making it work. So now I said all that to say, as a business owner, the $1 trillion secret that I learned was that there's more money out there than you can imagine. So just think about it as a stream of flowing water, a stream of flowing money that's flowing down your street every single day. And every single day that we're not doing this, because it costs us not to do it, whether it's costing us directly or indirectly, it costs us not to do it, because every single minority business can be at least generating $250,000 a year. Okay. Case in point, I have a client who actually was in my boat, barely making money in her business, maybe not even $5,000 for the year, right? Learn these 3 steps that I'm about to share with you, positioned herself and landed her first $250,000. That's $250,000 contract within her first 6 to 9 months of learning these 3 steps that I'm about to share with you. So step number 1, and I call this my 3-step BCP method. This is a method that I actually designed based off the experience and the research that I've done on what I had to do to get to where I am today, right? What helped me to go from 20K years to 250K quarters, right? This is the method right here. Number 1, you have to have a business. The B stands for business. You have to have a business in order to do business with the government. So we're not talking about an under the table business. We're talking about officially certifying your business as a legitimate business, whether you're a sole proprietor or an LLC or C Corp or however you want to structure your business. You do have to have one, right? And there's a list of items that you have to have in order to sell to the government. That is an EIN, a Dun and Brad number. You do have to have services that you actually want to sell to the government, like listing out those services. Because guess what? For every service, there's an industry code, and for every industry code, there's a specific budget of how they're going to spend in that code, right? So they have budgets. So for the more budgets or codes you can identify or services you can identify that you can sell to the government, the more multiple streams of income you can have in your same one single business, right? For example, traditionally, we'll be thinking a daycare center. A daycare center, of course, you think they get paid for watching kids. But when it comes to the government, that same daycare center, when identifying the services that you offer, you watch kids during the day. Sometimes you have after school care. You feed the kids, right? Sometimes you do peer-to-peer counseling because the kids come from 2 separate households and maybe there's some drama there, right? So that's peer-to-peer counseling. We're talking about nutritional services. Sometimes you may even do photography services, once a year at your daycare, right? That's 5 different streams of income. Every single one of those services that I named, there's a specific industry code, and the government funds every single aspect. So you can either do business with the one individual person, right? Or you can do business with the government, who not only pays you and pays you well, but can pay you for every aspect of your business. Now we're talking about leaps and bounds growing your business, okay? Growing your business by leaps and bounds exponentially, right? To building a legacy business. And guess what? Your business is bigger than you, because it's not about what can we do for ourselves, but now when gentrification is happening in your community, you have the means to buy the block back. You have the means to build a legacy, to be the first-time homeowner, to own land, right? To give back to your community, to be the philanthropist, all of those things. But it has to start with leveraging your business to generate revenue. And what more better person to do business with than the number 1 largest purchaser of services and products in the world? And us as little people, little individuals, small business owners, we have the ability to do that, to do business with the #1 largest purchaser in the world, right? And they buy everything. Okay, so there's some more things. Of course, you have to have a part of your business 2 to 3 years of business taxes or taxes in general, personal taxes it could be, or a letter of explanation as to why you have not filed taxes. But these are legitimate documentation that you have to get started, right? And so there's a free checklist of all of these things. I have a free training where I go into even more depth. If you go to qualifyforgovernmentcontracts.com, qualifyforgovernmentcontracts.com, you can get access to that free checklist that I have, right? So step 2, once you've gone through step 1 and have accumulated all of those documents that you have to legitimately position your business to qualify for government contracts, now it's not enough just to have, just to be black and brown, or to be a minority, or to be a woman, or to be at a disadvantage, right? There's a certain certification process that officially recognizes your business as a small business concern. Whether you're a minority small business concern, a woman-owned small business concern, right? A certified a veteran small business concern, or a LGBT small business concern. There's a bunch of different small business concerns. There are socioeconomic disadvantages that you actually get to stand on and leverage to get access to the money. And so these are pools of income that are set aside specifically for these particular groups. But you have to officially fill out an application. This is called a certification in order to claim your piece of the pie. I don't know if you remember the story Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, where everyone who had the golden ticket got to go inside the factory and eat up and get all the chocolate or whatever and candy that they wanted. Well, I want you to think about certifications, the process, although it's a lengthy, daunting process where you have to have all of your ducks in order, right? But it is your golden ticket to skipping the line to generating wealth, right? So just like if you go to an amusement park, they have a fast pass where you don't have to wait in line. You can get right to the front. Well, here's a golden ticket to skip the line to growing a thriving business, to growing it faster, to building a legacy, right? To accessing the funds that are specifically set aside for you. It's your golden ticket. I don't know about you, but I want my 40 acres and a mule. That golden ticket allows you to be able to generate enough revenues to get your own 40 acres and a mule. Okay, so get your certifications done. So that is the step. That's the second step, right? Understanding how to leverage your socioeconomic disadvantage statuses of groups that you've been a part of and have identified with that have traditionally been marginalized. They have money for you. Okay. And my question again to you is, are you getting your piece of that pie? The third step is proposals. BCP. That's my 3-step methodology that I use to help my clients generate millions and hundreds of thousands of dollars every single year in government contracts for their business. It's just selling to a giant client versus selling to a million little clients, right? And so the third step is every single day, multiple times a day, there are opportunities that are being poured out there. In fact, the government on every level, we're talking about every single agency, and there's millions of agencies across the U.S. They're putting out opportunities, purchasing opportunities of things that they're looking for. They're looking for paper clips, what is this? Sticky notes. They're looking for accessories and clothes and uniforms. They're looking for janitorial services and real estate. They're looking for insurance and travel, right? They're looking for photography and videography. They're looking for communications and music and ministers of music services, all those things. In fact, one of my clients actually helped her position her business to learn how to sell prosthetic wigs to the government. So if you think they're buying wigs, don't you think your thing is worth it? Right? Accounting services. I have a client who landed her first $250,000 contract in the 6 to 9 month period selling, and she's in the travel industry, and she sold actually breast care exams, right, to the government by partnering with a Black business that actually does that service. And so the opportunities are limited, and they're forecasting how much they're going to spend on these things every single year. They're setting aside a percentage of that forecast, the budgets that they're going to be spending specifically for women and minority small business owners, right? And your thing in this third step is to look at those proposal opportunities and to respond, to submit your proposals, to submit your quotes, right? You have to respond. So if you go through these 3 steps, get your business right, certify for these for your golden ticket, and then respond to the opportunities by submitting your proposals, then you too will have access to that $2.3 trillion spend annually and growing that is specifically set aside for you. What would that do for you? What would that do for your family? How would that position you in your community? How would you be able to contribute to your cause and the things that you want to do? A lot of nonprofits, people have non-profitable purposes and things that they want to do, but you have no money and no power in order to do it. Well, what if you leverage your for-profit business to get government contracts? Now you can fund your nonprofit purpose, right? So it's all about strategy. It's all about understanding what's out there and how to take advantage of the opportunities that are out there. And so if you follow those 3 steps, I promise you will get to have contracting opportunities that are mind blowing. Okay. So right now, inaction and ignorance and lack of knowledge is keeping us from that. So every single year you're losing money, whether you're losing it directly or indirectly, simply because you didn't know. And this is why I coined it the $1 trillion secret, because most of us don't know, right? We did not know. But guess what? Once you know, I want to empower you to actually take action. Right? You want to take action. You want to be able to grow a business. If you're in business to make money, here's a giant client, customer, that's a guaranteed customer who's saying, I have money for you. I want to do business with you. Here's what I need. Can you serve me? Right? And don't disqualify yourself, because believe it or not, whatever it is that you sell, I can show you exactly the government is buying it. Okay. And so the other thing is, I want you to remember and think about, I don't know if you remember the little train that could, the story, right? The little train that could. So the little train, which is a little business, looked at the big train, which is the bigger businesses, right? The bigger businesses like the Amazons, the 500 Fortune companies, the Ubers, and like all of these mega companies that we look at and we're like, how did they do it? They started today and now they're billionaires, right? The secret is they understand this. And the secret that's going to be mind-blowing to you is they too have government contracts. Do you think that they're doing more than just getting money from individual us, like customers? Yeah, they're doing more than that. They're actually selling services to the government. They're selling their services to the government. And guess what? Government contracting, the set-asides, the opportunities that are set aside for small disadvantaged business owners just like us, levels the playing ground. You too can sell to the government and become that mega, big business that you aspire to be. So the little train that could, with his little choo-choo, right, was listening to the big trains that was choo-choo deeper, right? A deeper, richer, stronger choo-choo. And he's like, I think I can, right? A lot of us, we're looking at these businesses and that are bigger than us, that are stronger than us. And we're like, I think I can. And that's a good place to be. But I want you to know that at some point you want to go from I think I can to I know I can. Right? And know that this is for you, and know that there's opportunities for you, because knowledge is power, but the application of knowledge is even more powerful than anything. So go from I think I can to I know I can to I will, right? Make it a part of your plan. Live life by design, not by default. Make it intentional. Be intentional about being successful, right? I think I can, I know I can, to I will, to I am doing it. Follow through. Do the work, right? Those who take action actually get the results. Do the work and know that you can do it, right? So that little train went from I think I can to I know I can to I will to I did it to now he's doing it. And then he goes back and shared with the next little train exactly how he got there. This is merely the exact journey of success that I've had. I thought that I could. I believed that I could. I began to do it. And now I'm sharing with you how you can do it too. And those 3 steps, the 3-step methodology of business certifications proposals, is exactly what helped me to get here. So now I'm empowering you because I know that you can do it, right? And I want you to go from I think I can to I know I can to actually I will, to doing it so that you too can empower the next generation, to empower the next, entrepreneurs that come behind you, and know that there's a way to build a legacy business. And it's not going to take you 2 to 5 years to do it. And it's not going to take you having to get startup capital to do it. You can be highly profitable in the next 30, 60, 90 days and see your revolutionary change, right? Change the very trajectory of your family, of the paycheck to paycheck thing, all of those things, right? It is up to you to empower your legacy and to use your vehicle to generate the wealth that you need to do to be the change maker of tomorrow. And so with all that said, be encouraged. I hope that this was great for you, as good as it is for me. I love empowering entrepreneurs, but once I empower you with the information, it is your job and your duty to take action, right? And so today I'm calling you to take action. There's more training for you. I go into even more depth, and I also have another free gift. If you go to qualifyforgovernmentcontracts.com, you're going to get another free gift from me. Qualifyforgovernmentcontracts.com. There's a short video training on there where I'm sharing even more nuggets, and then at the end, the free gift, you get to book a free call with my team where we can actually show you exactly how to implement this into your business, and also how we can help you implement all of these things that I've shared into your business. So I look forward to, seeing you at the top. I look forward to not only being the one out there in the field getting government contracting, but also to see your face in participating in this multi-trillion-dollar spend that is set aside specifically for you. Be encouraged. And in closing, live life by design, not by default. When building a business, build a business that's profitable. This is a way to generate those profits that's purposeful. You can do business on purpose, right? And also, for the most part, that's legendary. Begin to build your legend, your legacy, and pass this information down for generations to come. So thank you so much for having me here. I'll see you at the top.
Man, woo. Carmana brought it, didn't she? I mean, if you are not sitting there now trying to write a list of all the government agencies you about to start sending applications to, I mean, what are you doing? I'm like, wait a minute, you got $70,000 for 1 month of work? Give me about 3 or 4 of those for real to take. Well, she didn't say that was for taking pictures, but yeah, I mean, shoot, I got a camera, but this was phenomenal, great information. I'm like, yeah, I'm ready to take it to the next level with my business and start getting some of these government contracts. So that was phenomenal, man. Great. So we are going to move on to our next speaker. Let me make sure I bring her off of mute. And if there's 2 things that you have not, if you didn't pick up on today, 2 things. We got a lot of people from Atlanta, and we got a lot of Hamptonians, because Hamptonians do it better. But so what's up to TC Cooper? How are you?
Hello, Ryan Greene, my class president, Hamptonian extraordinaire. I am so excited to be here.
Man, we're glad to have you here. We can hear you loud and clear. So TC Cooper is a best-selling author, business strategist, a faithpreneur. I'm just throwing some titles. I know she's got some specific titles she likes to use, but this is someone who is like I said, we went to college together, classmates, and I watched her ascend, and she's rocking and rolling with her Align company. So she is going to share some great information with you today. So TC, I'm going to turn it over to you. The floor is yours.
Awesome. Well, hello, everyone. I'm so excited about being here with you at the Born to Be Dope Summit. I've been listening to the lineup of speakers, and oh my goodness, so much incredible information. I hope that you have your notebooks, you're taking notes, you are doing the work to gather this information so that you can go out and live your dopest life. Because as Ryan has told us, you are certainly born to be dope. Well, I'm TC Cooper. I am the president of Faith Focused Flow International. We are the premier business training and education company for Christ-centered leaders who are building their businesses online. Our entire framework, all of the courses that I teach, the work that we do is centered around using the Bible as a blueprint and instruction guide, core business manual for how to build your business online, a business that is dope. And I'm going to share with you what that means specifically, but that's what we do. We help you leverage the power of the internet, leverage the power of social media so you can expand, build, and grow online, doing a business that serves people, that builds wealth, and that glorifies God. I am so excited and privileged to be able to lead Faith Focused Flow and to be here with you today. So I am a lawyer by trade. As Ryan shared, we went to college together. I'm a lawyer by trade, but a teacher at heart. And so I'm going to go through first just some facts, basic information that I want you to know, and some proof about what I'm going to share about who you are in your dopeness. And then I'm going to give you a 5-step process for building a business that is dope. So let's first start with some basic facts about who you are, right? And get your notepad out. You probably already have it, and a pen, so that you can write out the formula I'm going to share with you, because I want you to have it and I want you to refer to it often as you are out here living a life that is worthy of your calling, something that you're going to hear me say a lot. So the first step, the fact, a basic fact, you're a dope. You are divinely ordained to be productive and excellent in every way. You are divinely, that's the D, ordained, that's the O, to be productive, that's the P, and excellent in every way. That's how God created you. You were created that way because you came from the order of the creation of the universe, right? The second fact is you were created by our creator, the creator of the universe, to create dope things. You were created in the sense of order by the creator of the universe to create dope things. And let me tell you about the things that you were created to create, right? The dopeness extends. I gave you one way to think about being dope, right? And that is ordainedly or that divinely ordained to be purposeful and excellent. The dope things are divinely ordered to be profitable and excellent in every way. So you are created to create things, including businesses, that are divinely ordered to be profitable and excellent in every way. And here's how I know that, right? Faith, focus, flow, everything I teach is rooted in the word. The Bible gives us instructions to go out and to dominate the earth, to go out and be stewards over the earth. And there is a sense of order in the way that the earth was created, right? So on day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6, things were created, and on the seventh day, God rested. That is an orderly way to be profitable, and that is to create things that have value and excellent, because whenever God created something, he said it was good in every way. So I've shared with you a formula that is important for you to write down, a formula that is important for you to have, because whenever you are feeling out of sorts, unproductive, like what you're doing doesn't matter, that you don't have a firm grasp on how you're adding value to the world or why you're doing the things that it appears that God is calling you to do, I want you to come back to these core formulas to remind yourself of who you are, right? You are dope, and what God has created you to do. You were created in the image of God, the creator of the universe, to come here, populate the earth, to multiply, be fruitful, not just in children, but my mug says prolific, right? It's a mug, one of the mugs from our apparel line, but be prolific and multiply in thoughts, ideas, and the things that you build here on the earth. So those are some basic truths, right? I wanted to start there because I have found I've been practicing law and building businesses for more than 2 decades now. I have found that when I'm working with clients, I'm advising clients, that it is impossible for them to do the work that they're called to do if they are not first rooted in the truth of who they are and why they can do what they've been called to do. So we've covered that. And I want you, this is a little bit of a quick interlude. I'll tell you about it at the end. But I have a handout for you, a little guide that is designed to reinforce everything that I'm teaching you right here. And if you go to our website, faithfocusflow.com/dope, DOPE, you'll be able to download that handout. So everything that I'm sharing, make sure you take notes, because you'll have the lessons in your own words so that you can be fueled by them. But head on over to our website, because I've done the work for you so that you can have the workbook from this presentation. Okay. So we started with the facts. Now you know who you are, right? You have a sense for placing what it means to be dope in your life. And so I want to now talk to you about a process, a way to be orderly in building dope things. And so I shared a little bit with you before, right? Building dope things. When I say that, I mean things that are divinely ordered, profitable, and excellent in every way. So let's talk about the process. And again, because I am a lot more of a teacher and trainer than I am a motivational speaker, I want you to be motivated, but I want you to have actionable things so that you can leave this talk and you know exactly where to focus in building dope things like your dope business, and you know what to do next, right? So here's step one: pause. 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 When you are at the start of building something dope, instead of just rushing in to do it, it is important as a faith based business owner. We call ourselves faith engineers, like engineer, right? Because we're builders. It's important that you pause, that you get still, that you allow yourself to be quiet, that you listen for the voice of God so that you are crystal clear in what you're building. Far too many people get really excited, they get an idea and boom, they're off to the races, right? They're off and running. In order to build a dope business that's profitable and excellent in every way, that is sustainable, that serves people, that builds wealth, that glorifies God, you have to first pause. Get still, get quiet, listen for the voice of God, be prayerful and listening for the voice of God, and then be very clear about what God is calling you to do next, right? So after you've paused, we get to the second step, and that is know. So before you boom, move off, run, start doing the next thing, because we're building a business that is orderly, right? This is the legal lawyer part of me. I need for you, step two, to know the order that is necessary for results. You need to know the order of the things that you need to do that will get you the results that you're clear about, because step one was to pause. So here are some key things, three key things that you need to know in order to build dope things, including a dope business. You need to know exactly what you offer. What are you offering? And what you offer should be based on your gifts, your talents, and your skills. So get clear about what you offer, right? The next thing you want to know is, what problem does your offer solve? So I know you are skilled and talented and gifted in many areas, and that's great. But I need you to associate what you're gifted, talented, and skilled in doing to an offer that you're going to make to solve a specific problem, right? And we teach a process for doing this over at the Faith Focused Flow Institute, but you can start it yourself right now. So once you know what you offer, right? We're in step two, you know what problem your offer solves, then you get to step three, and I want you to know specifically who needs the offer. Now, I was able to listen in on Brian, the founder of Black Speakers Network. He is phenomenal, and he shared a process and some ideas around niching and getting very clear about your target audience. Well, this ties in to that idea, that instruction, that lesson that you learned from another dope speaker here today, right? You've got to know who needs what you have that solves a particular problem. That's step two in this process for building a dope business and building dope things in general, right? So here's the third step, and this is very important because in the dope formula, if you go back and look at your notes, you know that I said that a dope thing, a dope business is divinely ordered to be profitable and excellent in every way. Step three is share, SHARE, in order to profit. In order to build a profitable business, to build a thing that is profitable, you must share. Here is how you share, because there are a lot of ways that you can share, right? Sharing is a broad concept, but in sharing, I want you to have a plan And this is a part of the pausing at the beginning to create a plan, right? Where you've heard from the Lord and you've created a plan, a vision. So when you're sharing in the step 3, I want you to share what you know. You can give away ideas about what you know. I'm sharing what I know right now with you at the Born to Be Dope Summit. And depending on your package, you may be paying for an advanced level of this training, or you may be experiencing a free level of this training, right? If you're watching it in the Facebook group. So be prepared to share by giving what you know, sharing what you know for free. Then you also want to follow that up if you're building a profitable thing by selling how you do what it is that you share that you know. So I'm giving you a step by step formula for building a dope business, doing a dope thing. And I'm telling you what I know about the process of doing it. But if you want to know exactly how to implement the 5 steps that I'm sharing with you now, you have to invest with us, right? That's the selling part. Selling how to do what you know. Selling how to do what you know. And then here's the other part of that, right? You're sharing what you know, so you give some of it away. You're selling how to do what it is that you know, so that you are exchanging something for value. And when you're exchanging your knowledge for value, and that is the revenue that you generate. And when you follow this order, right? When you follow this process, what you're doing is modeling what God gave us in nature that shows the give and take nature of sharing and receiving, right? So if you go back, you'll find examples throughout the Bible of sowing and reaping. You'll find other examples throughout the Bible of planting and harvesting, right? And then you'll find other examples of giving and receiving. So that's the third step. Step 3 is all about sharing in order to profit. Here's a fourth step in the process of building a dope business, creating dope things, right? You have to create, and that's the key word in the fourth step, you have to create a framework for profit. You've got to create a framework for profit. So when you first have an idea, you're first launching something, there's a testing phase where you're testing it out, you're getting feedback, you're narrowing down on your offer, you're getting really clear about the problem that you're solving, you're perhaps upgrading your offer or your solution so that you are really in alignment with the people who you serve and what they need, right? So that you can have an even exchange. Well, then you've got to focus on creating a framework that allows you to be profitable or build a profitable thing. That's a part of being dope. It's the P the P in dope, right? When you think about being dope, the P is for purpose. When you think about building dope things, the P is for profit, right? And so here is how you think about frameworks for profits. And we teach these frameworks over at the Faith Focus Flow Institute. You want to think about your structure for doing business. You want to build a business structure that allows you to carry out your vision. And you want to be very focused on building assets that allow people to give you money for the knowledge that you are sharing on how to do things, right? And so as a lawyer, I practice intellectual property law, and in the Institute, we teach people how to build their intellectual portfolio. So I want you to start thinking really strategically about trademarks, right? When you have a brand, an idea that you've created, and you've put that out in the world and it's unique, I want you to think about trademarks to protect it. And then I want you to start thinking about copyrights, right? Copywriting the work that you are creating, the text, the lessons, the programs, right? So you also have patents for business processes. Most of our clients, though, are focused on trademarks and copyright protection. And so we don't offer that as a service, right? I don't practice law in that area through the Institute, but we talk about it strategically in building a portfolio, creating a framework for profit to exchange the value that you have through your knowledge with the revenue that you will receive, the money that you will receive, or whatever it is that you're receiving of value in exchange for that. So, creating frameworks, step 4. Two big things I want you to remember: structure and assets. And when we're talking about assets in the framework of building an online business, we're talking about intellectual assets. Focus on that, right? When you do that, you're building a dope business. You are building a dope thing that is going to be profitable, that will allow you to serve people, to build wealth and glorify God. And ultimately, that is the type of business that is dope, that adds value to the world and allows you to live a life. And I share that I would say this a lot, that's worthy of your calling. And that's what I want for you all to do. Here is the 5th step in this process of building a dope business, building dope things, things that are divinely ordered, profitable, and excellent in every way. Step 5 is to pay attention to systems and process. Pay attention to systems and to process. In order to be excellent in every way, it is important that the people who hire you, people who engage you, right? People who decide to do business with you or invest in the dope thing that you have created, because you are a creator who was created by the Most High, you've got to have a repeatable process. People have to know what to expect, and you want to make sure that you can deliver on that expectation every time. Here is how you do that: you focus on essential systems and you focus on essential processes. Systems and processes, also procedures, are things that you must build. This is in step 5, to have a business that is excellent in every way, because it delivers on the promise of your brand. It delivers on the promise of what you offered, and people expect to receive in exchange for the value that they've given you through payment or whatever else you've decided is value that you would like to receive in exchange for the value of how to do what you know. So focus on systems, focus on processes, focus on procedures. Now, here is the thing: I want you to do that in the proper order. Sometimes business owners will come to us and they spend way too much time in the beginning worrying about systems and processes when they're not clear about the message that they have, the offer, the problem, the solution, the ideal client, the person who needs it, right? So you build all these processes and systems, but they're not custom to be connected to the market that you're serving. It's important that you think about the steps that I've shared today in the order. Remember, the O in building dope things is for ordered, right? You want to think about the order of the process so that you are building a business that's on a foundation, a layered foundation that allows you to be sustainable, profitable, and sustainable. So think about your systems, think about your processes as you've gotten the other key foundational things complete, right? So that's what you have. That's what you have. I hope this has been helpful to you. I hope that you are inspired, right? I should say that's what you have. That's the end of that's the 5 steps. I told you I was going to teach you a 5-step process. I taught you the 5-step process, and I hope that it's been inspiring. Let me go through the 5 steps again so that you can make sure you have them written down. And again, you can head over to our website, faithfocusflow.com/dope, and I'll send you the workbook, and I'll send you information about how to. I'll send you the information that I shared here so that you have this process written down. But for right now, step 1, pause for divine instruction. Pause for divine instruction. 2, know the order necessary for results. What you offer, the problem it solves, who needs it. 3, share for profit. Share to profit. Share what you know, sell how to do it. Share what you know, sell how to do it. Think about sowing and reaping, planting and harvesting, giving and receiving. Make that an ordered part of how you move throughout the world and do business. 4, create frameworks for profit. Think about the structure of your business from a legal and organizational structure, foundational, and think about your framework for intellectual property and how you're protecting what you know and preparing what you know to be able to share it through licensing agreements and all types of other things that we teach over at the Institute. But make sure you have structure, for your business operations and structure for your intellectual property assets that allow you to be profitable. That's a part of the DOPE formula. And then finally, build for excellence. Build your systems, build your processes, build your procedures so you're able to repeatedly deliver what people expect based on what you've offered and what you said that you've solved. And what I didn't say before is when you do this, you're building a business, not a job. You're building a business that can deliver excellence at all times without you having to actually do the delivery every single time. That's ultimately the distinguishing factor between having a business, a company that will work to help you do the work that you've been called to do and live a life that's worthy of your calling, and creating a job for yourself where you have to do all of the things yourself, right? Systems and processes and procedures that are built on your intellectual property assets and your structure gets you to building a business, building a company, things that I love to talk about and teach about over at the Institute. And so there you all have, my time is up, but there you have a framework, a five-step, not framework, but a five-step process for building a dope business, doing dope things, because you are indeed called to be dope. You were born dope. And that's just a fact. I hope that you're inspired by this. I hope that you got great feedback. Listen, you can find me all over the internet. Take a search for Faith Focused Flow and leave a comment. Send a DM. I'll get it. A member of my team will get the DM. Let me know how this presentation was helpful to you. Let me know what you're going to do as a result of being reaffirmed in your dopeness and having a new dope strategy for building a dope thing. Head on over to our website, faithfocusflow.com/dope. Get the handout. I have additional things that I'll be sending to you if you join our community. And, do it. Do it. You were born to be dope. Brian Greene created this entire conference to help you be really clear.
Uh-oh. Dropped out of nowhere. Not sure what happened there, but good thing it didn't happen till the end. So thank you, TC, for that. We are going to get our final speaker loaded up. So as she comes on board, let's make sure we get her ready. All right, I see her there. So let me go ahead and get our final speaker ready. All right, so we are ready to go to Miss S. Michelle Eccles, who is joining us. Welcome to the Born to Be Dope Summit. How are you? Oh, let me unmute you. Sorry. There you go. Yep, there you go. I can hear you just fine.
Ryan,
Wonderful.
how are you? Thank you
Wonderful.
so much for being here. This is a great conference. I watched parts of it yesterday. I watched parts today, and I'm just so excited to be closing out for you.
Absolutely. So we're glad to have you, and I'm excited because you are about to teach. I'm going to go out on a limb and say probably 97% of our viewers, this is going to be new to them, something that they've probably never heard of or not familiar with. So I'm excited to learn. I'm always excited to learn something new, but definitely excited to go down this road with you. So let's just jump into it. S. Michelle Eccles is a librarian, but she also, so she's a reader. She loves the way books make you think and feel. But she has started something called bibliotherapy. All right, bibliotherapy. Type that in the chat if you've never heard that word before. Bibliotherapy, as we get ready to roll, is the art of using books to help people understand, process, and consider difficult emotions. So I'm going to start by just giving you an opportunity to give us a deeper definition or how you came into this place and what the benefits of bibliotherapy are.
All right, so I'm a librarian, as you said, and I am a researcher. So one day I was reading an article in the New York Times, and I ran across the term bibliotherapy. Never heard about it before, but it has been around since the beginning of time. So the word bibliotherapy comes from biblio, which it means books from the Greeks, and therapia, which means therapy. So during my research and looking for something to help me understand bibliotherapy a little bit more, I just became immersed with it. But for me personally, on a personal level, and we've all experienced this when we've read a book, and you as an author, Ryan, you'll know that you write characters and somebody always tell you, oh, I can relate to that character, or I related to what happened or what that particular character went through, right? So that's a form of bibliotherapy. But I just want to tell everybody today a little bit about myself and why I feel that the personal you and using books to heal your soul. So see, many years ago, when I was working, I had a job and I was the assistant dean at a library, and it was a small college. And during that time of working as the assistant dean, the college went through some financial improprieties, and the college eventually ended up closing. But before the college closed, my dean came to me and said to me that she had to cut my salary. And what she was cutting my salary by was like $25,000. And so going from 95,000, right, to 70,000 at a time when my daughter's a junior in college, and I was, a single mom doing it, making it happen, and built this career as a librarian, I totally slipped into a form of depression, a state of depression. And then I had to end up going to therapy myself and working along with my therapist. We started rediscovering that I love reading. And then she even further took it further and said, well, you enjoy reading, try reading this book or try reading that book. But fast forward, going back a little bit more, sometimes when you work, you go through a lot of things. And during that, it just set me to a place where I became depressed. And hence, we can go on from there.
There we go. So let's talk about that. How does bibliotherapy work, and how will someone know that that's going to be something that's beneficial for them?
All right, so basically you can either do it on a creative level, right? There's different forms of bibliotherapy. You either do it creatively where you just read something and you're going through something at that moment. Like I was going through the depression, but once I started my therapy, I started reading other books that dealt with building myself up as a leader, right? So I went and started reading self-help books. And so we can use those type of tools to help us. But then there's also a time where you may be in therapy and under the care with either a mental health provider, a psychologist, a social worker, or any other mental health providers. They may suggest to you that perhaps you take this book and read. So for instance, for me, with my therapist, right, she suggested to me this book, The Body Remembers, because I had a lot of trauma growing up as a kid, and this helped me to look at what my body was going through at that time. So if someone out here really wanted to know more about bibliotherapy, right, you can go to my website, which is www.curatedcollections.com, and you can learn more about bibliotherapy there. But also if you're currently going through working with a mental health provider, talk to your mental health provider and find out if this is something that you should be doing along in conjunction with therapy or alone. And that's where I come in at Curated Collections. We work with our clients in the format of using creative bibliotherapy, where you're working with us. And what I do is I provide personalized, either professional or personal home libraries, and I also provide reading lists for my customers.
Awesome. Now you have something that you call the 3-2-1 of bibliotherapy. So let's go through that. Let's start with what that is and break it down for our viewers today.
So the 3-2-1 with bibliotherapy is that you ask yourself 3 questions, right? What would be the 3 questions? First question is, how will bibliotherapy help my life? 2 would be, what types of books should I be reading? And 3, what should I be taking away from these books, right? So when you think about it, it's that one is identifying. You identify with the characters in the book. Then you can also take it and look at, all right, if I'm identifying my problem and I'm associating it with a fictional book, those literary characters, I'm going to pay attention to those emotions that those characters are displaying within the book. And that's pretty much it there.
All right, great. So the second part was 2 of your favorite quotes. We got 3 ideas you can use in your everyday lives. Talk to us about the second piece, 2 favorite quotes.
So when you're reading a book, right? Like I read this book during the time, it's Bishop T.D. Jakes' book, The 10 Commandments While Working in a Hostile Environment. And one of the quotes in the book that resonates with me had to deal with failing safe. It says, if we're doing our best and striving to live out God's calling, when we appear to fail in our endeavors, then we must realize that God is training us for later success. We must view our failures and shortcomings not as deficiencies, but as lessons, right? So you take that and you break apart that quote and you apply that information that you received from that quote to your life. So that's one quote from one book. Then you can get another quote from another book, or it could be something that you've read. And so for me, it's my favorite quote by Helen Keller, which is, life is a daring adventure, a nothing at all, right? You got to step out there. You got to do it. You got to make it happen for yourself. As I said earlier, in dealing with my situation, dealing with that particular incident that happened at my job when my deans, said to me, I'm going to cut your salary by $25,000. And it sent me into a state of depression. But I didn't tell you the other part she said to me that really struck a chord, which was, she said, if anyone on my team can endure this pay cut, it's you, because I know that you'll make it happen for yourself. And so that's why I had to go back to Bishop T.D. Jakes' book, because eventually what I wanted to do at that moment in that conversation was jump over the desk and leave it up to God that way. But I had to take it to the right way, right? And picked up this book and I had to read this book, and the bishop got me back on track. He helped me, just formulate it. And then that was prior to me going to therapy. This was in that moment. It took like a couple of months after that before I actually started going to therapy to deal with the depression, because it was heart rendering. It was something that it cut you at your heart, because how could someone just look you in your face? And I left out the part, I was the only Black person in leadership, the Black woman in leadership. So immediately I was like, okay, she's doing this because Black people are resilient. Aren't we tired of being resilient? Can't we just have our seat at the table? For real? Can we just have our seat at the table and just get our peace? So that's what it is. And so bibliotherapy for me, it resonates with me a lot. I've been doing a lot of research on it. I actually found the very first bibliotherapist who worked with African Americans, and her name was Dr. Sadie Peterson Delaney. And she actually started the Tuskegee in Tuskegee, Alabama. She started the hospital for veterans when they were coming back from war, World War I and II veterans, and she helped them deal with the atrocities that they had seen fighting in combat through using her therapy, using bibliotherapy. So I take no credit for bibliotherapy. It's been around since the beginning of the times. The Greeks used it. You had Aristotle talked about it, how books used to heal the soul. It was a form of medicine for your soul. So it's something that's been around for a really long time. It's just something that we just haven't used or heard in our daily lives in the modern 21st century.
Yeah, that makes sense. Now that you think about it. And I know as a parent, when my kids were young, I always try to make sure you didn't use reading as punishment. Like when they do bad, go to your room and read a book. You don't want to use that as punishment because you don't know how they're going to grow up hating to read. But never thought about the fact that, hey, it is therapy. I mean, I read a lot. Most of the time I read nonfiction for learning, but there is a lot of therapy and things that come from reading. This is very, very great. So we got 3, we got 2. Number 1 was, what's one burning question that you want to leave with our audience today?
The burning question I have for the audience today is, how are you going to utilize bibliotherapy to build upon your dopeness? Because, this is the Born to Be Dope conference, right? And reading is fundamental. We all know that. But how are you going to take what I'm giving you and help yourself to be at that place to say, I'm born to be dope? Because right now, after all of this, Ryan, I tell you, I know today that I was born to be dope. I'm introducing 98% of people out here in the world to a term that's been there all along, but we just never knew what it was and why this book resonated with us at certain times. But I'm introducing everyone to something that is helping them to reframe or even take a step back and look at why certain books resonate with them in a certain way, right? Because we all have books that we read and we all have things that how it resonates with us. But just thinking about that. So the one thing that I want to leave everybody with today is, how has a book impacted your life? And what lessons have you taken away from that book?
Awesome. So y'all heard it. Y'all heard it from S. Michelle Eccles. Just get out there and pick up a book, read it. How's it impacting your life? This is dear to my heart because I made my whole career out of books, in words. So thank you, S. Michelle. I want to get, so I call you S. Michelle or just Michelle? How do you like to go?
You can call me Michelle, but not give them
Okay.
my website so they can know where to find me. And I also want to highlight something to you. Take a look over there. You remember that from yesterday?
Oh, wow. Yeah. You got Glory up on your shelf. I'll make sure Tracy sees this if he's not watching right now.
I have to put Glory up there next to, of course, Smithsonian Anthology on Hip Hop. If you don't have this in your collection, Ryan, you're missing out.
I'm gonna get it. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'll make sure I get that and make sure Tracy sees that his book is on your shelf as well. So that was awesome. So listen, go ahead and give out your contact information. Tell people how they can follow up with you and learn more about how they can use bibliotherapy to help themselves.
All right, so you can go over to my website, which is www.curated, CURATED collections, COLLECTIONS by SME.com. It's long, I know, but I struggle with coming up with a name for myself, and figuring out. Some people may ask, why not just work under smichelleeccles.com? Couldn't do that. Somebody had actually bought my name, Ryan, and they wanted to sell it to me for $1,000. And I was like, I'm not paying you $1,000 for that, for that domain. So, that's pretty much it. But if you want more information about, if you're interested, if I struck a chord with you, I hope that I did. I hope that I enlightened you. I hope that you are walking away with some gems. I know that you picked up a lot of gems all weekend long at the Born to Be Dope Summit, but I'm here to tell you that Ryan did a phenomenal job with the Born to Be Dope Summit, and I'm happy to be a part of it. And again, I'm at www.curatedcollections by SME.com. And I'm sure Ryan has a directory of all of us that have presented if you missed a few letters in here with my long business name. But understand, curated collections. I'm curating information, curating books. If you want to set up your own personal home library, reach out to me. Or professional library, reach out to me. Or the reading list that will help you when you're dealing with certain things in your life. It's all there. We have it there for you at curatedcollections.com. Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you so much, Michelle. All right. So wonderful, man. That was our last feature presenter. That was, everybody was phenomenal. Like, I can't think of one person that I was like, oh, I want to skip that. I've been to events where you just had people who were able to get on stage and just were bringing that you wanted. So, but hey, this is Born to Be Dope. So we only bringing you the dopest people. And I am just glad and excited about that. So listen, before we go for the day, before we wrap up day 2, a couple of housekeeping things. Again, if you don't worry about if you weren't able to catch the whole thing today due to the issues that we were having, we do have the entire event recorded. We're going to edit that up a little bit to make sure we just take out the time we drop and put it all together. That will be posted. This is why it's important to be in the Facebook group because that's where we're going to put it. So you'll be able to get that, be able to watch the rest of it today. This evening as well. All right. So, but I want to thank all of our presenters for the day who pressed through, who came through and did it, because look, part of being dope is being able to look adversity in his face and saying, that's all you got. So that's what we did today. And that's what we're going to keep doing. So thank you for that. What else? If you like the Born to Be Dope swag, make sure you go to borntobedope.com. You can go and see the link on there to buy your own Born to Be Dope shirt, sweatshirt, hoodie, whatever it is. Once you get it, it takes about 2 weeks to ship. Once you get it, put it on, take a picture of it, tag I am Born to Be Dope on social media so we can see you rocking the shirts, okay? If you are interested in being part of the next Born to Be Dope Summit on August 4th through 6th, we'll have a live summit. It will be here in Maryland. If you are interested, we are casting now for that next summit. So we're going to have the film. We're going to have a live summit in person as well. There's even going to be something we're going to add that I'm not ready to announce yet, but it's going to be even bigger and better. It's going to be awesome. It's just going to be dope. And so make sure you do that. If you're interested in doing that, go to borntobedopesummit.com, click the apply to speak option, and you fill out the form to schedule your audition for March. All right, so we are ready to do this again. We want to run it back and make sure that we can just keep this thing going. So excited about that. What else did I leave off? Oh, I forgot to even mention today. I mentioned it yesterday. Our partnership with Exposure Network TV. So Greenhouse Media, that's my company. We now are the content provider for the DMV station for Exposure Network TV. Exposure Network TV is available on Apple TV, Roku TV, Amazon Fire, your iPhone, Samsung, online, wherever you want to go, you can get this app, and it streams to over 160 million homes across the world. Okay, we just partnered with them, so we are now we're curating our content now. The Born to Be Dope Summit and movie will be on there soon. But if you have content, if you have a show, if you have a film, if you want to develop a show that you don't have yet, but you have an idea for one, looking to partner with us and have a platform that you can be a part of, then we would definitely like to talk to you. Text the word exposure to 614-333-0338. Text the word exposure to 614-333-0338. You'll get information on booking a call, or you can just contact me directly. You can go to, again, at borntobedope.com. So you go to borntobedope.com. You'll see the option to contact us there about scheduling a time to talk about that. All right. Finally, the last thing is, don't forget about the 5-day course creator challenge coming up March 21st. If you are an author and you're looking to transform your best-selling book into a sold-out online course, we're going to show you how to do that in 5 days at our next challenge. That website is 5daycoursecreator.com. 5daycoursecreator.com. You'll see the information on how to do that. Listen, if you have a book, you got to move beyond the book. It's time to build that thing bigger than just the book. Writing the book is the first step, not the end goal. And so we're going to show you how to take that book and turn it into an online course so you can go out there and start creating, building your own stages, but also creating that passive income that you really deserve at a higher level. All right. So I'm going to leave you with this, because this is the end of today. Make sure you tune in tomorrow, because tomorrow we're going to debut the film. We're going to have, we have 6 of the cast members who are going to join us tomorrow as well for Q&A. So if you have not joined the Facebook group, make sure you join the Facebook group, because that's where the Q&A is going to go down, and do that. But tomorrow, join us. We start at 12 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow for the film. All right, but I will leave you here with this. All right, one of the trainings I do that I'm often asked to go speak to is, I do a lot of leadership trainings. One of the trainings I do is I talk about the 4 mistakes that leaders often make. Okay, I'm not going to go through the whole training, but the last piece I do want to share with you today. And it came because I was in a Target shopping one day, right? I was in a Target and I was shopping, and I was in the men's section. And you've been to Target, you've been in the clothing section. They have carpet in the clothing section. I don't know why they have carpet only in the clothing section. Maybe they don't want the feet print. They're scared of the shoes. I mean, with the pants. I don't know why they do that. But anyway, so I'm in the clothing section, and I hear something going. I hear a noise. I'm like, wait a minute, what is that? So I'm looking around, and I see an employee who is sweeping the rug. And she's sweeping. And I'm looking at her like, she's sweeping her little heart out, and she's doing her thing, her best to do her job. And it hit me at that point. Like, I asked myself, why didn't her boss or the store give her a vacuum to clean the carpet? Like, the broom worked fine on the regular floor because there was no carpet there, but we all know that to clean a carpet, you're going to need a vacuum to do that right. And I thought about that. I thought about how leaders often will do that, where we don't give our team, we don't give our players, we don't give our people who report to us the proper tools they need to succeed. All right, so at the highest level, because now she could clean the carpet a little bit with the broom, but wouldn't it be better and cleaner if she had a vacuum? And I look at that when we talk about being dope, when we talk about being unapologetically great at being you, we talk about mastering, monetizing, and magnifying our dopeness for maximum success. It's important that you equip yourself with the tools you need to be successful. Okay, you got to stop trying to take shortcuts. You got to stop trying to just, well, this is good enough. I have a quote that I actually put on one of the t-shirts. If you go to the Born to Be Dope store, you'll see it. Excellence, I define excellence. Excellence is defined as when good enough is never good enough. Okay, I've been talking about it all weekend. I went to Hampton University. Our motto was the standard of excellence. All right, and that means don't confuse excellence with perfection. Because it doesn't mean you're always going to be perfect. But when you're striving for excellence, it means that you don't just settle, right? You don't just have, don't just allow good enough to be, to be your benchmark. So as you out here trying to be dope, as you're out here pursuing whatever it is that you have, whatever was awakened in you, whatever was stirred in you this weekend, and you say, you know what, I'm going to go out here and be unapologetically me, and this is what I'm going to do. Make sure that you are investing in yourself. Make sure that you are giving yourself every tool possible to be the best version of you. Okay, so that you're not just shortchanging yourself, that you're not just trying to get in there and take it easy. Listen, it's time out for just okay. It's time out. We got to stop playing with this thing. There's too much opportunity out there, too much money out there, too much success, too much joy and happiness out there. Your life does not have to make you upset to wake up every morning. If you hate going to work every morning, change it. Not walk out and quit your job tomorrow, but put together the plan and work towards changing it. If your relationship is not making you happy, go to counseling, but figure out how to change it. Change it. Doesn't mean change the person. That might not be what you have to do, but change your situation. Do the work that you need to do to make it work and make it better for you. So whatever it is that you're upset about, frustrated about, why can't I get this thing right? Start investing in making sure that you can fix that, you can change that, okay? So listen, I want to thank you all again for your participation, for riding with us for these 2 days. Don't miss tomorrow when you see the film, the whole thing that started this Born to Be Dope thing. I can't wait for y'all to see the film and get your feedback on that. But definitely, I want to tell you I appreciate you and look forward to talking to you tomorrow. Reach out to me at ryancgreene.com. Follow me on all social media at RajSpeaks. If you liked this weekend, if you like what you saw, you'll get emails telling you how to send us a testimonial, how to let us know your feedback about the event. Please just take a second to fill it out. Listen, we are independent. We're trying to grow this thing. If this was valuable to you, the only way other people are going to see it and we can start to spread this positive information and positive news is if you go out there and share it. All right? So you're the one with the power of what goes on your social media feed. You're the one with the power that what goes out to your email list. So you can share this and tell people about this awesome event you're a part of. That'll go a long way. All right, so that's it for today. I want to thank you all. You were a great audience. You were wonderful. Hit me up if you have any questions, but definitely always remember